I want to see those issues being fixed, especially in that game number one where they didn't have, like, they had very aggressive heroes that they wanted to play. They had Pudge, they had Clockwork, they had Crystal Maiden, so they wanted to be on the other side of the map, but they couldn't really push out the waves. So I think Cass and the crew kind of need to realize, and I hope they did, that something like this cannot be able to happen because their map is getting smaller. They're getting out farmed. The areas where you can't farm, like also could get you potentially killed. And I want to see Yuma again on some kind of a tempo carry. He's been pretty impressive so far, but if he's dictating the tempo of the game, that also means that Heroic is doing really well. Whisper, one of my favorite offlaners of all time. This guy has been looking super stable throughout most of his career. Usually he doesn't take as much farm, so he's given enough farm to his mid laner, to his safe laner, and he's building the items that kind of evolve around the team. So this is what I want to see. I think that the dynamic that they did have at the road to the international playoffs did work out for them, and I want to see them replicate that.
No, I totally agree with that. Like, I don't think we need to see any like crazy adjustments from them to see a highly competitive series here. I mean, even after yesterday, Yuma is still number one in terms of average kills per game in this tournament. He has the record, and by a huge margin. It's him with 11 average kills, then Ame, Kiyotaka, Skeeter, and Pure with all like 9, like 8 to 9. So he's much higher, even with the series yesterday that was kind of rough for them.
I think Yuma is the best twin gate user when it comes down to making the rotations happen. I mean, it also does allow him to play, because of the heroes that he's playing. You know, he's playing that Monkey King, he's playing that Meepo, so going through the twin gates, he's playing Nature's Prophet. It allows him to go in, not necessarily with the Nature's Prophet to go through the twin gates, but be very active at the early stages of the game. Like between 6 and 8 minutes, you kind of can't expect him to make this move.
Yeah, we could talk about gameplay and the weight that the execution has when they do get that draft, but going into it as well, Winter, there's a lot of preparation you can do beforehand. Looking at, do you want to favor a Radiant side, a Dire side, a first pick, second pick? How exactly you're going to build your draft around having that choice and information?
Yeah, as you know, numbers they are kind of my thing, so I like to I like to look at them. And basically, what we found out is for Tundra, whenever they are last picking Neta's hero, they are winning. You know, whenever they are last picking their mid or the carry, it doesn't really go so well for them. That's why they prefer to be on the first pick side, where they secure Neta's hero early. They don't want to get into a situation where the enemy is banning out all the top tier heroes for Neta, and they can't really figure out what to give him at the end. You know, so I think that should be their plan right now here for Tundra. Whereas Heroic, I'm sure they know about this, and they're going to be trying to devise something to mess this up.
Yeah. Well, then what about the side of Heroic and their numbers?
I think they're also really, really similar. As you can see here, they are a team that prefers to be on the first pick side. They win a lot more on the first pick, which I think I already brought up slightly yesterday, where I feel like having the 18 pick on the first pick side just gives you a lot more leeway. And whereas nowadays, having the second pick, having the 24th pick, just doesn't feel as appealing as before, because teams are really good at using the bans to remove good heroes. So whenever you get to that 24th pick, it's very rare that, oh my god, there's this hero right now. I'm going to pick this hero. We're going to win the game. You know, it's just not going to be possible right now. So
My theory on this is that since the Facets patch, there's a lot more answers to those like last pick cheese heroes. You know, you pick Huskar, and there's like something that you can do in the game. Like P-Vision, what they'll do against Huskar is they'll put a sentry in the tier 2 tower in the off lane, so DM can have a lane. And then they dual lane mid, right? So it's like not only have the Facets made it so that you can go for like a less greedy Facet and, you know, beat some sort of matchup, but also there are like play options that people have figured out. So having those two bans to protect the last pick out of the second phase of picking is just much more valuable for these really good.
I mean, also the sequence, right? I think the sequencing of the pick order has changed a lot. So right now, being on the first pick side, in the first phase, you have 3 bans, but you have the last ban before you pick your first hero. So that itself is already for me, a very big advantage of being on the first pick side. Because so if you want to, for example, pick something like a Puck, and you know Void Spirit is a counter, you could potentially ban out the Void Spirit on the 8th ban, and then you pick your Puck, you know, something like this, you know. So being on the first pick side definitely feels a lot easier to execute the plan of the team.
Yeah, I do agree with that one. Having overall last pick doesn't feel as impactful. I think a good example is Mulreen because he's the best in the world when it comes down to not playing into unfavorable matchup for him. So he's dragging the creep wave, he's manipulating, he's going to be playing his primal beast underneath the tier 2 enemy tower in the safe lane, dragging multiple creep waves plus farming the jungle. So there's ways to play with it, and I think teams overall just got way better at understanding
Yeah.
what they need to do in the last ban phase to be able to protect the heroes that they just picked.
Yeah, I think the main takeaway for at least for Tundra's side is they need to secure Neta's hero right away
Okay.
for them to have a really good plan.
And then what about Heroic? What's their takeaway then?
I think for Heroic, they are going to just, I think, do their own thing. If we are going to understand what they're doing, it means they're probably going to be losing the game, you know.
I agree.
I feel like whenever you understand their draft, it means that they don't know what to do. They don't have a plan. But whenever you don't understand their draft, it means that they have something going on. You just have to sit down, relax, and enjoy the game.
Yeah, trust the process. Trust whatever chaos is ensured to follow.
I think so too. And honestly, like this is how this team functions as well. And it's ironic because both 33 and Analog said in interviews that neither of these two players, and completely separate by the way, they don't focus on the results. They just focus on doing the right thing, and then the results that they want will come from that. But they're very objective at just focusing on the process, like you said. And I think the process has been working for them, right? Pick Pudge Clockwork off lane and create some chaos. It worked. I think they should have done that game 2 yesterday.
I mean, don't know about rushing eggs.
Go back to that.
Rushing eggs and clock might have been a bit too much. I think you need something in between.
Minor
One
changes.
small item.
Yeah.
Just have to tweak it. But I want to see something from Tundra that they've been doing really well. I also don't think that Tundra is going to be able to get the hands on Invoker throughout the rest of the tournament. Doesn't matter how many games, how many series they're going to be playing because they look way too good with it because they have this Invoker, Helm of the Dom, Drums, Alacrity, plus you have Pipe, potentially another move, like pick up a bouncer rune, secure the active runes as well, maybe even gank the mid lane if the opportunity does allow you to do so. So potentially in the back of their heads, they should start thinking about this Enigma. It's again Helm of the Dominator, something that Tundra definitely wants to buy from the off lane.
I think also Tiny is pretty hard to play into as Marcy. Like Marcy, in her nature, like will get in there and fight, and you can't really get out. And heroes like Tiny, you can just casually throw an avalanche on the ground, prevent some sort of initiation. You can toss her out. You can toss her, back into your team. You also have the Tiny innate where you are taking less damage every time she hits you, and of course she does these like small instances, well actually big instances of damage,
yeah, not small.
but very quickly, and you're reducing her damage. It's pretty hard to kill a Tiny. So I think in general, like he likes playing into Marcy, and believe me, this hero is in every single pub right now, pro level pub. It is very hard to find heroes that actually like playing into Marcy. So
I mean, would you say that a tiny carry would be valuable against a Marcy? I know it's not a very popular thing. Because if the Marcy is carry, you want a good matchup.
I think that idea of like getting in there against Tiny is hard is the same whether it's a support or a carry.
Yeah,
So
what does it offer more as a carry than the
And you have more items, you stand there and you fight him.
You can stand your ground more.
Yeah, you can stand your ground more. Marcy usually has trouble finding heroes that can fight. You have trouble finding heroes that can fight Marcy.
I was gonna say I don't think you stand your ground against Marcy ever. I think you get the hell out of there. You toss her out and you run away. You wait for her ult to be over. That's my experience with the hero. Like I really feel like it's very hard, especially if Marcy's going for like the Daedalus build, to find heroes that will actually be able to stand your ground and like out DPS her. I think you have to kite the fights against her, and Tiny's like the best fight kiter in the game. One of them.
And you have to buy force off as well on that hero.
Absolutely.
You'll force off.
Yes, all of these items.
There's a couple more bans coming out from Heroic, the Sand King and the Queen of Pains. This mid pool lowering a little bit more on the side of BZM and what he's liked to play so far at this tournament.
That BZM had a bit of a struggle yesterday when he played that Earthshaker. It's the combination of the two things. We saw a bit of unfortunate sequence of events with that healing salve that did happen, playing into unfavorable matchup, but also not being allowed to enter his own triangle. A lot of his camps did get blocked, and there was also Sand King that was farming in the same area. So I think Thundra is going to be making sure that those issues don't occur again. And I also want to see BZM on a tempo hero. I want to see him, because that game he got completely shut down playing from behind with the naked blink dagger. It didn't look too good, but this hero has been looking amazing in the last couple of tournaments as well. This hero is just a lane bully, dominator.
Especially against Marcy.
The win rate, I would say, doesn't paint the story how strong Pugna is.
No. And they banned Silencer. I think Silencer is like one of the better answers to Pugna. Pugna is so good at saving and protecting somebody, and Silencer can just like.
I mean, not just for Pugna, right? Because I think Dominic mentioned the Enigma earlier. Because based on the bans, they already banned out Gyro and Silencer, and Enigma is like one of the better lane partners with Tiny. And I think if they want it, they are probably gonna have to pick it here because they're not gonna get it last.
Yes, I think Enigma is definitely coming out. I also feel like Heroic probably knows about this because of all the bans.
Yeah, you see those two bans.
Even Silencer, like this is a very good hero against the Black Hole. I do want to say Shadow Demon against Pugna. You cannot decrep and save somebody from all of the Marcy damage because SD's ult is constantly purging, right? So they go with the immediate hard counter, and they're actually going to double counter it.
And now you have a save and you have a BKB piercing tool as well. Even though Enigma, gets BKB at the later stages of the game, it's more about the tempo, getting these early drums, getting these Helm of the Dominator, so you can, tanking things up if you need a pipe to buy. These are the type of items that Enigma will buy. But I see Heroic with very aggressive drafts. You have Shadow Demon and Batrider, which is going to be, these are probably two of the best heroes in the game to be able to get the stacks going in the triangle, just stacking the jungle in general. Now you need a hero who can actually clear the stacks.
Yep, the Batrider isn't as straightforward though. It's definitely a support because they've already played it on three different heroes, three different players at the moment.
They actually prefer it as a core, which is very interesting. I think if it's a tiny mid for Tundra, now all of a sudden you have to be worried about a Batrider coming mid and destroying you. I really love, like, anytime I see a South American team, especially a team with Schofield on it, picking a repositioning based hero, I always think that they have a way higher chance of winning the game. South America historically has won games off the back of being better at team fighting than opponents. Like, I remember the narrative in NA was always, when it was NA versus SA, you do not fight SA. You try to outplay them on the map because they will outfight you. They know how to play these repositioning-based heroes. So I love that Heroic is going back to the Batrider.
I mean, which is why we see the Dux here. Dux here is really good at splitting the map, pushing the waves, making it hard for lineups like Heroic here. They want to kill you, but you push the waves and you make it very difficult for them to deal with the map. And on top of that, you're going to buy the auras, right?
Yeah.
The auras are going to be very, very good against like Marcy, Batrider. Sure, you have the Demonic Purge somewhere down the road, but it does make it difficult for heroics lineup to fight.
And if you want to kill a hero, you probably need to commit with multiple ultis on side of heroic, because now you have Pugna, so you need to dispel that. So you need Shadow Demon ulti, you need Batrider ulti, because you need to start thinking about Decrypify, Surge, maybe even just a casual tossback should be able to get Tundra's heroes out of position and make sure that they are going to be running away from that gank. So the heroes on side of Tundra are not that easily killed, and I really like this Storm Spirit from Tundra that came out just now on 17 because it does. We've seen yesterday BZM going for a bit of a newer tech, something that he showed before, but I don't think he showed it on the Storm Spirit, going for that Holy Locket, Soul Ring, pretty much having infinite mana as well. Pugna unfortunately doesn't give you mana anymore with the life drain, but it's still like that's why he needs to think about himself, buying that Soul Ring, buying that Holy Locket.
Yeah, I feel like right now Heroic is kind of baited to pick Puck. It looks like a really good Puck game, other than Into the Tiny, who has like a good disable for the Puck. But also, I'm pretty sure Batrider against Storm mid is pretty bat favored until later on in the game, where Storm doesn't mind playing so much against bat. So I guess the question is like, does Analog make this call? It's like, yes, I'll destroy this guy mid. Give me the Batrider, or does he just ask for, give me the Storm counter? It's Puck, right? It's also a backline jumper to deal with the Pugna as well.
Yeah, I think that's the bigger question, right? Is how else are you going to be dealing with these supports? Do they have another pick lined up that's going to help them a bit more in that Earthshaker that has now been picked up?
Still could be mid, could be off lane, could be 4 position. We don't know.
Dude, Shaker in Arena every time. It's so good.
There it is. Oh, they have it on the main stage. All right, good. I do like Shaker against backline save supports in general, because you can go in, echo some frontliner, and then Pugna can't save because you just fissure the backline, right? It's kind of like, it's ironic that the way that you deal with the backline supports, that if you want to jump one hero, you actually need AoE, not single target, and obviously Shaker has plenty of AoE.
I mean, the hero is just very valuable right now because he is probably one of the best team fighters right now in the game. He does so much damage, he can clear stack, he does everything for you. He scales, and I feel like he doesn't really have like games where I feel like I see Earthshaker and I get, oh, Earthshaker is not going to do much in this game, you know?
He always does something.
Yeah, I always feel like Earthshaker is going to do something in that particular game.
Yes.
He's just a very useful hero.
I think the only time so far this international we've seen Earthshaker not do anything is when it got completely dumpstered and shut down in lane. But then still, it almost won. After having like the worst laning stage ever, Echo Slam the Ancients, you're back online, and then it still had some profound impact.
Yeah, this is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see a hero that can farm the Ancients with all of these stacks that are going to be happening, and which better hero to do so? Like Earthshaker, you also can't invade enemy triangle. I saw Nigma yesterday against the BB team try to invade, and they got immediately wiped. Like one hero died instantly, so there's not something you can do against Earthshaker. If you go in there, and they have very good heroes that they can defend the triangle with, so I think you're gonna have to let it go, or you have to be able to be in there, maybe try to block so that they don't get the stacks going, be very annoying for them, because Earthshaker, he's going to hit the right timing.
I'm sorry, I have to make a point of this.
Imagine
being such a toxic team that the last 2 bans are Pudge Meepo against you. Like, what sort of team is this to play against?
Because they're still trying to hedge their bets exactly what is going to be playing core right now, what is going to be the Yuma hero, if it's been picked up already, if it's still out there, what's going to potentially be going mid too. So they're just like, let's take away some comfort, something that causes chaos in their games is something they thrive on.
Yeah, I think that's a very good choice because against a team like Hero, you know they are not going to follow the meta 100%. So it's good the idea to take away their comfort pick, even though some may argue it doesn't really make sense with their lineup. But again, you know, like I said, if you don't understand their draft, it usually means they have a very good chance of winning.
That's what they're trying to take away for themselves. Heroic, though, ABBA and Faceless Void are the 2 bans.
Yeah, that makes me think that they want Batrider core.
Yeah, most likely. Time dilation is very, very good against him.
Okay, they're sticking with their Ursa. They did lose 2 games yesterday, but we also talked about how Yuma had a great game, that one game where he didn't die for a really long time. I really like the ABBA ban as well. Faceless Void is also a very good ban, but Abaddon could have made it very difficult for them because what they want to do is go in and be able to kill a hero instantly, and now you have a Dark Shield, you have a Photic Shield, Abba that could have potentially popped the ulti, which would mean that you can't kill those heroes that easily. And here's a 100% win rate hero. This is very, very good because it does allow you, like we've seen a bunch of trolls going into the Battle Fury into Manta style, potentially even picking up Aghanim Scepter, which I think could be very, very good this game because you are going to be dispelling yourself, you are going to be dispelling Ursa, and if Ursa doesn't have overpower, it's on such a low cooldown that carry-to-carry matchup just favors Troll. Ursa
I mean, also the specs, right, from Batrider. That's very, very useful.
Okay, here's a question, though. Does Troll not get obliterated by Batrider in lane? Like, I feel like that one is not even remotely close. Like, he could feed relentlessly. I think Tundra's going to need to play into Whisper's lane and try to deal with him early on. Otherwise, like, he could run away with the game.
I think Saksa will need to be very active and try to fix the problems that Jenkins just talked about because you have no stuns whatsoever. When they decide to go on you, this is going to be Troll with Pugna, and you have Batrider as the core plus Schofield on Marcy, so you have a way of bouncing them back with two abilities.
Yeah.
Not going to be an easy lane for them, so I think they might need to manipulate the creep wave top, make sure that the Darkseer is going to be getting the farm, and then make sure that they have TPs ready, especially on Tiny, to be able to help them out in this bottom lane when they dive.
I mean, not even TP, so I think if I'm looking at both sides draft right now and I'm Tundra, I'm going to be willing to take a trade where I'm going to sacrifice my off lane to make their offlaner poor, because if you look at Bat and Darkseid, both of them are poor. It's probably going to be worse for the Batriders team, because Batrider needs a lot of farm to snowball the game.
Darkseer can just cut the wave too.
Yeah.
So you're kind of confident, Winter, in being the Darkseer can stay by himself. He might struggle a little bit, but ultimately shutting down that safe lane.
Yeah, even with the fastest alone, he's going for hard for battle, so he has move speed in the lane. So I think it's okay. He's already going to be ready to play alone, and making sure that he's going to just go back to the jungle, try to run around, pull creeps, and make sure he gets some farm.
Right, and what about yourself, Jenkins? Cause
I agree with the rotations that need to come in, but I also think King Jungles can then rotate, and then you have Ursa versus Darkseer, and that's fine for Ursa. Like, I actually think Whisper is going to run away with this game. I think Heroic has a lot of options here.
Okay, so it feels like, you know, the fan favorites in the arena right now, Heroic, that's where you guys are siding for it?
I'm going to go with Tundra. I don't think Troll can lose. I think Troll might maintain 100% win rate throughout the rest of the tournament.
Well, that's not the note I wanted to end on. I wanted to end on a high note for all of the SA fans out there. So let's head on down to Slacks, who does have Caps with him.
Hey, everybody, that is right here. SA fans in the crowd going ham, supporting you guys. Good to see it here. It's so early in the morning here today. But let's start things off. Caps, there were very targeted bans coming at your way from this team. Were you a little nervous? Did they get in your head a little bit? A lot of your classics, you know, the Silencer are coming out, other heroes that you guys excel at?
Not really. I think we have way too many heroes this tournament. If we don't manage to end up with a good draft, it means I fucked up.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, we worked very hard on it, because I felt like earlier this year we weren't matching the better teams, but I think here we're ready, and I really like what we got.
Oh, okay. So even though you didn't get Pudge or Meepo, you would consider this not a fuck-up?
Yeah.
Now, you're up against Troll Warlord. This hero has that 100% win rate. Is this the game that the Troll finally falls, where your Batrider be good enough to take him out?
Well, I think everyone here has seen Whisper playing this hero believes is enough.
All right. Well, it's about time for us to get that show started. Are you any words out there to the fans of the crowd out there?
Thanks for coming, guys.
All right. Let's get into the match.
There we go, yes, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to you all here in Hamburg. We're getting ready to get right into the action. As you can see, the game has begun. Down here in the lower bracket, Heroic up against Tundra. And indeed, it's got to be a bit of a scary situation, right? When you end the draft against a team that's getting this carry hero that's yet to lose.
100% win rate.
100% offered out of a decent amount of games as well. What, 10 games? We've seen it. Won every single one of them, the Troll Warlord hero. Now, the question is, what have they got against it? And do you think this was something that maybe they anticipated, or with the way the draft played out, do you think it might have caught them by surprise?
I would hope that they would have anticipated it, especially if they were picking this Ursa last, because Troll has traditionally been a very good counter versus that Ursa. I think it's because they have this super aggressive dual lane top, like Jenkins was mentioning. The Batrider, the Marcy, they absolutely can snowball kills, but let's see if they can even do that, because I've seen Pugna kind of push away most heroes from getting aggressive, even Batrider, so let's see how they're able to do so. Because, too many times this tournament, I've been like, oh, yeah, they're going to be able to go aggressive versus this Pugna in the lane, and Pugna just ends up withstanding the pressure, or they end up turning kills because of how much the hero is able to do just poking and prodding in the laning phase. So, let's see how Toby's able to push away that aggression that comes. Speaking of Toby, he might just die.
Oh, see if he can get away from this one. He cannot. First blood here for Schofield, who will end up going, well, surely going down in response. Final right click from Chrysalis will indeed get the trade, but not before that first blood is secured by Heroic.
Lane shenanigans from both sides. Toby was catching the wave because Schofield was pulling on the other side, and he gets caught. A little flame break pushback that comes in from Whisper, and this is what they're looking for, right? That's exactly what Heroic wants to do in this lane, is just get kills, try to snowball Whisper, but there is going to be that counter kill, of course, that comes in for Chrysalis. Now we can look at these other lanes. The Ursa, Yuma. Second game yesterday was pretty tough, I would say, for him.
That game, I feel, was kind of tough for the whole team.
Yeah.
Right? That was not Heroic's finest showing yesterday in that game, too.
So this one, he does get to pick the Ursa versus the Darkseer, which has been a traditional counter pick in terms of the laning phase, but let's see how this traditional counter matchup works nowadays versus the Dominator meta, because I think things have changed, right? Ursa can kill these Dominator creeps, but a Darkseer with Dominator can also pressure the Ursa in a different way that it used to be, where Ursa and Darkseer just trade farm versus each other.
Yeah, we'll see, because you got to imagine, right, from Tundra's point of view, this Ursa pick was not a surprise, right?
No,
they came here today very ready to play against Yuma's Ursa.
And, I mean, something else we do have to mention, you were talking to me about it on the car ride over here, the mid lane, right? BZM versus Analog. Analog yesterday had a bit of a tough one, especially on that Shadow Fiend, right? Those 30 denies that we saw coming out from Noah.
I know.
Already, big damage from BZM.
He's playing it chill. He's got a fairy fire, a couple of bottle charges to rely on, so just holding back, living on the edge here, Analog. Definitely starting to feel a bit of the heat here from BZM. Top lane, Heroic. Going to try and make the go on a Chrysalis, but he did have the chance to put the stick and maybe turn. Another blast comes in, but Chrysalis will fall. Heroic able to push for the kill. Toby also taking a hell of a lot of damage here from Whisper. Whisper wanting to finish off the job, and he'll get it. Double kill for Whisper on the bat. I mean, we heard from the start, right, indeed, the fans know it as well. Whisper's bat can absolutely perform. Yeah, and I'm glad they already are going to play much more aggressive, because yesterday, we were seeing a bit more passive style from them. This is a lane that just breathes aggression. Both the Marcy and the Batrider, great ways to get on top there too, as we see. So Crystal is definitely going to have a bit of a slowdown, even with the Pugna behind, because Toby dying level 1, he's still level 1. Still doesn't have the ward to be able to push him off. Now he's gotten the 2, but a bit of that damage is done in the lane already. 10 CS on the troll. Yeah, super hot start for Whisper. Meanwhile, over in the river, we'll see the setup here from King Jungle. TP's coming in. They've got the lockdown for BZM. Fisher comes into play. Jump forward. Here's the rotation. Come through from Schofield. They take down BZM, and they'll be able to outnumber and surround Saxus, slowly chase him down. There's nowhere for the Tiny to run. Heroic starting to bring the action early this game. 5 kills to the one that Tundra's managed to find so far in this first 4 minutes. They're bringing that action. This is what we need to see from this squad. This is the Heroic that everybody wants to see. Just constant aggression, looking for bullying. They're leaving Yuma now in this lane alone since he's versus the 33 Darkseer. He should be pretty okay down here. And Schofield, he can look to be pretty active. Looks like Whisper is going to be pretty okay in this top lane with this start for now. Just having very nice heroes to get active with as well, whether it's sort of swinging into the mid and getting the Shaker in on top of this Storm early, or just allowing Whisper to close that gap against Patrol and put the pressure onto Chrysalis in this laning stage. Heroic woke up this morning. They definitely had their breakfast nicely, because these moves are ready. You see the rotations, they're quickly swapping lanes too. Schofield now is bottom. Shadow Demon's starting to get the stacks going for his Earthshaker, probably because Analog's saying, yes, he's gotten the kill, but in terms of CS in the lane, still wants to get those early stacks because of how beneficial it is for the Shaker. And on that bottom lane as well, is there a chance for Heroic to also find kills down here, or against the Tiny Darkseer it's a little more difficult, or it can still happen? Absolutely can, but they're just going to play in a different way now, where 33 is just going to be jungling, but maybe, Schofield is looking for some tricky stuff here, and he might be able to find a free kill. Let's see how bold he is to go forward. 33 will be fine. Yeah, he's ready to back up and refuel.
solid showing at the blink. And indeed, as we see, a crazy timing here with those stacks. They're able to prepare for him and how well he did in the lane. A hot start here from Analog, which is, we needed to see, right? Because as you said, that second game yesterday, not so hot at all.
No, love to see that. And we did see KJ, right? King Jungle's level 6 pretty early on the Shadow Demon versus Darkseer. It's one of the best heroes in the game. Use Purge him. As long as you get that Demonic Purge up onto the DS, he can usually not disengage. And they'll find the creep as well.
Of course, whilst this is all going on, we're seeing at the top side, Crystalis getting that space. Had quite a bit of pressure early on, but absolutely still in position where the Battle Fury timing shouldn't be too terrible. And if he kind of gets to maintain this part of the map and have the team keep the pressure, or at least keep Heroic's focus on their side, this Troll should be able to catch up.
Yeah, should have pretty similar farm to the Ursa, it does seem like it, with the way that things are going down. Power Rune. Sox will find a haste. Take that one away from Analog. How is Analog's Echo cooldown? 30 seconds.
It's coming up soon.
Likely the next play that Heroic wants to make.
And they could make that as well with, Whisper, buying up the Ogre Club by the looks of it. So yeah, just getting this BKB rush this game.
So changing the build a little.
Yeah,
usually
switching around.
He's very about the drums the early game. So this, I think he's just saying, I really need this BKB to go through all this magic damage.
Yeah.
If he doesn't have it, right, and he tries to initiate and run in, he will just likely get popped. It's a ton of magic burst that Tundra has, so.
And I think it's fine, right? You've already got your mid shaker. They've got a very quick blink dagger timing for the initiation, and obviously you're playing with a Marcy with pick me up, so just being able to survive seems more important for Whisper in this role this game as the bat than getting that jump himself.
Your pick. Ten seconds to go. 5 seconds. You're up. Ten seconds to go. 5 seconds. Places, everyone.
My axe is first. There are no innocents. Faster! Faster! No agony enough. I'm under attack! Attack!
30 seconds to go. That's the first blood.
First blood. The Wind Ranger gets there first.
And here we go.
To the massacre. The bell tolls for the Lord of Trolls. Don't cross my path. My steel shall drink. Trolling for victim. Come on! Sanctioned by the order.
Somebody's on a roll.
There are no innocents. Shadow falls, ere falls my foe. I'm under attack! Come back and there's no room for my kind. A mortal's gift! My
You ain't done.
To the massacre! My demon! Got lucky that time.
Your bottom tower's in a tight spot. Somebody's cooking. Might want to check your bottom tower.
To the dead zone with you.
Your bottom tower ain't long for this world. The other fella's aiming to wreck your bottom tower. They're meaning to smash that bottom tower of yours.
Faster! Faster! Yes! To the massacre! You cast no shadow now.
The other fella's aiming to wreck your bottom tower. Your bottom tower's in a tight spot. Might want to check your bottom tower.
The future! More death!
Just a little setback. Your bottom tower ain't long for this world. Your bottom tower's toast.
Missing bottom. Don't cross line. Yes.
Have fun trying to bust down radiant structures now.
Okay,
Nothing left of the other fella's mid-tower. They're meaning to smash that bottom tower of yours.
I'm under attack!
That's 4 in a row.
There. I came a long way to see you die.
Your bottom tower's in a tight spot. Going for broke.
Yes!
Бей, бей, просто уничтожь!
Axe in your eye!
Your mid-tower ain't doing too well.
I peel back your ugly. This blood. No agony enough. Controlling your victims. Yes.
Your top tower's hurt. Dire structure's looking fortified. Your top tower's getting all banged up.
My steel shall drink.
That top tower of yours ain't doing so good. So much for your top tower.
Don't cross my line. Yes. These blades are too dry.
Your mid-tower's coming apart.
Massacre.
Somebody's cooking. The other fella's bottom tower's done for.
My axe is first.
Your top tower's in trouble.
I'm under attack.
Almost feel bad for your top tower. That's 4 in a row.
Bit of work.
tower right about now.
What was that again? Trolling for victims.
5 in a row.
Agony enough.
The other fella's aiming to wreck your bottom tower. 5 in a row. Your mid tower's in a bit of a bind.
Yes! My
6 in a row.
My acid best. There are no innocents.
Your mid tower needs a little help. Hate to be your mid tower right about now. Your mid tower's done for.
To the massacre. Faster! Faster! Dry your eyes from a gas. They'll rue the day. Trolling for victims. No agony enough. My steel shall drink. Thought I was bad before. Don't cross my path. Yes!
They're meaning to smash that bottom tower here. It's a troublesome scene to be sure. Might want to check your bottom tower. in a row. 2 down.
Faster! To the massacre! I hear sniveling.
That top tower of yours ain't doing so good.
Yes!
Your top tower's in trouble.
Trolling for victims. These blades are too dry. There are no innocents. No.
Your mid tower needs a little help. Can't do nothing about dire structures right now.
The massacre.
Your mid tower ain't doing too well. Just hang on tight. The other fella's bottom tower. Nothing but fragments now.
My axe is first. Don't cross my path.
I'll take that.
My steel shall break. You deserve it. Grenade. Faster, faster. They'll rue the day. Just cotton, yes. Trolling for victims. Don't cross my path. They'll rue the day. Yes. Ah! These blades are too dry. Ah! Yes.
Your bottom tower ain't lost in this world. Well.
Everyone else's fault.
Radiant's gone and fortified their structures.
Mine.
Offering accepted.
Your mid tower's coming apart. Well, no idea how many might go.
I'm under
You're not
attack.
going anywhere.
Get that 10 in a row.
Cannot die.
Your top tower's getting all banged up. Your mid tower's in a bit of a bind. Your mid tower is Your mid tower's coming apart. Is that like 15 in a row?
Gotcha!
Your mid tower's in a bit of a bind. No breaking through the dire structures for now. Hate to be your mid tower right about now. Your mid tower's gone. Dying's just a part of living. Let's just say it's a winning streak.
More death! Faster! Faster! There are no innocents.
Almost feel bad for your top tower. Too bad about your top tower. How many was that?
Fantastic.
Look, I said I lost count.
That's it. These blades are too dry. To the massacre. Trolling for victim.
Them dire buildings are tough as nails for now. Anyway, how many is that now? Somebody's cooking. Your mid tower needs a little help. Your mid tower needs a little help. Go get him. Your mid tower ain't doing too well. Bad news about your mid tower. Other fellas are after your mid-rack. I think I lost that my mid-rack. Your mid-racks is getting smashed to splitters. Your mid-racks didn't make it. Sorry about your mid-racks. That's 4 in a row. Your bottom tower's in a tight spot. 5 in a row. Your mid tower's coming apart. Let's just say things are getting a little a fond farewell to your bottom tower. Your top tower's hurting. Bad news about your mid tower. Radiant structures must have been fortified. Might want to check your bottom tower. The Dire went and fortified the Hate to be your mid tower right about now. Your mid tower's gone. Suppose they just got lucky. Such a shame what they're doing to your ancient. Fine work by the Radiant. Better luck in the next one.
your carry plays what they like to do. It's just making that lane.
I think they did check those boxes. Strong laner, you have Pagna and Troll. I don't think you can think about the better laners. It's one of the stronger fives and one of the stronger carries. It's just a bad matchup.
Yeah, it's just both of those heroes are countered by Bat. They picked 2 heroes countered by Bat against Whisper, Batrider offlane. I would like to theory craft some potential picks instead of the Troll. I think Jug would have been fine.
Okay.
Jug, Pugna, Decrep into spin, good magic damage. You've got a hero that can take off the Batrider Napalm stacks. It's a classic counter to Bat.
I mean, I think the lane
lane
synergy might not be as important because I think the most important thing is you need something to deal with the Bat, Life Stealer Jug hero. That's it, Even if the support doesn't work with you, it's whatever.
Well, last time Tundra got bat-righted by Heroic, game number 2, they just banned it out. That might be the same solution for them, but either way, a game number 2 is where we have to head.
Tundra Esports versus Heroic Game 2.
Yeah, Batrider, that's going to be our biggest question here. Standout player, standout hero, everything about him worked so well in a game number 1 that I don't think Tundra are going to at all let the chance for it to go back in with
They're just banning the draft. Oh, that's a classic right there.
Just straight up, you go, we're 1 game away from elimination. This is the reality Tundra are facing. And they're like, well, game 1 was so tough for us. That Batrider has to be taken out. Too much chaos. The Earthshaker has to be taken out. Too much impact.
I mean, good news, Nat. Tundra's on first pick.
I was going to say, yep. Both teams, they love first pick. And Tundra, they got it this time.
Yeah, but on the other hand, is the trend going to continue for Heroic? Every time they win the first game, they're just going to win the second game as well,
I mean, Invoker's in the poll. I don't see a reason why Tundra... They do have the first pick, so I assume they're just going to snatch it because this hero looks very, very good. The Helm of the Dominator plus the Force Spirit allows you to pretty much push 2 waves at the same time if you want to. You have extreme amount of tower damage as well. It's just way too good of a hero to pass on.
And that's the face of a player that just played Shadow Demon.
He doesn't need to think about anything else. Just, or maybe just relax.
The balls on these guys. I love this. Win game 1, first pick the old big man. I love that.
There's going to be a lot of summons around them with the Forge Spirit, with the Helm of the Dominator as well. So not going to be the easiest target to hook in this game.
No, I mean, to be fair, Aghanim Scepter build plus Flesh Sheep, I know, traditionally Pudge is this really squishy, low armor hero, could die to all of the summons, etc., etc. But honestly, when played as a core, which Heroic does play it as an offlane, and they go for the Ag Shiva's build, it is good against mass summons. You cannot kill this hero through the Flesh Heap, so I actually don't mind it against Invoker. My only question is minus armor from Forge Spirits. That's a difference between Beastmaster and Invoker, right? Is the Beast summons are not giving minus armor, the Invoker summons are.
You don't think about this, but in this current meta, Invoker is a zoo hero.
He is, yeah, 100%.
Matt, you're giving me the look.
I feel like you got to explain to people. It might be tuning
Well,
in.
he does have more summons than certain summon heroes in the game right now.
You're getting 2, 3 Forge Spirits.
I mean, don't forget the buff, Alacrity is...
Yeah, with the Shard also creating more Forge Spirits, plus Helm of the Dominator as well.
Yeah, that's where I was going with the Helm of the Dominator. We have seen BCM play Invoker and go for the Helm of the Dominator. It's definitely not out of the realms of what they think is good.
These are good scaling items on Invoker, too. They give good stats for him as well. He kind of wanted an excuse to go for items like this before.
I mean, could this also be caused by Midas being nerfed a lot? Because Midas has always been an early game item for Invoker.
That's true. It's a good excuse to get something that's giving you the XP boost. Because if you get to, late game in terms of XP on Invoker, you just win. That's how it feels. Late game Invoker is insane.
Well, you were right, Jenkins. KJ having a bit of a snooze in the booth because he was playing Shadow Demon game 1. He said, guys, just pick it for me game 2. There is nothing else. I don't need another hero. I played well. We won it. Run it back.
I want to see some kind of a setup for this Invoker. They did pair it up with Shadow Shaman earlier. I think Sanking is going to be an okay one. This Monkey King we talked about earlier in the series is potentially coming out from position 4 if they want to go for it, but also being able to break the combo with the Silencer, having this global presence, Monkey scouting things out just with one Boundless Strike. This is how Tundra back in the days when they won their first TI also did play. This is going to be position 4 Monkey because this was 33 playing some Death Prophet, Monkey King position position 4, and Monkey position 4 is back in meta, as we saw yesterday. P-Vision, what they can do with it, other teams showing it as well. So Thundra, I think this is the team that can adapt the quickest in terms of how they want to play the game after losing a game. Ooh, this is nasty.
What? We've seen Broodmother, but it's like that last pick, gotcha.
This is like the Invoker counter. Like it used to be an Invoker counter, and Silencer also kind of does nothing against the creeps. And I was going to praise Thundra for their opening, their second phase picks with the Monkey and Silencer having a Flex pick and Silencer to counter the SD and Apache. And now with the Brood coming out, it kind of complicates things, Are you going to be able to deal with the spiders? And
yes.
It's going to get complicated,
Yeah, you need something. I think you need this type of a hero that I mentioned. I think they need an extra stun, so going for a hero like a Sanking could be pretty good for them. This is the hero that can park himself where Broodmother is. Either that, or I think Axe is also.
I mean, would you
good
consider like just putting the Monkey King against the Brood?
See, that's what I was thinking. Like, I know Invoker position 4 in pro level pubs was a thing prior to TI.
Yeah, would
you want to see BZM Invoker, though,
Yeah.
just in general, especially with this new build people are doing. But I agree, like, traditionally, an old counter to Brood was Monkey King, because, I mean, any hero that has scaling damage that's in an AoE that can kill the spiders is good.
Yeah.
Like, Tiny and Monkey King, you can just kill the massive spiders, and it's not a huge problem.
They have a triple save right now. You have Hook, you have Shadow Demon with the Disruption, Tusk with the Snowball as well. Broodmother is not the easiest hero to catch.
Yep, there we go. The Sand King, someone to park in the Brood's lane.
It's also a setup for Invoker. I think it does allow you, like, Silencer plus Sand King is the old school combo. It goes way back 20 years of Dota. It's just very easy to execute these type of executions. Now have Invoker, Monkey King, so the overwhelming, like, Heroic doesn't have team fight at all. Like,
no,
they need to snowball pretty
the
heavily.
early game is going to be like quite a test, for Thundra, because this Brood and Tusk, they are going to cause a lot of problems to Silencer. So right now, the biggest question for Thundra is, do we actually move the Monkey King to a core, or can we actually deal with this SD and Tusk pressure in the early game with this Monkey King Silencer duo, which I'm not very sure, because Monkey King Silencer doesn't feel like it's going to be able to deal with this Tusk SD in the early game. And if you can't deal with the support pressure in the early game, it means that you're going to lose out on the runes, and you're going to lose on the map, and maybe we're going to see a repeat of game 1. So that has got to be in their mind.
I agree, because it's Crystallis, like, you see Monkey King, and you're like, he's going to play it, but I totally agree. Like, I think SD versus Monkey as a core is just a little too hard.
I actually maybe would want them to put the Monkey as a core, but pick a support that can deal with Brood, maybe like a Spirit Breaker, even though the SD is going to deal with the Monkey later. But I feel the early game, the problems they had in the early game in the previous game might happen again. So they need a support that can at least mirror what the Tusk and SD is doing, and at the same time maybe deal with the Brood, which I feel like Spirit Breaker could be a suitable answer here.
I love the SB in a vacuum, but against SD, it's another hero that can purge the status resistance.
Yeah, I think something simple like a Snapfire could be really good. It gets you over the shards. It gives you damage to kill the Broodmother as well. The 1-2 pairing with the Sand King, and they do ban it out.
Yeah, they're thinking along the same lines as you guys. There is just something so synonymous about Crystallis and this Monkey King that they're thinking comfort on the verge of elimination. Do you really?
You don't want to overcomplicate the draft.
Exactly.
I think Heroic is doing exactly that, because these combination of these 4 heroes, I don't think we've seen them in, I would say, a couple of years, because it just doesn't happen.
It's not easy to execute this. This is a hard draft for Heroic to play, so I really do respect it, but Thundra, in my opinion, it feels like they have the upper hand, at least in terms of like ease of execution right now.
If they can survive the early game.
Yeah.
I do feel like if they can do well in the early game for Heroic, I think it's going to be like a very
Ten seconds to go. 5 seconds. Your pick. Ten seconds to go. 5 seconds. You're up. Ten seconds to go.
The Lightning Revenant lives. Of course.
Everybody get set.
Quick as lightning. As you wish. The time has come. Forward. Onward.
30 seconds to showtime.
Very well. My courage. I'm under attack. Path of conduct yourself accordingly. You will return. First blood. Tasting the song.
So much for diplomacy.
My power returns. Agreed. I go. Conduct me where you will. Coin for me. I go. Forward. Very well. Shocking. Agreed. Onward. Of course. I go. I'll give you static. The time has come. Conduct me where you will. Lee Street. Connection between us. Quick as attack. Blackened bones. My current flow. I go. My lightning strikes. As you wish. The time has come. Of course. Conduct me where you will. Very well. Forward.
I was born to war. You died to it.
My current flows. Whip you into shape. Path of least resistance.
Бей, просто уничтожь!
Mine. I go. Onward. Quick as lightning. As you wish. Agreed. It's not
Mark the spectacle!
I go. We conduct business. My rage incandescent. A bolt from the blue. As you wish. Onward. The time has come. I feel energized. Path of least resistance. Quick as lightning. Conduct yourself accordingly. I pretend cannot
Tower's in
be.
trouble.
It is an honor to be chosen for death.
From the underscape, I return.
Go on.
Forward. Seems at the price. Ride the lightning. go. Very well.
Somebody's on a roll.
I go. Conduct me where you will. Of course.
That's 4 to roll. 2 down. How about that? There goes one of the other fellas mid-towers.
Very well.
5 in a row. How about that?
Forward. Onward. My current flows. Your power flows to quick.
How about that?
My venom, your vein.
Of course. I'm under attack. Too soon. I go. Conduct me where you will.
Going rogue.
As you wish.
Regeneration.
Бей, просто уничтожь!
Your mid-tower's in a bit of a bind. The other fella's top tower had a little accident.
My power surges.
That's 4 to 5 in a row. 2 down. Your mid-tower ain't doing too well. Your mid-tower needs a little help.
Path of least resistance. The time has come. I go. Direct current. Agreed. of least resistance. Uh-uh. My current flows. Agreed. Illusion! Your power flows to me. Forward. I'm under attack. Feel my power. Quick as lightning. Onward.
No breaking down the radiant structures like this.
As you wish. Your life shall cast a shadow. The time has come. I sense. I go. I scorch your name in the book of the dead. Conduct me where you will. Of course.
Hate to be your mid-tower right about now. The other fella's bottom tower's gone for good.
Who can say what I will do with this power? Of course. Very well.
That went well, I think.
Path of least resistance.
Range afar.
I go. Forth. Conduct yourself accordingly. I'm under attack. As you wish. From the Rebel realm I return. I go. Agreed. Burned flesh. Conduct me where you will.
Top tower's getting all banged up.
Quick as lightning.
That top tower of yours ain't doing so good.
Onward.
Can't do nothing about dire structures right now. Almost feel bad for your top tower.
Time has come.
Oh, mother.
My current flows.
I thought they warned you not to speak.
Very well. My power is down.
bug out there.
Time has come. Gold is a great conductor. As you
The other fellow's bottom tower's done for.
I go. Path of least resistance. Forward.
Rise next season.
Of course. Gather, clowns. This will only hurt forever. Conduct me where you will. Quick as lightning.
Stricken out.
Somebody's cooking. 2 down.
I go. Quick as lightning. Your power flows to me. Path of least resistance. Lightning, give me strength. Agreed. This will come as a shock. I'm under attack. Of course.
Radiant's toughened up their structure. The other fella's aiming to wreck your bottom tower.
I go.
Your bottom tower ain't long for this world. Well, ain't this a treat?
My current flows. Onward. Gold is a great conductor.
They're meaning to smash that bottom tower of yours. The Dire went and fortified their structures.
Very well.
Your bottom tower's too tight to fire forward.
I've lost my edge.
Your mid tower's coming apart. Your top tower's hurting. There goes your top tower.
We conduct business.
Somebody's on a roll.
Ride the lightning. Forward.
Dire structures looking fortified. Almost feel bad for your top tower. Your mid tower's in a bit of a bind.
I go. The time has come. Conduct yourself accordingly.
Your top tower.
The underscape will not be kind. Of course.
Somebody's cooking.
I'm under attack. Direct. You are dead. Dead. I go. Offering accepted. Cease the crying. My end agreed. My current flows.
Your mid tower ain't doing too well.
Onward. Quick as
Your mid
lightning.
tower's done for. The other fella's bottom tower. Nothing but
Very
fragments now.
well. Forward. Conduct me where you will. Of course. A bolt from the blue. Forward.
The other fella's mid tower's been disowned.
Very hot. I go.
Two down. The other fella's aiming to wreck your bottom tower. Hope you weren't partial to your bottom tower. Radiant's gone and fortified their structures. Your mid tower's coming apart. Heavy, ain't it?
My enemies will suffer for this humiliation.
Just a little setback.
I go. Conduct me where you will. Your
Your top tower is all banged up.
charge. My life.
That top tower of yours ain't doing so good. Your top tower's hurting. Your mid tower needs a little help. Hate to be your mid tower right about now. There goes your top tower. Somebody's on a roll. Them Dia buildings are tough to make. That's 4 in a row. 2 down.
Exquisite duck.
The old fella's bottom right. Ain't that a
My
sight?
current flows. Conduct yourself accordingly. Agreed.
I'll take that.
The time has come. Quick as lightning. As you wish. I'll give you static. Conduct me where you will. You can run. You should run. My current flows. I go. Forward. I go. Discharge.
2 down. 5 in a row.
As you wish. I like to keep. Send me home.
Six in a row.
It's full amongst your bones.
Your mid tower needs a little help.
Path of least resistance. The time has come. Quick as lightning. Not yet.
The Radiant's courier's a goner.
I'm under attack.
Something bad's happening to the Radiant's courier. Radiant's toughened up their structures.
My current flows. Marvel at the spectacle.
No breaking through the dire structures for now. The other fella's top tower won't be making trouble no more.
I go. Of course. Quick as lightning. Agreed.
Somebody's cooking.
The victim of venom.
Path of least resistance. Forward. I go. Very well. I bring the razor light. Mine.
That's 4 in a row. 2 down. Hate to be your mid-tower right about now. Bad news about your mid-tower. Your mid-tower ain't doing too well.
From a spark, I grow.
Your mid-tower's done for. That mighty mid-rack.
Conduct yourself across. Onward.
That does it for your mid-rack. That's 4 in a row. Can't do nothing about dire structures right now. 3 down. 6 in a row. 4 down. Your mid-tower's coming apart. 7 in a row. And down they all go. Your mid-tower's in a bit of a bind. Your mid-tower needs a little help. Your mid-tower's gone. Tough luck. About your ancient. The Radiant done it. Well, you can't win them all.
Whoa! My lightning goes dark.
33 ready to go at the side. Schofield will help to finish off Zach. So 33 ready to make the jump into the trees, but Yuma, he'll kite them out. They'll commit in onto Analog, but the defensive hook comes in. Yuma saving Analog, ready to move back in now with his own BKB. The supernova's there, the punch up as well. Crystallis is gone. Hook will catch onto the helmet of Dome Cream, meaning the 33 should be able to sneak away, or maybe not. The Shiva's slow coming in from Whisper. They'll put the refresher. He's ready for a second Shiva's guard in on top of them, chasing and burning down both 33 and BZM, and 33 will try and hide in the sandstorm, but the spirits connect. Whisper.
Crystal can't stand and fight almost ever. And Whisper, I mean, we're seeing why he doesn't care about that silencer.
Absolutely
why
not.
he doesn't care about these little small dispels. He's all about this natural play. Insane performance from him so far.
If Tundra don't have global ready to press, there just seems to be not a chance for them in these team fights, even with the BKBs and such. And as you say, just here, the fact that both Yuma and Analog are sort of able to dance around this carry Underlord, not give Crystallis any sort of chance to get the damage done. And even here, when the Burst Strike connects, Yuma separating Analog from 33 and Crystallis, keeping one another alive.
Honestly, this is some of the better team fight spellcasting I've seen in quite some time. Heroic, they're just covering each other beautifully. Sometimes, you see these double melee. They're sometimes stacked up on top of each other going for a kill. They're completely aware that 33 is looking for these epicenter plays and kind of distancing and gapping it each time. It's beautiful to watch. The symphony of skill for sure coming in here from Heroic.
I mean, Whisper's just looking terrifying.
He's out of control.
We saw obviously like the Pudge games, and that was just Whisper having some fun. Now the gloves have come off, and he's bringing out these bats, these phoenixes, and they are looking pretty disgusting.
He's playing his true staples.
Yeah.
For those who do love to watch Whisper play these, he is going completely ballistic so far this game. All three cores top of net worth, and as we mentioned too, the supports, they're still getting a decent amount in Toby. I mean, he's queuing up the refresher, but he has almost...
It's a long way away. But it's what he has to get. The global is so important to provide them a chance in these team fights.
That is surprising. It's giving it Tundra a 52%.
I will see. Dota Plus has been right in the past.
It also probably has no idea what the hell is happening in this game because we have an Underlord carry, a Pudge carry, right? Things are a bit more bizarre than usual. So far, Heroic. Especially in these, the last 10 minutes, it does feel like they've broken the game quite a bit here with these last few fights. These refreshers do seem like it's adding another stage of difficulty for how Tundra wants to look to fight. Just double BKBs, double Phoenix Ag. Just don't have that many counters versus it. And now a BKB even on the Tusk. So the supports, they have ways to play around global. Greaves on the Shadow Demon, BKB on the Tusk, Demonic Cleanse on the Shadow Demon. Lots of different ways to cover each other. All right, big neutral items as we see for Tundra. Dazoon on the Sand King, Dazoon on the Invoker.
Plenty big plays here from BZM at 33. What's going to be there? Yuma
again.
Ready to make sure that opening combo from Tundra doesn't do a lot.
And remember, this hook, it can catch people off guard because of the crazy low cooldown when you hook allies with that shard. It goes down to, 6 seconds if he does hook an ally. Picking up the Lincolns next for the Pudge. They're getting close to 25 on all three cores on Heroic.
I mean, they've got the Satanic done on Crystallis, but as we've seen, he needs to get the hits in on the target.
He just can't attack. It's the problem.
Yuma, again, making sure that it's not easy for Tundra to open up onto anyone other than the Pudge.
Yuma?
Stacks up. Trying to see what they can force out from him, though. Get the BKB out from Yuma. Tries for the hook. Not going to grab them this time. 33 considering maybe making the jump as the BKB comes to an end. He's in, but the refresher BKB's there from Yuma.
Heroic looking to disengage.
Tundra pushing Heroic back successfully.
Yuma wants no participation in this without his BKBs. He wants to finish that Lincoln. Tundra gonna look to try to punish while those BKBs are on cooldown.
Yeah, they've got to be careful who shows here on Heroic, because Tundra very ready to make the jump.
There also is this Aegis at the ready, still for Analog, so...
Even if they do get the connection, it's definitely not going to be an easy team fight for Tundra.
No, and as we said, multiple different saves, so gotta be careful who you go for. Seconds for BKB on Yuma, starting to inch their way forward. A sneaky ward as we see plays from Toby, but they do see it with their gem.
And Whisper again with this very chill strap, just saving up the money. He's getting very close to having the luxury of picking up that Hex, and definitely potentially surprising Tundra with it.
It's a pretty cool approach from him that he's done.
He's doing this a lot
times.
this series, yeah.
It's catching people off guard, and they're giving him XP, so he's about to hit 25.
So yeah, 25, and with a potential full Cypher Vice that he could pick up for the next fight, Whisper.
Level 25 also hit for Analog. Quite a bit stronger in terms of his right-click damage potential, and he has been able to get some right-clicks off.
He really has. I mean, in these team fights, you know, the supports of Tundra, they got to hide.
They do.
Because this Spider's been finding them time and time again, cleaning them up very quickly.
It's like the hardest game to play Silencer, really, at this point in the game. Right? He's got Force Staff and nothing else. No defensive items possible for him. Tundra, creep cutting, buying time, trying to waste out this Aegis as much as possible, 50 seconds until it does go away.
What are we seeing next?
It's just difficult for them to keep these targets held down, right? As we're saying, like we have to see for the fight for Tundra when they can actually get Christus to hit targets.
Yeah. Yeah, are we able to bring up the hero damage done? Just want to see if that does look not too hot, or if he's still been able to do a bit with the firestorms and such, because that can add up.
It can. I mean, Whispers is probably through the roof, right? His is probably highest, and it's like BZM in 33. But I imagine that the Underlord's damage done is quite a bit lower than the rest of the cores this game. Okay, yeah, so I mean, not too bad. All things said.
BZM definitely carrying the team fights though in damage output right now.
Yeah. A lot of it just from like little physical poke too from his summons, as we see there from the Force Spear and the Dominator.
Yeah, I think it's just that, you know, when you have your carry with kind of like this AC, Satanic, and soon to be Daedalus, right? You need to have a lot being done by him.
Scorpion will not allow them to take that shrine. They'll be able to claim both.
Talking about damage done, so Saxa's got a Deso on the way out.
That's an interesting pickup. From what we've seen and what I've seen most of the times on these Monkey Kings, it is just the Scotty pickup usually is the route that they like to go for, because it applies, of course, with that Wukong's, and it's very strong, but looks like he wants to have more physical damage in the draft.
I mean, that's the thing. If they can get the hits in, right, with the Deso, the AC, the Underlord, once he gets the stacks built up, like, the hits are going to be hard.
I'll have to see if it pays off for him.
Saxa. Oh, they got to find him. Schofield there, catching him with a punch, pretty much sort of mid-chop.
And he also didn't go BKB, right, too. He's gone for the Pipe Diffusal build, but it does feel hard for Saxa, unless he's literally just playing in the tree line during the Wukong. Now we'll have to see if it does pay off for him. Maybe just thinking that they have too much magic damage and he just needs straight physical extra, but Heroic, very prepared.
Yeah, Analog's continuing to scale massively. I'll start dispersing, getting the full Bloodthorn. Another Tormentor to take. Schofield will get the shard.
And Schofield is going to start queuing up that Aghanims as well, so we'll get stronger and stronger in terms of what he can do in the fights. He could just potentially punt the Monkey King out of his Wukong.
Taking the Monkey King away.
There's no Desolator then from that, or he can just punt the
33.
Yeah, he can do a lot this game. Even Crystallis, right?
He's trying to get these hits in.
He's getting immobile hero.
He's going to get kicked away.
This could be pretty annoying.
Yeah, that's going to be rough. I mean, he's struggling to get the hits in as it is. If he's getting kicked in the face, he's going to struggle even more.
Yeah, we'll see it when Schofield is able to get that, as eventually it does seem like he will. We did see also point out Yumo had hit 25, hit one of the stronger 25 timings for a Pudge. That Dismember is incredibly strong when you have two of them at that increased duration.
Yeah, little things as well. Blink online now for King Jungles. So between that, the Force and the Greaves, he's ready to bail heroes out. I mean, we've seen already how good Heroic's lineup is at saving one another in a multitude of fashions, whereas Tundra, very limited if someone gets jumped.
So much save. Level 20 as well, something you don't see too often on the Shadow Demons. I always like to point this one out. It's the Disseminate. 50% share damage. It is pretty insane how much this can actually dish out. Also just to protect allies. It makes them that much tankier. Tundra.
Can they ever really try and go on this Pudge?
They're going to try. Dispel.
Schofield. He's going to make the jump in, close in. They get the burn strike on a Whisper. Whisper, is he able to survive? BKB's going to be there in time, and he's able to get the Supernova off. They're going to turn straight towards the egg. They'll kill it off successfully. On the back lines, though, King Jungles and Analog chase down BZM. The buybacks coming in from both Whisper and BZM.
Crystallis.
The fight locking down Crystallis. He's going to start to try to heal up, but they're holding back with the disruption. He's going to get surrounded, punched up. Can he actually
three cores are gone. Heroic's got everything. Whisper with the buyback. They're ready to end it.
They're absolutely ready to move on here in the lower bracket. Heroic ready to go down the mid.
Oh, I mean, Whisper, that's why he's been holding the gold, too. He can just buy back, buy an item, join in the fray, and it's done.
GG is called. Heroic will move forward in the lower bracket, knocking out Tundra 2-0.
Unreal team fight from Heroic today. They came in and ready. That was a beautiful display. This last fight in particular, too, you can see how confident they were. They saw one hero, their buddy gets jumped. They just jumped Whisper with no hesitation. Yeah, he dies. His egg gets killed, but he buys back, jumps into the fray immediately, and they just completely outnumbered them. Tundra, it looks like they don't know what hit them.
I don't think they do that last fight. The chaos that Heroic will bring, just a beautiful culmination of what they've been able to show so far in these two games. I mean, this is sort of the Heroic, but I think people were expecting to see yesterday. We didn't get it then, but today we get absolute peak Heroic.
It's relentless aggression, truly to their name. Schofield, crazy plays from the Tusk. Have to give a ton of credit to the double supports. Both games styling, making crazy moves in comparison. But yeah, what a game overall. Heroic came in with a plan. Their first big pudge, they flexed it, they switched things around. Yeah. They get Whisper on this Phoenix, and my God, if this guy gets Phoenix or Bat in some of these games, it is very terrifying.
Yeah, tough end of the road here for Tundra. Not quite able to do it today. Of course, they did well to come this far, having to play on with the stand-in. Toby obviously doing an excellent job stepping into the role, but was not quite enough today to give them the chance to take a game, let alone the series, against Heroic. I mean, moving forward, right, Heroic, they got to be a pretty nasty team to try and draft against, right, when they're able to pull this sort of stuff out. It's like, are you banning the budget? The flexibility they have with it is pretty ridiculous. Yuma gets to show up with it this game.
I mean, Moon said it himself, too, when he was on the coaching interview. They flex like crazy,
they
so
do.
It's hard to predict them, but also they are, I'll call them kind of trendsetters in a way, because they're not doing what the meta has been sort of dictated.
No.
How many Dominator plays have we seen? How many creep cutting, teams playing slow, waiting for timings? That is not Heroic. Heroic is just relentless. They're looking for plays, looking for fights, playing on every timing. This is a very fun series in particular for the side of Heroic.
And especially to come back after what was a pretty rough game too yesterday, right? Yes. They were getting kind of outplayed on kind of all fronts in that second game. And then to come in today, and Analog in particular, he stepped it up massively. A beautiful 2 games from him. And to come in with something like this Brood, again, you got to remember, came in as the 3rd pick and still had an incredible impact with this mid-Brood. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Heroic moving on 2-0. They knocked Tundra out.
I'm here with Analog from Heroic, who has just secured top 6 at TI, and by the way, the first Brazilians to ever do so. How does that feel?
Feels very good to be here. It's like a dream for all of us, and much love for everyone supporting us in home here. It's so nice to represent this South America. Let's go.
Ten seconds to go. 5 seconds. You're up. Ten seconds to go. 5 seconds. Your pick. Ten seconds to go. 5 seconds. Better get ready. "30 seconds to showtime."
Hi, hi. Yeah. Huh. Yes.
And away we go.
Right. Coming through. Right to it.
Tis non-cupatory.
Nice little morsel. Waiting in. Marvelous. Nice and sharp now. Yo, makes me down. Time for a little butchery. Clear the chopping block. Yep. Right. Yeah. I'm under attack.
No use crying over spilled blood.
Ah, master! And so much more to food be spilled. Marvel at the spectacle.
这大概就是年轻人的操作吧。
Forward! Ah, good idea. Yes! Heading out. You got it.
Your mid tower ain't doing too well.
Huh? I will devour you. I need a new pair of pants. Whatever. Yep. Get over here.
So much for the Radiance Courier. Poor little fella. Someone took out the Radiance Courier.
Ah, good idea. Nice and sharp. Chop, chop!
Your mid tower's coming apart.
Forward! And yes! It's all the same. Aye, aye! Bigger pride. Coming, friend! Waiting in. Right to it. Cut to the chase. The bridge is nice and sharp. Here I come. Tour time! You've got it. Skin you for that. I'm under attack! Yes. Yes. Here I come. I'll be chopping off double damage. Forward. Yes. Fresh top.
The Radiant's courier didn't make it. Hate to be in mid-tower right about now.
Trick of the trade.
The mid-tower's in a bit of a bind.
You won't feel. And now. Missing middle. Waiting in. The chopping block party. Right to it. Whatever.
Dire structures looking fortified.
Lost.
That top tower of yours ain't doing so good. Top tower's in trouble. 5 in a row. Your top tower's getting all banged up. Almost feel bad for your top tower.
Yes! And now. Horn of the realm. Forward! It's cleaver time!
Hate to be your mid tower right about now.
Forever.
Your mid tower's coming apart. This ain't gonna end well, will it?
Coming fresh with all the farm. Shoot that damn son.
Your bottom tower ain't long for this world. They're meaning to smash that bottom tower of yours. Might want to check your bottom tower. Hope you weren't partial to your bottom tower. The other fella's aiming to wreck your bottom tower. Them Dia buildings are tough as nails for now. Your mid tower ain't doing too well. Going for broke.
Unlucky. Oh, they're gonna hate me for this. Your cap. Smack. Eat some. Run. Yes.
Your top tower's getting all banged up.
Yep. Right.
Your mid tower's in a bit of a bind.
Get him!
6 in a row. Your mid tower needs a little help. Your mid tower's gone. 7 in a row. Your mid tower's in a bit of a bind.
Unlucky. You give your life.
Dying's just a part of living. And we're back. Your top tower's in trouble. Good luck out there. Almost feel bad for your top tower.
Forward!
So much for your top tower.
Yes!
Eight in a row.
Boy, classmate! Waiting.
Nine in a row. The Dire went and fortified their structures. Your mid tower's coming apart. Your mid tower needs a little help.
Good idea. Fill your lungs up. Yeah. You got it.
That top tower of yours ain't doing so good.
Whatever.
Your top tower's hurting. Almost feel bad for your top
Your
tower.
eyes open, didn't it?
That top tower, you're somebody doing so good.
Coming out. Marvel at the spectacle!
Your top tower's hurting. The fine mess we got here. Too bad about your top tower. No breaking through the Dire structures for now.
Smell the fresh air.
The other fella's bottom tower's gone for good. 6 in a row.
Waiting. Whoa. Coming through. Boy. Forward. Right to it.
9 in a row.
Why am I surrounded
7 in a row.
neon?
mid tower ain't doing too well. Think the gods are gonna help? Hate to be your mid tower right about now.
Why am I surrounded by such peons?
Your mid tower needs a little help. Your mid tower's in a bit of a bind. Your mid tower's coming apart.
Right.
Your mid tower ain't doing too well. Bad news about your mid tower.
Ah! Short sighted of you. Yeah! Hi, hi! Here I come! Huh? Yeah. Good idea. That was the vessel. Your ignorance ensured your demise. That was the vessel.
Your bottom tower's in a tight spot. To get that 10 in a row.
What more stuff? Yes. Coming, friend. Catch a mistake. Yeah. Super time! Forward! We'll defy ye! Let's
Nine in a row.
I'll take you.
Might want to check your bottom tower.
Бей, бей, просто уничтожь!
Think I lost count. Wait, how many is that now? Two down.
That was the vessel.
They're meaning to smash that bottom tower here. The Dire wouldn't fortify their structures.
Yes! I'm under attack! Yeah, that changed it, didn't it?
Might want to check your bottom tower. Somebody's on a roll.
That was regrettable.
The other fella's aiming to wreck your bottom tower.
Get over me. I'll do the same.
That's 4 in a row. Hate to be your mid tower right about now. How about that?
Well played. Here I come. Right. Oh, yes. Forward! Yeah. Right. Heading out. Well played. Right to it.
Bleed for me.
Waiting in. Yes. Good idea. Coming through.
Dire structures looking fortified.
Yes!
Brownie!
I'm under attack!
Your bottom tower belongs to this world. Good luck getting it. Two down. Three down.
I think you can...
Unlucky! Бей, просунь.
They're meaning to smash that bottom tower of yours. Hate to be your mid tower right about now. Your mid tower ain't doing too well. Your mid tower's coming apart. Your mid tower's done for.
Lightning! Forward! Whatever. Here I come! Right. Right.
Ain't seen this many trees in a long time.
Ah! You got it. Yeah. What a handsome devil. And now. Coming through. Good idea. Yes.
So much for the Radiant's courier, little fella.
Forward!
The other fellas can save that top tower.
Whatever. Right to it.
Can't do nothing about dire structures right now.
You got it. Lovely. Oh, yes. Get over it. Waiting in. Here I come! Coming through. Hi, hi.
That's 4 in a row.
That was regrettable.
Five in a row. 2 down.
Yes! Get over here! Ah! Fresh meat! It's not legged.
breaking through the dire structures for now. The fella's bottom tower's done for. He'll feel that. Roche just got stomped by the Radiant.
Right to it. Waiting. Yep. About time. Yeah. Take now. Coming straight. Hi, hi. Under attack. Forward.
7 in a row.
Oh, they're gonna hate me for this. Got it. All in a day's killing.
No breaking down the Radiant structures like this. The other fella's lost the mid tower. Just like that. That's 4 in a row.
Invisibility. Fresh chops. Bounty. Here I come.
Them dire buildings are tough as nails for now.
Deep breath. Waiting in. Oh, yes! Coming through. Whatever. Smack it. Lovely.
Your mid-rack is getting smashed. This ought to be good.
Hi, hi.
Other fellas are after your mid-racks.
You got it.
Your mid-racks is getting smashed to splitters. Your mid-racks didn't make it.
Bigger pain. And now. Right to it.
9 in a row.
Forward. Forward. Here I come. Right. Super time. Right to it.
Oh, yeah. That's the good stuff.
Hi, hi. Yeah.
5 in a row.
Coming through. Good idea. Oh, yes! Ah! About bloody time for a little butchery. Whoa! Oh, yes.
Your top tower's in trouble.
Waiting in. Head now. Oh, yes. Right. Oh, yeah. I'll bring the sword to the land. Yes. Clear that topping block. I'm under attack.
Best mind your mid-rack. 6 in a row.
Never give up. Coin of the realm. Seven in a row. Never give up. Go get him. Good night to you. Hi, hi. Heading out. Yep. Forward. Yes. You got this. Your bottom tower's in a tight spot. Right to it. Your bottom tower's toast. Right. Your bottom tower ain't long for this world. Hate to say it. 8 in a row. I'm under attack. 2 down. Never give up. Here I come. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Inside. Smell the fresh. Let's just say it's a winning streak. Wait me. Coming through. Regeneration. Yes. Have fun trying to bust down radiant structures now. How about that? Nothing left for the other fella's mid-tower. The other fella's mid-ranks won't be making trouble. The other fella's mid-ranks. That ought to put a scare in him. Too soon. No breaking through the dire structures for now. Somebody's cooking. Down you go! it now. There. Yes! Haste. You got it. I'm under attack! Never give up.
Radiant structures must have been fortified. No idea how many that was. The other fella's bottom tower, nothing but fragments. The other fella's bottom racks is gone for good. The other fellas will have to do without that bottom racks. The other fellas couldn't save that top tower. Well, that could have gone worse. The other fella's top tower actually that did it for the other fella's top rack. They won't soon forget this. The other fella's top rack ain't gonna be taking me down to make it creep. Forward!
I'm under attack! Get over! It's so angry. Yeah.
That's 4 in a row. There goes one of the other fellas mid-towers. Can't do nothing about dire structures right now.
Coming through.
Dire's done it again.
About a quarter of that on his own on Ghost. And yeah, this mid tower, not long for this world. Shiro's trying to be annoying. Potentially later for himself too, for even more ability to traverse
Noob's general presence, puts down a couple nice wards. Only question is, will he be spotted at some point? No, we'll be able to TP out, so some good vision now. If they're able to use that in the coming minutes, as again, the lead just continues to grow. This is not one of those games where you get an Aegis and it kind of plateaus, which has felt like it's happened a couple, like maybe more games than we're used to seeing in the earlier games that we have cast, but this time around, NGX continuing to expand.
Yeah, they're going to finish this bot lane as well. I think even if the Aegis expires, they're still going to try to commit for this tower. But of course, the dream would be to not get into that situation. We've got 25 seconds. There is a glyph. Tidebound are thinking about it this time.
They sure are. It's a little bit more of a commitment as Shiro will burn about half the mana from Ghost, even more now. Butterfly online for Shiro.
12 seconds. Keep an eye on the timer here. And yeah, Ghost will respect it. So they do defend. So 2.5 towers, a Tormentor, and a quarter of a tier 3 is what Ghost will get in this 5-minute period. Not too shabby.
Yeah.
Almost has Scotty as well.
That's pretty good. Not too bad farming. You can see Tidebound.
Yep, they're going to try to do something.
Nice headshot onto smoke target. Mel didn't even see him.
This is one of those moments where you go, I was here, Shannon. They're making a move on Tidebound. We were here to witness Tidebound moving as a unit in smoke.
Their creeps are killing all of the neutrals in the meantime, as finally Tidebound is revealed and they find absolutely nothing.
This is what I bought the postcard for. That was really uninteresting to write home about. All right, nothing to say is back to farming.
Yep, doing his best. He'll have BKB relatively shortly, so just the recipe away at this point. That's still so far behind.
Oh, they're going to try again.
All right, through the gate.
So Bach is queuing up Aghanims now on the Underlord. We both love to see that. Of course, coolest when you've got the Gleipnir.
Oh, this was scanned out. Noob.
Oh, that's a very, very good read.
This might be 2 smokes in a row kind of waste, although Noob, he popped his ult inside the Pit of Malice, though. Reinforcements are going to arrive pretty shortly, but the Global Silence comes out, and the Mortimer's Kisses destroy him. But incoming Sumail with the BKB pierce the veil. First to fall is the Sapphire. You can see the Fiend's grip onto the Gyrocopter. Do they have the damage? They have the lockdown. They have everything. This is not even remotely close. And now the Underlord inside of that nightmare, inside his own Pit of Malice, just getting kited to a high degree. They lose the Lycan to start the fight, but they can 4 straight kills right after.
Nothing to say had no play there. He got caught by the Clockwork, and he echoed the clock and tried to cast Fissure 7 times in a row, and then he died.
Look at the battery.
Yeah, he kept trying. And, I mean, you've got the Kaya, but you don't have Kaya Yasha, so that's not going to happen.
Man, like, what a last pick Clockwork, huh?
Yeah, it's
crazy.
The Clockwork pick has been really good, but again, I think this is the second game of Nothing to Say Shaker we've seen this tournament. It just leaves a lot to be desired, right? And Nick McGalaxy, they know exactly how to approach this. Keeping in mind, this could have been even better, right? They scanned them out. Noob knew they were coming. He pops ult. If he's a little bit further right here, he might not even get caught to begin with. And that could have just been a clean sweep. At the very least for Tidebound, they get a little bit of a trade. But keep an eye on the Shaker here in the top left. So Nothing to Say comes through the gate immediately into the calling. Gets hookshot up there. Now, you're not going to see the rest on camera, but trust me when I say he did nothing. And his health is just falling by the minute.
I trust you, Cinderin.
I take it back. He did echo the Clockwork. He did 200 damage.
Okay. Technically incorrect, but effectively correct. A 4 for 1. NGX, 16K lead. This is starting to look quite insurmountable. So what can Tidebound do to get back in this game? Is it just a high ground defense type of deal? Do you have to contest second Roche?
There's a couple of things I think they can do still, or that they especially could have done better.
Hook shot.
Hang on.
They find Planet. That shot misses, but they have the damage nonetheless.
Doesn't matter, yeah. Too much damage.
Fire onto Shiro. Good Manta, though.
They have to have better formation. I think the way Nothing to Say arrived into that fight is just a no-go. You cannot have Shaker arrive into the center of the fight. The gate has to be placed more on the left if you want him to come in through the gate. Otherwise, he needs to be there at the beginning of the fight off to the side to avoid the Clockwork. Aside from that, obviously key items coming up. This Shaker BKB will potentially finally allow him to do something. Gyro Satanic will help as well. Shiro can be... As much as we've talked about Nick McGalaxy not having or Medusa being almost unkillable with single target damage, a Gyro Satanic is also tough to bring down for the NGX side. They don't have that overwhelming single target damage just yet. Sumail will get there, but right now the hard hitter on one target is actually Lycan. As I say that, Deuce almost has MKB, so maybe not.
Yeah, we haven't even talked
Ghost
much about
just ahead by a full item.
Yeah, absolutely. This is, I mean, Medusa is one of those carries. Feels like you can almost 1v5 in the late stages of the game. With that MKB relatively shortly coming online. Takes Ghost to the next level. Second Roche is available. Does NGX feel confident going for it without a pickoff first is the question. Because fighting against Tidebound in the pit is a bit of a scary proposition, and again, potential pickoff on the planet. Hook shot to start things out, and now slowed to a crawl with that Scotty from Ghost. Another easy pickoff for the NGX side.
I think that's enough to go Roche. Like, just having any hero out of play makes this extremely difficult for Tidebound side. And this is actually one of the more important Roshan pit fighting heroes, because Clockwork is going to have his eyes set on Shaker the whole time, so Snapfire is the one who actually gets to cast her ults reliably. With her in the grave, Tidebound just have to concede another objective.
And this one surely means a high ground.
This is a high ground Aegis without question. 20k lead. Dusa almost fully decked out. He's going to swap out his Falcon Blade for this Aegis, so technically for an Aegis push he could replace the treads into another item. He's queuing up BKB here on Ghost. Thought maybe we would see something even more hard-hitting to try to finish the job, like Rapier or Daedalus.
It's a little surprising going that defensive, but...
If he wants a defensive item, you could make a really good case for Pike here, I think.
Off GH, going to force out the Fiend's Gate. Nothing to say, blocks off GH, but a nice force step onto the other side. Hook shot from Omar. Looks like they're going to find the Silencer. Y is dead before he'll be able to get off Global Silencer. Attempting to go through his own gate. Box. Not going to happen. Pops the Crimson. Dies right after. Just feels like there is no opening for Tidebound.
If they want to take fights, they have to bring the gyro. I just think skirmishes like this are not possible. You're maybe a little bit naive to try to think you can kill GH there. He's got Force Staff, Lens, Essence Ring, and you didn't global. So then the full Fiend script comes out onto the Underlord as well. Just very easy and good response, and very quick responses too from the side of Nick McGallis.
Oh, they see nothing to say. The Wolves have spotted him. He's going to pop the BKB and just get crit. My goodness. You talked about the BKB being picked up. That is not what he had in mind.
That's also not what he bought it for. Ooh. I don't think he bought BKB to counter the Lycan.
Well, he popped it anyway.
Yeah, that's what...
and now the Roche banner placed, and the high ground attempt is here for NGX. What can Tidebound do? Earthshaker down for 30 seconds. He has buyback and Echo Slam, but you might have to just concede an entire lane here.
This is so difficult for Shiro to contest the Dusa with all the backup sitting behind.
Yep, Crimson is popped, so that's going to prevent some damage coming out from the Medusa, but eventually it'll wear out. 10 seconds away from nothing to say getting back in the game. But still, Ghost literally all alone on the high ground, and they can't do anything against him. Shiro already at half HP. They have to force the fortification. Is there going to be a reset from NGX? Or do they just continue? You can see the Alpha Wolf on the back line. Yeah, this is just a full lane. And now the BKB being delivered soon on the Medusa. Still 2.5 minutes on this Aegis. And if you're Tidebound, you just don't want to expend too many resources to take out life number one, because then you'll have nothing for the fight afterwards.
I don't think there's any reason to not squeeze this and try to get a second lane.
Yeah, absolutely.
You still have about half mana on the Medusa. This is the perfect camp that just spawned as well. The 4 creeps with mana for the Mystic Snake. The Ghost is going to be almost back to full when you go and hit mid now.
Oh, and just at the BKB for Omar. My goodness. Overclocking. GH, another target found, potentially.
Yep.
This is going to be a volley into a kill. So Planet just getting picked off repeatedly.
Ghost 11-0 has had a great start, and he's capitalized on it. He's converted everything he needed to from that beginning of the game, and from a draft perspective, this was exactly what Nick McGalaxy dreamt up in this game, was to get off to a hot start and just run the entire map before Tidebound's heavy 5-man slower lineup could really come online. So far in 33 minutes, they've barely got to play their heroes, and that's been a rare sight in this tournament, that a team has been destroyed this hard, this early, and been unable to find at least some sort of rebuttal. There's just been nothing.
And this is going to be a tier 3, still a minute and a half on the Aegis, so Ghost and company will certainly push the envelope to try to get this second lane. Will Tidebound try to do something, or will this just be another free set of barracks? That's going to be the last fortification for quite a while on Tidebound's side. It's a 27k lead for NGX.
There's still a full minute on this Aegis.
And once this Aegis is out, that BKB just takes its place. And this is a second lane for NGX. Uncontested as Tidebound. I mean, is there a power spike incoming? Looks like they're going to smoke up and try to surprise them. I doubt they want to go for the Medusa first. She's going to be spotted. Try to wrap around to their own triangle potentially. Sumail could be a good target. But the smoke on the other side for NGX. Omar's going to pop in. Over Glocker's place. Into the hook shot. The silencer stuck in place. You'll be able to get off the global silence. No! The silencer dead right off the bat. And you can see Nothing to Say does kill off Omar, but now he's going to get chased by Noob as Shiro full grip on the sideline. Blocks the right click damage from Noob as the GGs come out. NGX just absolutely stomped Tidebound in game 1.
Wow, that was not even remotely close. And we were talking about this at the beginning of the game. Who is going to bounce back best from their loss yesterday? Enigma Galaxy had the closer series, had more signs of life, and probably have lesser of an expectation overall, so probably playing with a bit more freedom and less pressure. And this game, Tidebound, falling victim to some of the same problems as yesterday, just inability to make moves, losing a little bit early and never really finding their footing. I think if you want to come back in this series as Tidebound, you've got to have better laning and some more opportunity to fight early. And the main thing I feel, the pattern that I have found is their support duo. In these 3 games that we've had on the main stage for them, maybe it's just a little bit too little in the damage department early on.
Yeah, I feel like Omar completely carried that early game. But either way, we go to the panel as NGX up 1-0 in this best of 3.
Yeah, an elimination best of 3. One game up is definitely where you want to be. All the fans may be sighing a little bit of relief here, but I like what Sin said. It feels like Enigma Galaxy aren't really feeling the same sort of pressure. They're coming into this, and it definitely resonated when we talked to Coach Kuro just before the game actually started. It's like, we're trying to just enjoy the games, and I'm sure they had a lot of fun and a lot of enjoyment in that game 1.
Yeah, we thought maybe he was hiding Stras with the interview. It's like, oh, that's why he's saying
yeah.
It's just
no, that's
Kuro being
actually
Kuro.
the strat.
He was being serious. Like, Sumail just wants what he wants. He's going to trust him and give it to him. He's going to try to play what he wants no matter what. And the mid-Muerta looked incredibly good in this game. There was this really cool combo between the Clockwork and Muerta where you knock back into the cogs, just bouncing around. You have the Dominator on Muerta. He was doing the knockback into, like, Centaur Stomp combo. Like, there was a lot of really cool tech that Enigma was doing in this game, and I think the only reason they can do it is because they're playing loose.
Yeah, and also the fact that I really like Cinderian mentioning the support duo, which I feel like played a huge role here, because in the early game, the Earthshaker kind of got bullied by the Muerta, but then after he got bullied, he didn't really have strong enough support to kind of help him fight around the mid lane, protect his stacks, get runes. Because if you think about it, Silencer and Snapfire, when they run into Clock and Bane, they are not going to be able to fight them. They're just weaker heroes in general, or lower damage, you know. So they lost a lot of the early control in the first 10 minutes because their support duo is just way weaker than what NGX had. And that's why I kept suggesting that Clockwork could have been good for them during the 16-17 when they had the gyro. I thought it would work for them because it also could do what the Silencer do, which is to counter the Bane in the team fight.
They picked the overall last 23rd pick coming up from NGX, and he did so much. Like, Earthshaker didn't get the chance to play the game. It's so annoying. It's one of the old school classic counters in Dota that Shaker can't really use his abilities, and he had his number throughout the whole game. But I also got to give credit to GH. His positioning on this Bane has been amazing. He got like 4 or 5 full duration grips in multiple fights, which is pretty insane to think about. You're playing against Silencer, you're playing against Snapfire, you're playing against like multiple tools that can potentially stop your grip from going off, and he's positioning. Like, there's a reason why GH right now is in top 10 on EU leaderboards.
I will be honest and say that, like, I've personally tried Bane, seeing the pros playing it. I just didn't fully understand it until like watching this game and why the win rate is so high. But to me, it seems like these good Banes like GH will walk around and just be positioned somewhere annoying. They're not necessarily looking for a kill, but GH was scouting the stacks. He was walking in and using Nightmare and then walking somebody out of a tower, and there wasn't even heroes there to help him. It was just like, I'm going to poke you, so you TP react, And if you don't, then potentially you're going to get killed. So there's this like bluff that's happening constantly on the map, this pressure that he's applying constantly on the map by just being in annoying places.
I mean, it's the repositioning, I think, because the old Bane, you couldn't do that. You go up, you sleep someone, people could tell whether they should TP or not.
Yeah, the threat is bigger now.
Yeah, when you're moving them, it's hard to know whether you should TP, and then what if you didn't TP, he dies. It's hard to decide on the moment.
Yeah.
So the support's just doing a lot on the side of Enigma Galaxy, and that was an argument that you guys were having. It's like, yes, we see so much coming out of Tidebound when it comes to the team fights. It feels like their item progression is just very straightforward, but yeah, the clock was just such a big undoing for it, the Bane as well there, and it's very easy then to look at the cores and be like, well, you had a mid laner and a carry that went deathless. So there's also praises to be sung there, but you're not having as good of a game if you're not having that impact on the support.
Yeah, I mean, it's the trifecta, the mid hero and the two supports. So every time when you talk about just the two supports, you also need to talk about what mid hero you're pairing with the supports, right? So you kind of need to enable each other. If you need more of like a range support, or you need about a more melee support, for example, or even the duo right here, with the snap and silencer, they kind of feel like they don't really complement each other enough. They feel like they are overlapping in roles in some way where they stand behind and they cast their spells, and they don't really contribute other things, in the game.
Yeah. Well, we're looking at the earlier part of this one, Lacoste, because Winter talks about it. How do you pair a mid hero with this? Sumail on the mid. Whilst we look at the stats at the end of the game, you're like, yeah, he had a great game. Everything for him was fantastic.
It definitely was, but this is a fight where he comes in with amplified damage, Helm of the Dominator. I think this item makes any mid hero viable. Like we saw Spectre being viable, we saw Faithless Void becoming more popular, but it does allow him to play his own type of a game. I was a little worried that he's not going to be, if you're pretty much building into the standard stuff coming out from mid-Muerta, if you're going for, Mjolnir, you're pretty much becoming another Medusa, but he found a way to be able to be more active, pick up that Dominator and then go for the Witchblade as well, having a bit of a mixed damage as well, but be very annoying on the map. This is also a fight where NGX, they're 4k gold ahead, they're trying to initiate on an Earthshaker, and his Blink Dagger is being delivered pretty much on the courier, and he's going to get delivered straight away, even though he did have a little bit of a survivability there. He gets the blink. It seems like they're going to be able to grab the kill. Shiro joins, but they don't even pick that one up. Like, when you get that first, second Echo Slam, if you're not using it on Ancients, you want to be getting that kill. And we saw multiple times around that when they go with the Earthshaker or when he gets initiated on by a Clockwork, you're basically taking the fight 4v5.
No. I think anytime a game like this is snowballing so hard, it's almost always like down to the supports. It's like, how are those first rune rotations going? Like when these heroes are actually connecting together. And I would definitely agree that when I look at the trios for Tidebound, I'm like, who are the three heroes that are supposed to play together? Like Underlord in the supports, Earthshaker in the supports. His game was kind of rough. Like we saw the Blink Dagger play, but the moment that doesn't connect, this is the moment for you. Sumail just walking out of that is the most devastating thing possible in this game.
It felt like they were trying to give that kill to their core. It's like, okay, maybe that's the way back into it, but then you're questioning how much does the Earthshaker take? Are we actually going to, let this Muerta walk away? Yeah, unfortunately you do. Things start to fall apart, but there's still plenty more team fights that you can try and find something for yourself. In the middle part of this game, across 28 minutes, that was where we saw another one where it's like, okay, can we see Tidebound really step up?
This is also going to be another fight where GH gets insanely good grip, but first the fight starts, they're going to be killing off Wolf immediately, so Noob is gone. But this is basically 4 versus 5 fight. You have 2 auras on Bach. It feels like they're super strong, but look at that grip. Immediately burning his mana, and then Sumail comes in. Rest of the team is also playing on a different side. You can see the Clockwork being super annoying, going onto the Earthshaker, not allowing him to play the game. And then Bach is isolated because he's just a tanky guy, and they will have more than enough damage to take it. At the start, it looked like an okay fight for Team Tidebound, but in the end, when you see the big picture, how the fight is going to be played out, it's just not worth taking that risk.
I mean, this fight is like a perfect illustration about they didn't really have a mid hero. They technically have 3 support heroes because Earthshaker was so far behind, so he couldn't really output damage. And once the grip went out on the gyro, they have no damage in the team fight.
The really small thing about that play as well that I think was so great for Enigma Galaxy is you see Noob die immediately, and that's what you're talking about, the numbers. But he places his creep, right? He's held on creep at a point where when the smoke breaks, everyone else around in his team is able to position to take the fight better. I think that's what's so amazing is, yes, he sacrifices his life. Yes, he's a core. But the vision he gave and everything else set up for that perfect nightmare, set up for the Muerta to be in a great place.
And the creep still has impact after he's dead. Like, this is why the item is so strong. It's essentially like another hero. He helps the Clockwork zone the Earthshaker. I think the only way you turn a fight like that is a big Echo Slime. Like, that's the whole point of this hero. This is how you get back in the game. So identifying that and punishing that is another thing where we can say, like, Omar, he played this game extremely well. Not only did he carry the early game, he carried the team fights. Because what we didn't see, because he played well, is that big echo into comeback potential.
Okay, we keep talking about the Shaker, and we said how rough his game was, but Purge himself is going to break it down a little bit more as to why these things happened.
Thank you, Nat. Yeah, that was the most integral part of the game, in my opinion, for Enigma Galaxy going forward, and it all started with their draft, basically. They picked supports that were going to win the side lane, and then in the last pick, they shifted the Muerta from an expected pause 4 into a mid lane against the Earthshaker. And if you've been watching this clip, he has been right-clicking the crap out of Nothing to Say. Nothing to Say has done a great job getting last hits, and frankly, throughout the laning stage, the first 5 or 6 minutes, he does a great job getting last hits and denies as a whole. But the constant pressure from Sumail that comes is causing him to spend more money on regen and make different decisions that he normally wouldn't want to make. So this pressure from Sumail's not spending money on resources. He does not buy a bottle. Nothing to Say does purchase a bottle for himself because he just needs it. Every time he's going for last hits and Sumail's ability is off cooldown, he's going to hit that to get some nice harass in with right click. Even watch this range creep here. This one that he's going to, Nothing to Say is going to want to go for a deny here if he can manage it. But if he approaches at all, he has to worry about this nuke into multiple right-click every single time that he ends up approaching. So this shifts at the 2-minute mark. That's the first water runes coming. Sumail even gets to get his own water rune. Again, he hasn't bought any resources other than a single set of tangos. And Nothing to Say on the other side doesn't get to refill his bottle a single time. The supports won their lanes, and then the Bane's going to rotate towards the bot rune, towards the top rune, and the clock can also do the same on the bot rune. So Nothing to Say just doesn't even get access to refilling his bottle, which is getting him farther and farther behind with regen. And this obviously cascades even farther. Here's the 4-minute mark, same thing, Clockwork, Bane, moving to the water runes. They end up collapsing and getting a kill on Nothing to Say a little bit later. Kind of interestingly, they actually sent the Wolves all the way across the map to also participate in this. That's after Nothing to Say comes back. And the tough thing is that if you look at the map, this Sentry Ward here blocked the Ancient Camp. That Sentry Ward died of old age, and normally when you're playing in mid Earthshaker, what you're anticipating getting out of the map is a laning stage into an Echo Slam on the Ancient Creep. That just didn't happen this game. So he had a rough lane, got harassed constantly. Sumail went the greediest possible item, which was going to be Helm the Dominator. He took the Earthshaker's mid tower at 9 minutes, which basically means that Nothing to Say now has even less space on the map to get things done. He doesn't have an Echo Slam combo to get himself gold. And then to make things worse, his first couple of ganks don't go so well. So that was why he got so far behind. Less levels, less gold, less everything. And Enigma Galaxy got to do exactly what they wanted.
A fantastic breakdown from Purge, really eye-opening about why that Blink Dagger for reveal was actually so important, why we should have seen them commit a little bit more on getting that kill.
I'm sorry, I just need to mention, every time we go to Purge, it's like the weatherman that's like, devastating hurricane in Florida. It's always like, here's how the most devastating thing happened.
No.
Like, I didn't notice the Ancients being blocked. But
not that bad.
They learned a lesson. Yesterday when they were playing against BB Team, that game number 1, they tried to invade into Earthshaker's triangle, and they got one hero immediately deleted from the game. So this time around, they were just, well, let's take it slowly. Let's just put a sentry down. It's a much easier approach, and they also did manage to shut him down completely in that mid lane, killing his tower, which resulted in NTS not having a game. I was checking the numbers. He only did 7,000 damage as Earthshaker.
Yeah, devastating news. I don't know if that's the time that we wanted to drop it as our team are walking back out on stage. Tidebound, hopefully going to be able to find some energy, find some new strats for themselves. Enigma Galaxy, well, they're getting a lot of cheers, a lot of waves from the fans as well here. And I have the question mark about this Earthshaker. Coming into the tournament, everyone had their eyes on him. It felt like he was doing great in the road to the international playoffs, but now that we're on stage, it's not garnering the same success. More things about blocking Ancients, more things about bullying in mid-matchups just aren't going the way of this hero having the good setup it needs.
I think NGX is just smart. They found a counter. Like, I legitimately think if Earthshaker comes out again, they're going to pick Muerta mid. To me, this looks like a counter. Like, all of these little plays that
I thought you were going to say if someone's going to be picking Earthshaker, they're going to be banning out Clockwork.
Yeah, that was also looking like
he was definitely going to say that, yeah.
They banned Queen of Pain, which has looked good against Earthshaker, and I think heroes fall out of favor whenever they're really overpowered, when there are like 2 to 3 really good solutions to them, because then there's always going to be one where you can't ban it. Like, you can't ban them all, and this is when a hero falls out of meta. So maybe the stock in Earthshaker should just go down, or we should start seeing it be flexed more to the other roles, like we keep talking about, but it seems like it never happens.
I mean, it's the lane, right? I think they expose how vulnerable Earthshaker is in the lane. Maybe teams overrating the hero a little bit. He's still strong, but you don't want to open the draft with Earthshaker quickly because he can run into lanes where he can't really play.
Ranged heroes definitely destroy him in lane.
Yeah,
like
ranged heroes and probably blocking the camp. Those are the two things.
Those are the 2 things. Yeah.
You have to look out, and obviously also the supports. You need to have the right supports to enable you to be able to do that.
But if you're an offlaner, there's a lot less stock in like committing to shutting the hero down, like in blocking the camp, because then you could stack the other camps on the side of the map, right? Like, there are other options, and there's like less value in like, okay, we need to get this Blink Dagger super early because this is our mid hero. We need to play around it. So maybe a flex should come into play.
Yeah, it's also maybe not relying on just your mid player being the playmaker. That's something that's normally very like cohesive with, okay, a mid laner is going to be our playmaker. They're the one that's going to run around with the support. Maybe you're still fine if your mid laner has a rough game if there is a backup in an off laner.
Yeah, definitely the case. Like, I think Underlord is just a weird hero to play around. Like, a lot of the time that it's not in the meta, this is the thing that we point to for why not, is that you need a lot of levels before you can start really being active. Like, it's more like you're active with other heroes, and then he ults in and gives auras.
These teams aren't wasting any time, by the way. They're back in their booths, and they are back into draft for game number 2.
Team Tidebound versus Nigma Galaxy. Game 2.
Top 8, that would be the placement Tidebound to get for themselves if they aren't able to bring something out of the bag for game number 2. Elimination is on the line. Nigma Galaxy, they kind of just want to repeat what's been happening, hoping for themselves that it's going to go the same way, and at least for draft's sake, it's going to start out in a very similar fashion. They're having first pick here.
It leaves Invoker in the pool again. They had to switch things up, removing this Lycan, which did cause a lot of issues for them. But Nigma Galaxy, they don't want to mess around. Muerta, now they've shown that they can play this from 2 different roles, and I'm also pretty sure that Ghost can play it. You have to have that third option if necessary, because Muerta with the other facet does allow you to play from the carrier role, and she seems relatively good, I would say, but what Sumail has shown in the previous game is that he can pretty much play anything Kurotoken and Inter. It's Sumail. He's going to be playing whatever he wants, and the King is back. I'm not just talking about the Sand King, but also Sumail. He's having some top-notch performances.
Yeah, this is going to become, I think, a very high-value pick here, going maybe deeper in the tournament. This Muerta hero, if you can actually play her mid with the Helm build, I think this hero just gives you so much value in the draft. You open the draft with the hero, it doesn't reveal too much, and you can swap her to a support.
Yeah. I mean, very recently it was like considered an S tier support, and I remember we always questioned like, why is it falling off? You know, the Ag
they
build.
They nerfed the Ags. I think that's probably the main reason. And you don't have the and the talents, right? You don't have the
level
double,
20 and 25.
Yeah, 20 to 25.
It still felt like something that could come out, especially for like the specialty players. So I'm glad to see that it is coming out. But when you have heroes in the first phase, like, they almost always have to be flexed.
Yeah, I mean, the Sand King is like an appropriate response to that. Kind of like also a mid hero / off-lane hero, flex hero, so you can decide it somewhere down the road. I think this is a pretty nice response, so you don't really, once again, show too much, and you're going to have to really be thinking about your support role, right? So the Bane is going to be the one that is the first one being snatched up by Team Tidebound.
So Tidebound is not going to have the same issue as last game, where they don't have like a mid or an off lane to be in that trio, because Sand King doesn't need items. He doesn't need a Blink Dagger. You can just run with him, and he has a lot of damage between the Epicenter and even the Sandstorm. Like, obviously, he does want to get a Blink at some point. He will love to farm those Ancients. but you can still play around him early. It's not going to be this like Underlord Earthshaker mid waiting for Blink scenario.
He also is like kind of, I think, stronger in the lane if you play him mid against range heroes, because you kind of just farm, push out the wave, and you don't really get right click so much like what we saw with the Earthshaker against the Muerta.
Yeah, your battle is not with the mid laner, it's with the sentry wards that they're putting down.
Comes again. I mean, Clockwork was a real menace in the previous game. We did mention that he needs to pop off in the previous game because they didn't have that many setups, and now the same thing. Bane doesn't like to play into Clockwork. You're playing into Muerta as well. Phoenix, there's no real attack speed that is coming out, at least now. I think they could potentially pick up that Snapfire that is still available. You have an Egg Hitter, you have something against the Clockwork. Magical damage against Muerta works really well, pairing up with the Sanking. I think this time around Tidebound did a very good job trying to address some of the issues, especially against this Muerta. Phoenix as well, you have the burst damage. Like, you can initiate onto a hero and try to kill it.
I think that's an S-tier suggestion, and that would give them a very strong trio at running around and doing stuff in the early game.
Yeah.
You have Bane to set up, and then you Snapfire that's doing damage.
I probably want to show like one support plus the mid, plus the carry here, and keep the Sanking flexible if they can. Well, they go for the Grimstroke here.
Cool. They're going for something else.
Double grip?
Yeah, double grip, double burrow, which is incredible because then you burrow, both targets, and then the burrow under. Anyway, the Grimstroke, you're getting like extra damage because burrow hits multiple targets. It's like AoE, but it works with the Grimstroke ult.
Okay.
But I love Grimstroke against Muerta because you get the innate where you can hit ethereal targets, but then you get a unit that's also magic immune. So the illusion that you get is like legitimately God. You cannot deal with this illusion.
Yeah, Phoenix also hates the silence, the ghost,
Yeah, true.
You can't really deal with it. And they have a pretty nice Inkswell target with the Sanking. I think every time you see a Grimstroke being picked, immediately you think, oh, does their lineup work well with the Grimstroke? And right now they have the double grip and the Inkswell target on the Sanking. Undying, okay.
That's a mid Sanking in the core. Undying.
Off-lane Undying.
They want to get a fight. They want to get those auras instantly. Enigma Galaxy immediately taking out Medusa. Like, the damage that they do have is really that great. Plus, you also have ways of dealing with Undying. Tombstone, Medusa, Gyrocopter, these type of stuff are always going to be
But at the same time, Grimstroke acts, against Medusa.
This is another great illusion target. And I will say the same thing that I said last game, which is Team Tidebound, they seem to think that they need a Crimson Pipefire versus Medusa. And Undying is an excellent Crimson Pipefire, especially the Crimson, because all the strength that you're stealing is giving you more protection against these small instances of damage that Medusa is doing, but it doesn't seem like NGX cares.
I'll go with the crowd. I'm going to say crowd wants to see Ogre, and that's going to be the last thing. It's all that clapping, right?
I like how Lacoste can make anything work for his imagination here. What did you...
Wait, which team is picking Ogre?
He doesn't think any, but
Sigma Galaxy, he doesn't care. Any of them.
I mean, if we can have Muerta mid, if we can have these Pudge carries, why not Ogre?
If it comes out, you need to go down there and start trying.
I will.
Let me ask you, do you buy Helm on Ogre or Midas on Ogre?
Midas. Midas 100% of the time.
There you go.
100% of the time. Oh, let's see what exactly is going to be banned out. Last time that they picked the Medusa, they banned the AM, and it was just the Dark Seer. They felt like that was what they were looking for, something that really countered the Medusa. But the offlane has already been shown in Undying, so is that where your ban was?
Maybe Tidebound could pick Morphling, because I think it's really good against Medusa.
I thought you were going to say that the crowd was doing waves. Yeah.
Come on, dude. I was setting up for the punchline. Come on. Yeah, it was a wave type thing, but then I thought Shiro actually plays Morphling. It's not genuinely not that bad. Turning into Medusa is very powerful.
Now full of jokesters on this panel. Having too much fun. But thinking a lot about this, it went straight from this Clockwork. They knew exactly that they wanted the Medusa out of this into the AM ban, but now is where it's stalling out a little bit, Winter.
I mean, there's definitely still a lot of other decent options. I think Terrorblade is kind of okay too, you can kind of hit the egg, you can make Medusa copies of your own. You're kind of like a Darkseer in a way. So I think there's still options here.
Oh, Jug would have been good.
How come?
Diffusal builder against Medusa. I also think people generally enjoy that matchup. Like in the Omni Slash, you can do enough damage to kill.
I mean, you also spin and kill the egg, so that's like two reasons to pick the job. I mean, the mask kind of also really rounds up the whole lineup here. Protection for the egg. It kind of also maybe stops certain heroes like TB. You dissuade those heroes. Well, they're gonna go for the Faceless Void here. So the other lineup is gonna be very, very slow, and you have triple melee calls here.
That is a classic Medusa counter, though. I remember BB Team was the first team to show this, where you simply kill everyone else, and Medusa does such small instances of damage that Void will...
Yeah, but what if the egg is the carry right now, because you can't kill the egg? You have 3 melee calls, and your supports are probably not going to
pretty bad at it. So it needs
true.
to be Faceless Void who needs to actually hit the egg.
Yeah. Early Manta style from him. This is going to be necessary. Attack speed items.
Yeah.
So the impact of the Phoenix is still going to stay there. It's rising in popularity a little bit, but we mostly see it played in.
I mean, it's also Phoenix plus Medusa, right? The gaze and the egg, so you're not hitting the egg. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, tough to disengage there. So now the question is, you guys have favored a team normally when it comes to a team fight, when you see the lanes play out. But can you see that when it comes to these two drafts and these two teams?
I mean, the trifecta again, right? You're going to be looking at the trifecta. So it's going to be Moita, Phoenix, Clock. I think that's probably more all-rounder compared to the Sand King, Bane, and Grim. I think Grim is the weakest hero here when it comes to the rune fighting. So I think I'm going to give the trifecta advantage to Nigma Galaxy. They're probably going to be able to get slightly ahead in terms of their runes, and they're going to be able to use it to snowball game, what happened in the first game with the Moita.
I think Tide Bounce is way better than last game.
It is.
We're going to see an actual competitive game here rather than just the stomp of game one.
Yeah, it's not like last game, but I still think that the Grim is going to be a weaker one. The weakest hero among the...
Yeah, he's playing into Mars, which he doesn't like to play Clockwork as well. I think these two supports from Tidebound could suffer a lot if they're getting initiated on. Sure, there is some counterplay to it with the Sanking Stun, with the Undying using the Tombstone, popping the Aura's Chronosphere from the Faceless Void, but overall, if Nigma Galaxy is being the one who's super aggressive, they're initiating the fights, I can feel these two supports having a really rough time.
And yourself, Jenkins?
Yeah, I agree. I would say I think NGX got something very similar to what they got in the first game, perhaps even easier to execute. It's just they're dealing with a Tidebound that has an actual good duo in their support.
Yeah, Tidebound powering up, having a bit of drive for themselves in a game number 2. Let's hear from their coach exactly his thoughts on it.
Thank you very much. I am standing by with the Blink, coach of Tidebound, with Helen helping to translate, where we are seeing something interesting 2 times in a row. Sumail Muerta mid. Now, I haven't seen this before, but I was wondering, how prepared were you for them to do it 2 times in a row now?
我们2序2把都看到了苏缪的中单重音碧灵奶绿，我们是没有见过，你有见过吗？而且有没有做好准备呢？
之前有耳闻吧，也在天梯上看到他玩过。就第一把可能是我们没有处理好他这个中单奶绿，但是这把我们想了办法，好吧？我觉得他打不出上把的节奏。
So we have seen him play the hero before. In game 1, we didn't properly deal with it. However, we'll find a solution and not let him have his tempo.
Well, let's see if the solution works out. And I know behind me, are there a lot of Tidebound fans on this side? It sure sounds like it. So Blink, I was wondering, do you have any message for all the people on this side of the crowd that want to hear you really get them going?
我们身后有那么多太棒的粉丝，有没有任何想跟他们说的话呢？
谢谢大家的支持，相信我们中国队的大和，好吧？
Thank you everyone for your support. Please believe in China's Ultra Carries.
The Ultra Carries are on the field. Now let's see it in the game as we get into game number 2.
Yeah, I'd say Faceless Void is an Ultra Carry for sure.
Fits the bill.
Indeed, it feels like it comes back every single TI one way or another. The question is, will it be effective for Tidebound? As already we're getting action planted inside of the cogs. That is first blood for GH. Feels like we've seen this before.
Yep.
3 of the same 5 heroes from last game for NGX.
There are some pretty meaningful adjustments being made here, though, that do give me more faith in Tidebound to have a better showing than game number 1. The panel was talking about it. I think this time around, possibly the support pairings they have will lead to better laning. And in comparison to the Shaker mid that you and I have had some trouble seeing the impact of, mid Sand King has looked very strong and consistent in this tournament, and also doesn't lose its lanes very hard. When you have bad matchups, you just pull waves, you farm with Sandstorm, you semi-jungle. So if that is indeed the case against Muerta, again, playing that melee matchup into that, this time around, I just don't see Nothing to Say suffering as much. He's also better at getting rotated by Clockwork. You can actually stun your way out of cogs. There's a lot of upside compared to game one. But that said, Tidebound again have a relatively slow lineup. So can Nigma Galaxy play the same pace as last time, then we could see the same outcome.
Well, they don't have a Lycan this time, so going to be less action in that regard for sure. Okay, I'm going to bring up a storyline. We'll see if it comes to Beast Cinderin, but it is going to be mega hype if it does. So you remember we cast, it was Tidebound versus Extreme. Bach was playing Centaur with the cart, of course, which we're going to bring up the singular time in this cast, I promise. And on the other side, XXS was playing the Undying with the Tombstone. It was save versus save. Undying prevailed. This time, it's Bach playing Undying with the grab ally versus GH Supernova save. Which one is stronger?
Yeah, good question. We saw GH having massive impact yesterday. Even though they lost the series, his Phoenix against BB team was no joke.
It seemed almost uncounterable at that stage of the game. It feels like you just literally can't kill Egg anymore. And the range that he had was insane. Like, you can't do much about it other than try to jump him and just deal with him outright.
I guess the one upside here is the only... They have technically two BKB piercing abilities on the side of Nigma Galaxy against Void, which is Hookshot for a little stun and the Stone Gaze. But potentially Void can kill the Egg. The panel is talking about how he almost has to do it on his own. Oh, nice find there. Planet will get him.
Indeed.
Blood Grenade.
Looks like Tidebound is now on the board for game 2. And in terms of the Chronosphere damage this time around, we've talked about that being kind of a lacking thing in some of these lineups. You have Epicenter, and what else?
Epicenter, Inkswell, Stroke of Fate. It's not bad.
Does Tombstone, the zombies continue to spawn, I assume?
They spawn, but they don't attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's mainly the Sand King, obviously, but Grimstroke can be a bit of an X factor in those chronos. It also allows Void to make plays that he usually can't. Giving him that Inkswell can be very powerful.
And how's Dark Portrait this game, if the Ags ends up coming to be for Planet?
I mean, it's really good against Medusa, so that's the only hero it's good against. It's pretty bad against Muerta. So you're not necessarily looking for like a Soulbind Dark Portrait, but just a single target on the Medusa could be a really strong ability. If you consider how teams are banning Darkseer when they're running Medusa, this is a more, in some ways, more reliable counter. It's just you have to get there.
Yeah.
But the Dark Portrait illusion is very, very strong.
Nightmare Force so that the Courier survives. Omar already with less action here at the 4-minute mark. I feel like he was involved in 3 or 4 kills at this point last game, so Tidebound has certainly made some adjustments.
In similar fashion, though, the laning stage is still going well for Enigma Galaxy. It's not through kills, now it's just through the raw laning, but they are once again off to a head start. Shiro on the Faceless Void is struggling, 11-4 against Noob, 22-10 on Mars. This is, of course, a lane that you would argue favors Mars Clock, but probably not by this much. So I think a little bit of just raw outplay here as well from the side of Enigma Galaxy in their off lane. And that's probably the lane of theirs in this tournament that has leveled up the most. Noob was receiving some criticism earlier on for falling flat in some lanes in some games. I think on the big stage, he has been playing his best. And Omar as well.
Sure.
Oh, that is not an expected
Soloed by Sumail. That is a huge deal. Nobody even came to assist.
Yeah, I was not even looking for this. This is kind of crazy. Sand King, like we talked about, generally draws even bad matchups. He's just getting stomped. Sumail 34-15. The Sand King only 21-1. It makes me wonder if this is a little bit of inexperience. Sometimes the best way to play the lane is just not play it in the middle. You just pull the waves around and find a different way of navigating. Perhaps he's getting countered out by the threat of Clockwork intercepting him when he tries to go for it. But either way, the result is the same. Sumail with a 1,000 gold lead in mid at 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's looking a lot like last game without the ganking needed.
Yeah.
I guess as Omar looks like he'll find Y. Still hasn't leveled battery. Also holding on to those levels, has 2 in cogs right now. As the 6-minute rune is coming. GH and Sumail. Looks like NGX actually in good position to get whatever it is. As it will be a regen, so Sumail will be pretty happy with that. Close to his helm as well.
Yeah, he was down to like 20% mana. Just going to get it nicely filled up here so he can keep that pressure up.
Ooh. Good dive from GH. Has nothing to say. We'll be using the Sandstorm and Inkswell to clean up this stack. GH will be taking a bit of that XP though, but of course the gold a little bit more important. And we're only 30 seconds away from this Wisdom Shrine play as well. It feels like so consistently in this tournament, at the first Wisdom Shrine, it feels like we have several supports at like level 3, sometimes level 2 even. It feels just all this roaming, I suppose, just hurting their levels overall.
It's really important for both teams to try to get one here. Bach, under some pressure. He's actually getting cooked. Gets a double decay, though, but I don't know if this is going to be enough.
Sunray pretty strong. Dive to follow. Mystic Snake as well. He gets up another Soul Rip and will walk away. It looks like both Wisdom Shrines will be traded.
Yeah.
He's going for the Helm of Dom on the Undying.
Standard.
Let's get a shout out to Helm of the Dom, everybody. All right, mixed reaction. Okay.
There's one guy very loudly booing. I love that.
It's not that bad. It's really not that bad, I feel like.
Can we get a boo for Suns fans taste an item?
Okay.
Oh,
hey, my favorite item is
Aghanim
Aghanim Scepter, so you're just fooling yourselves here, all right? And Shiro. I mean, at what point can Faceless Voids join the fight these days? Obviously old days need to be stacked.
Right.
But this time around, it feels like you do need to get into the action a little bit earlier. Speaking of which, Nightmare onto Noob. Level 6 has the arena. Uses the Spear as Shiro does have Chrono if they need it, but this is a 1 versus 3. So Noob will be brought down. It will be to Y on the Bane.
It's a 3v1. You at least don't have to use Chrono there for the Faceless Void. The hero is able to join earlier. Obviously, the Helm of the Dominator build really helps with that, working in the Chrono Sphere and doing some extra damage. Nothing to say.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's better to be a Sand King than a Shaker there.
Indeed.
Actually getting out. But Void can't do it on his own in the Chrono for a very long time, so again, you're kind of reliant on team damage. If Sand King's game is as weak as it is right now, you're very far from a Blink on NCS, and he's not realistically doing meaningful damage in Chrono without a dagger. So then what do you really have? A Grimstroke Nuke and an Inkswell? It's not all that inspiring. And again, how do you kill Medusa? I think that's my big question once more.
Yeah, we can come back to that as well. As the calling place from Sumail, they want to try to do something about this ancient stack. Deadshot does miss, but why? Taking pretty heavy damage as the Pinecone will continue autonomously, it feels. Burrow Strike onto Omar. It's outside his cogs, but Bach has come to make sure that he does not get out with his life. So the Clockwork Death as Pinecone is continuing the pressure on the Y. He'll finally get some reinforcements for this pesky creep.
If that Fire Spirit would have hit, he would have died.
Gee. Nobody wants to deal with this bad boy.
I don't know if that was intentional or not, but the neutral team, yeah, they weren't happy with him. So they ran out of zombies to attack, and now they're just seeing everyone as a zombie.
Nothing to say is going to get most of these. Sumail, though, doing a good job of taking a few and disrupting this farm session for Tidebound.
I will say it's been a little bit interesting to see some of the stubbornness in drafts. Earlier this tournament, of course, we saw Heroic against Yakuto Brothers to get to this main stage. Yakuto let Meepo through twice and just got owned by it twice in a row. And now you have this series with Tidebound against Enigma Galaxy, just got handled by Medusa. And in this second game, potentially the same thing could happen. I don't think you've counterpicked it much more than last game. It's a bit better, but slightly worrisome for the side of Tidebound, whether they came to the right conclusions after game one. You're not getting a third chance. Got to deliver in this individual game or you are going home.
Indeed. And in terms of Noob's performance, obviously he's playing the Mars this game. We've talked about it in a couple of our casts in the past. It feels like he's been pretty inconsistent. Where would you put Mars on his list, though? It feels like he is one of the better ones.
Yeah, it's been one of his best heroes this tournament, but the hero in itself, it's also one of those heroes where it's really easy to look bad because the spear is so telegraphed and so iconic that if you miss 2 or 3 spears in a row, you might be like, man, I'm having an awful game. But we've had games in this tournament.
Oh, Arena comes out with the reinforcements as well. Shiro's in a bit of trouble. Gets silenced thanks to the calling. Sumail showing up.
Oh, the re-silence.
There, and Y looks to be next on the list for NGX. They're going to be able to get 2 kills here. Now, obviously, the big one onto Shiro.
That was really nicely set up with the calling. Gets the silence, and as it's breaking, the dead shot from Sumail, perfect for the re-silence. Needed both of those to land. And now this is also going to give them a tier 1 tower, most likely. I don't know if Tidebound can really muster any defense here. They're trying to get the trade. Bach with his own Warpine Raider down bottom. Going to work, and, well, they might try to defend. At least Bane has TP'd up here, but he's no threat. He's going to need some backup if he wants to truly defend this. I don't think the Hellbear Smasher is going to give up anytime soon.
And
Just kidding, it'll give up, but it'll wait for next
solo pushing.
Yep.
That's Helm of the Dom right there. Pretty crazy. Well, the tier 1 is Tidebound. This one is taking considerable damage as well, but you can see NGX just kind of chilling a bit at the moment.
Compared to game 1, I really look forward to the later team fights here in, let's say, 10 to 15 minutes, because I think this time it's less clear-cut. First of all, whether Nothing to Say is going to find impact. In the last game on Shaker, he was really struggling. Oh, hang on, might have to wait with that. GH might just get chronoed here.
Hero shows up, and actually it's the chrono onto 2, so Noob can't do too much. That's going to be a freebie for Tidebound.
Okay.
Actually, a Burrow Strike finding Omar in the meantime. Gets off the cogs, so the calling comes out with the Pierce the Veil. It's going to be a lot of damage applied. A hook shot onto the top side as Y gets stunned out, but Nothing to Say is the big kill for NGX. So far, a 1-for-1. As Tidebound now on the run. Arena is up, and Noob traps 2 members of Tidebound inside. They're going to be able to get the Tombstone along with the Bane, but Bach trying to go on top of Sumail. The Inksworm doing so much damage. Nice cog, though, separating him from the fight. Sumail now in a fight versus Shiro as the Stone Gaze comes out from Ghost at the last moment with the spear to follow. Huge kills from NGX. They save Sumail, and they get the core kills they came for.
Wow.
My goodness, that was as close as it gets.
Flawless spellcasting from Omar in this fight. He finds the perfect hook shot. He finds the perfect cogs. And on the flip side, Nothing to Say with the initial jump in the river onto the Clockwork. Have to question that one. He had no backup nearby when he went for that. You're going to see the replay here. This is when he just opened up on the clock, and they're trying to use this as a setup onto the grip, but as NTS is trying to make his way out of the cogs, he makes way for Omar for the interrupt. Now this is a nice 2-hero dead shot. Sumail is going to start being in trouble now, though. This was what I wanted to talk about. The Radiant don't have very good ways of destroying the Tombstone, so this is going to take Ghost a while, but he will get through it eventually with a little help from Noob. And now surely Sumail just dies here, right?
Yeah,
but these cogs are perfect.
Nice Lotus coming out as well. I believe that was from Ghost, actually. And the volley to trap Shiro in. Man, that was a crazy fight. Meanwhile, GH dies in live play. This team fight puts NGX ahead so far in this game, too.
I mean, there's no sugarcoating it. They've just been playing better today so far. I mean, draft is one thing, but you're looking at all the small engagements, the skirmishes, the map movements. One of these teams has leveled up, and the other one has leveled down. That's the saying?
Sure. We'll go with that.
And Team Tidebound, you got to find your footing soon. We're approaching the same state of Medusa as in game number 1. Now 3,000 net worth ahead of the Faceless Void. And yes, while that matchup arguably is a bit better than what you worked with last game with the Gyro, it's still not exactly a great counter when Medusa is ahead by even a slight amount.
Oh, hook shot from Omar. Bach gets silenced as well. They're going to use the Arena, but the spear misses. They're going to take out the tower in turn, and they might just back away as Box is going to get reinforcements now TP via the Bane, but here comes the epicenter from Nothing to Say. A lot of damage applied as GH will drop to the deck, and now Sumail slow to a crawl.
Oh, that's
Soulmine, a double grip to follow, and Tidebound have finally woken up in this series. Double kill for Nothing to Say, a 3-0 for Tidebound.
And this right there is the perfect example of what we talked about with how polarizing Mars is. You miss that stun, you lose 3 heroes.
Yeah.
You hit that spear, maybe you get the Undying Kill and you just get out. Everything completely different from that one mess up. And they're not always easy to hit, to be fair. So a good counterplay from Tidebound, getting themselves up to an 8-8 scoreline. Make no mistake, they're still behind, but they just need something to start going their way. And this time around, Nothing to Say has a meaningful amount of net worth, and he's putting it to use.
Yeah, they're going to use the Inkswell Burrow combo. Not enough. Amount of damage, but the Yules is going to save Noob. Meanwhile, Nightmare to prevent Omar from initiating. As the hook shot actually does hit on the other side of the river, Planet stuck inside the cogs now with the Sunray to follow. Dead shot as well. That'll be a dead Grimstroke.
Honestly, it's such a cool combo for Sumail to just be able to hit these dead shots all the time in the cogs. Saw the same thing in game number 1. Very well executed there.
And Shiro working on his Maelstrom, still 600 away from finishing that. And for Ghost, who in that game 1 was uncontested for the entirety of the game, it feels like.
Yep.
We'll be going for the Maelstrom as well. He's a little bit closer.
220 CS incoming at 17 minutes.
Not bad. Yeah. This Medusa seems like you need to do something about it at some point.
Eventually, Void in this game is going to buy a Disperser without question.
You said that last game.
No.
Well, not
First of all,
Void.
there wasn't a Faceless Void, and secondly, I didn't say he's definitely going to buy it.
You said he will eventually.
Well,
we never got to eventually because they just lost.
He will eventually.
Okay. Late game Dotes, here we come. Oh, they actually see Faith Beyond. Has the cover of his creep here.
I mean, I'm sure you would agree that this game state for Tidebound is significantly better than last game, right?
Yep.
Like, you're behind and Dusa is big, but you can see the potential for the team fights with the snippets of good fights that we have had so far from them. And I think the overall value of Grimstroke in this game, it totally eclipses that of Snapfire in the previous one. Because this ag that Planet is rushing can really change the game on the Grim. So he's missing about 2/3 of it. I say rushing, he's not rich.
No,
getting it first item.
Nightmare set up from Y. There's nothing to say with the Inkswell. This is going to bring GH down. As Ghost does show up. Looks like they're going to be able to get the kill onto the Bane as here comes the rest of NGX to easily take out Nothing to Say. A good response after their Phoenix goes down.
Nice and easy there for Noob on the Mars Spear, and then immediately forms the arena. Sand King walked into him in Sandstorm, so that one is just a clean hit. And another great trade, and once again, Medusa just chilling. Sun growing here. Void will be able to catch up in a relative sense to the farming speed of Medusa once he gets the Mjolnir. That helps you a lot with keeping that higher GPM, but until we get there, expect Ghost to grow this lead, now up by almost 5K. The entire lead, as a matter of fact, is sitting in the carry matchup. The rest of the cores are pretty even, which is also interesting to see compared to the previous game, because it does mean that if Tidebound managed to find fights that Medusa is not involved in, you're not at an inherently major deficit, unlike in game 1 where you were just losing in all lanes and all your cores were starting to fall behind. You have the pieces to work with here, you just need to get there. Sand King, 400 away from Ags, is a big damage upgrade for them and will allow them to kill in Chrono. So if they can weather the storm a little bit and accept the fact that Ghost will just have a free game, perhaps you can solve him in the late game.
Oh, this would be a huge kill if they can find Noob. Gets Silence to start things out. He's second net worth in the game, by the way. Really good start for him. Shiro jumps in, though, with the Chronosphere. Sunray is there, and that's going to dissuade Tidebound from going any further. Epicenter combo onto GX, but he gets the egg on the last moment. Can they kill the egg? The Mars Arena is playing. They get the Yules as well. Oh, the egg pop! GH is alive as a result. Nobody has died as well. Burrow Strike finds the Medusa. Inkswell onto Nothing to Say. He's going to get hookshot now, and now he's going to surely drop to the deck. One down for Tidebound. GH, Sunray, right on top of Bane with the spear to follow and the dead shot. That is going to be 2 kills.
Damn.
And they can go for the Tormentor play.
Cut your losses, Tidebound. Get the hell out of there. That was perfect from Noob on the Mars. It's not just the Yule timing. He had the great arena placement to protect GH from the Grimstroke outside of it with perfect timing. And without that Yule, the last attack from Sand King will destroy the egg and make for a completely different fight. Clutch. And they also get this Tormentor now. And you gotta say, for Enigma Galaxy, the name of the game has been zone control in both games. This clockwork from Omar has been amazing, and now they're adding the Mars to the mix. Just really dictating in which way Tidebound get to fight.
Yeah, and
maybe got to question the Chrono, though. Maybe a little too early. Like, Sand King wasn't fully in range. He doesn't have Axe yet. Was that really the right way to start? That was on your initiative. You could have waited until you had Axe.
Noob has Pipe now. His counterpart in Bach also does. You can see how much magic damage outside of the Faceless Void that Tidebound has at their disposal.
I mean, this
pipe is going to be... Yeah, there's not much better pipe games you can ask for.
It's the best possible item he could have bought here. This, of course, probably the Mars of the tournament we've been looking at has been XXS. Did go for this exact build as well in one of their games that we cast the Yules into Pipe. And I think he bought AC after. In that game, he maybe never even bought the Dagger. In this game, perhaps not needed. You've got Clockwork, and Omar's on fire today.
Oh, they're actually going for the Roche play. This is very risky. Rocket Flare is going to show them. Spear puts Planet back into the pit. Nightmare right now onto the Mars.
Are they out of their minds? Is this possible?
This is very difficult.
Is crazy. That is
Tombstone in the pit, and I mean, with that down, that maybe is enough for NGX just to go for this themselves, but obviously like to have it pick off first if they can.
Now there is also a Pipe on Bach, so they have a lot of damage block of their own against the side of Enigma Galaxy, but as you mentioned, no Tombstone's a pretty big deal. You do have the Epi with Axe, and they are going to potentially try to contest this fight.
This is a huge deal. 8K lead for NGX. Arena finds 2 for Noob. No follow-up yet, though, as Ghost is trickling his way over. Nice rebuke on the 2 to follow, though. Omar trying to disrupt the backside. Already the Grip Stroke is dead, and this Undying is just evaporating. Double kill for Ghost now, and inside the Cosmos, Spade is just getting completely countered. The Undying back up and running thanks to the Innate, so it's a 5 versus 3, but surely this fight is over, as NGX will be able to secure the first Roche of the game.
Man, what a total disaster for Tidebound. So, again, I'm going to come back to this. Starting on the Roche to begin with is kind of wild to me. They have really bad Roche damage. It's going to take them forever with the Tombstone. Enigma Galaxy are not going to get caught slipping there. They're going to check it. And they just get it. Not only the Roche for free, they had to work less for it than if they had gone there themselves. They also get 3 kills. And now we are looking at a game state that is reminding me an awful lot of Game 1. And unfortunately, as sad as it is to say, it does feel like Tidebound, in part, have just initiated 2 bad subsequent moves. The initial Chrono on Mars down bot where they didn't have the follow-up damage, and now this forced Roche. Perhaps the pressure getting to them a little bit. This is uncharacteristic. We did not see this from them in the first stage of the tournament, but on the big stage, they might just come in with a road to TI score of 4-1, and as it looks now, perhaps just completely bombing out 0-4 in games.
Yeah, they have not looked like the same team from earlier in the tournament, for sure. Which is weird because they have 2 TI winners, 3 including the coach. Nerves should not be an issue, but NGX on the other side, they have actually leveled up as well, because we've talked about this team in the past as well. Their biggest issue is they're inconsistent. Today, they have been very consistent. And if they can play this level, they can compete with anybody. Why? Spotting Omar in the triangle, seeing a couple stacks as well. Has 0 backup, though, as Omar using that shard to get to the high ground.
It's a good point about Enigma Galaxy. If you think about their tournament journey in general, a lot of the games they lost, they were ahead. So in most of their games, they are actually outplaying opponents the first 20 minutes. If they have solved the mid-late game problems, this is potentially the start of something big.
Omar's going to get grip, and Noob is there again with the arena play. Beam's grip is continuing. They don't have any damage, it feels like. Pipe is popped, and just like that, the fight might be over. But there's the Chronosphere. On to GH. Stonegaze is not going to be enough to prevent his death, as Shiro does take out GH in turn. So 1-for-1 support. Make it a 2-for-1 as Y will tumble. Will there be a stun here on the TPing Void? No. Battery assault down for 7 more seconds.
Nothing to say, nowhere to be seen for that engagement. They did not combine Sand King and Void at all.
And we haven't really, we haven't seen the Ags that you spoke about, what, 5 minutes ago at this point?
Hasn't been used yet.
Well, 3 minutes on this Aegis. How much can they get this time out of the first Aegis? Last time around, it was basically all the tier 2s.
Well, looks like they're going for more this time.
Yeah, well, there's
straight up
no
high
more
ground.
power.
They know there's no Chrono. Like, no Chrono, no grip. In what world do Tidebound kill Medusa twice right now.
Yep, Nightmare to start things out, but there's the creep at the ready. Helm of the Dom for the win. Nothing to say, jumps in with the Sandstorm. Gonna get Dutch shot out of it though. There's the
fortification. With the
fortification.
eggs as well on Medusa, or excuse me, on the Muerta.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, he is gonna have insane the zone control together with Mars is unreal.
And Feeble's gonna make this a little bit more annoying for Ghost, but eventually with the help of that siege creep, they get the tier 3 tower. Tidebound. Box is gonna pop his ult with the tombstone placed pretty far away as well. Pipe is activated though, as the Medusa getting pretty low on mana, but this is just life number 1 regardless. Stone Gaze already used as well. Now New coming in with the arena, onto 3 heroes, gets the spear onto Box with the dead shot to follow. That is a dead undying. Nothing to say, gets hook shot from out of nowhere by Omar, as these heroes are just dropping like flies for Tidebound. And this is surely going to be a set of racks, if not more. There are 2 buybacks still available, but a spear finding the Grimstroke, planet dead. NGX dominating again in this game too.
I mean, this might be Noob's best game of the tournament.
Absolutely.
He has missed 1 spear and everything else has just been absolutely pristine precision on all his spellcasting, decision making, itemization. He crushed his lane. He's had some haters out there telling him he doesn't belong. I'm pretty sure he's making a case in this game for why he's here. Can't really put a finger on his or Enigma Galaxy's play today, just crushing the opposition. This is not even close.
No.
We thought this series could get interesting, maybe 3 games, you know, maybe long games, in which Enigma Galaxy has had a history of struggling. Well, the great solution to throwing late game is just don't get there. Just win both games in 30 minutes.
What did they eat for breakfast? They need to replicate this for sure. Pipe activated already for Bach, and NGX with 40 seconds on the Aegis, likely to play this discipline. They will back away with a
For peace is for all.
with an enormous lead now. 20K effectively, 2 sets of barracks at only the 28-minute mark.
It's so weird how this tournament has played out. We had the first stage with all these marathon games, and you're like, all right, we get to the stage. These games are going to be long. Strap in for some long late-night days.
Yeah.
And so far, some of the shorter games on average have been on this stage. Like, some teams have just cracked the code of how to deal with the Helm of the Dom split push and slowing the game down. They're just accelerating and seemingly just have some really good individual team versus team matchups, or the 3-day break, some teams have just learned something crucial that sets them that far apart of the opposition. I kind of feel like if this was a repeat series that we would have had in the road to the International, there's no way Enigma Galaxy win 2 30-minute games then. Yeah, absolutely
for sure.
No way. Well, we're just improving at a rapid rate, and they're starting to look like a potential contender for a high placement. This is not an easy opponent. You're just making them look like a walk in the park.
And we talked about this when the format of the tournament has changed in recent memory with these breaks in between. I mean, that 3 days apparently made a huge difference for some of these teams.
Yep.
In terms of not only catching up to the meta, but perhaps solving some of it to prevent these 60-minute marathon games.
Yeah, maybe Enigma Galaxy figured out the secret breakfast 3 days ago, and they've been pumping up on it, kind of like Asterix. You get that reference?
Sure.
You don't know Asterix and Obelix?
No.
Okay, that's fine.
Nothing to say. Going to try to defend the high ground as NGX going without the Aegis, by the way, as the Tombstone is just easily going to be cleaned up by Ghost. This is going to be the last-ditch effort. Tidebound need to defend, need to delay. They're going to smoke to try to get a good initiation. There's the Eggswell with the Epicenter from Nothing to Say. The Soulbind to follow. Shiro has the Chronosphere at the right of it. Stone Gaze is doing absolute work for Ghost. Finally comes out the Chrono, but the Egg with the beautiful Sunray placement, and Tidebound have basic
basically nothing left in the tank. They are dropping hard as Shiro trying to time walk away. He'll get it. No! Triple kill for Sumail as one last dead shot for the road. Buybacks now fully expended on the Tidebound side. As Bach just getting kited to a high degree by Ghost, who's still fighting despite not having Aegis and no mana to speak of, as Noob brings Bach down and likely out for the rest of this tournament. GG is called as NGX 2-0 and continue their run here at TI.
Wow. You could have told me earlier today that Nigma Galaxy might be leveling up after their loss yesterday and they would figure something out and bring their best. I would have not believed you that this series was going to take about an hour total. Completely destroyed them both games. This Medusa strategy, Tidebound.
Talk much more about it and move on. Of course, with Nigma Galaxy advancing here, it does mean we unfortunately have to say goodbye to Team Tidebound.
Yes, thank you, Nat. I am here with Bart of Team Tidebound. Very sorry to see you guys go out at this stage of the tournament, but Team Tidebound have had a fantastic year in many ways. What was the highlight of this year for you, thinking back to happier times?
非常遗憾，但是Tidebound这个赛季也有很多的高光时刻。对你自己来说，过去这一年最高光的时刻是什么呢？
最高光时刻肯定是在雪如意拿冠军吧，那个是我们就是这队第一次冠军嘛，对。
Our highlight has to be our win in Club Vision. It was our team's first win, and it was very memorable.
Wonderful. These games seem to be a lot faster than they were in the road to TI. Is that something that you struggled to adapt to, the games being so much faster here on the main stage?
正在舞台上的比赛跟 TI 之路的比赛相比起，会节奏快很多，是没有适应呢，还是你觉得对你们有影响吗？
我觉得主要是我们自己做的不是很好吧，感觉在当前版本，就是如果打得够好的队伍，自己打的阵容体系够完整，然后失误够少的话，比赛还是会比较长的。然后我们这几把失利主要都是自己做的不够好吧。
I believe it was because we didn't deal with it properly. For stronger teams who would have a better, well-rounded strategies and less mistakes, they would have dealt with it better. So I think it was more on us.
I see. So what do you think changed between the road to TI section when you guys looked so dominant to now? Was it just the speed of the games or struggle to adapt to the changing in the meta maybe?
相比起 TI 之路的比赛，你觉得是没有适应节奏呢，还是有其他的原因呢？
我觉得是经过这几天的调整，每个队伍都有一些自己新的打法和理解吧。就比如说刚才他们的中单奶绿，然后我们就是没有，我们还是在玩一些之前比较老的东西，然后对对面没有做出很好的针对吧，对。
I believe it's because a lot of teams have adapted to new strategies. They're bringing out more new stuff to the table, and we're still playing strategies from before. So I think it's because we didn't have anything new on the table.
I'm sorry to hear that. Do you have any words for the fans here in the arena and back home who've been cheering for you guys, who've been supporting you guys throughout the year and here?
有没有任何可以跟粉丝，就一整年来支持你的粉丝，在家里或者在现场，有什么想对他们说的吗？
首先很感谢大家一直这一年对我们的支持，然后很遗憾这个比赛我们就走到这里了，这个确实比较难过吧，因为我们一开始也是冲着更高的目标来的，然后这个比赛还是很棒的，我自己也很享受这个比赛。然后就希望这个比赛之后一切顺利，然后大家也能继续享受这个比赛。
Thank you everyone for the entire year's support. I do really enjoy playing on this stage, and I think it's a great tournament. We came in expecting to do better. Unfortunately, we didn't do that. However, for the remaining of this tournament, I do hope that everyone continues to enjoy the event and see some great Dota.
Wow, fantastic answer. Thank you so much. You are a Dota legend. It's a privilege to talk to you, and we're very sorry to see you go out. So thank you for the interview, and back to the panel.
Thank you so much, Pyrian and Bach as well. Even in a moment of sadness for him, he's still wishing everyone's going to continue watching, having a lot of fun at this international, see some good Dota. And I'm sure whilst he's sad with his result deep down, he wants to see XG, go on, carry that torch for China. And there's definitely possibility in that. But unfortunately for Tidebound, seeing the potential of the repeat for Y or Faith Beyond / Bakia is just not going to happen. An unfortunate loss for them.
Yeah, that was a very, very Bach interview. Always thinking of everybody else. Guy's a complete legend. And I think the whole year has been good for them. Like, I really do think that they've surprised a lot of people. Like, it felt like for the whole year, they were the team that, like, in China would do, like, okay. But then when they were competing on an international stage, they would do better than the other Chinese teams. Like, they were the international guys. So theirs were some of the disappointment comes. But top 8 is still incredible.
Amazing.
Like, this is unexpected results from the region in general. Of course, when you're a TI winner, you always want more, but they lost to an incredible opponent today, too.
They did, and also when we look at teams that have already gone out in the road to the international, there is something to be said. Making top 8 is just a feat in itself. Yeah. To get to play on this stage twice is a massive feat as well. And in this game, number 2, it going the way of Nigma Galaxy, we want to focus on them and just how their journey is on the ways that they could make this work. 2 debutantes when it comes to TI, not having nerves now that they're playing their second series on the stage. This game number 2 was a big one, seeing Sumail rotate rotating a lot, helping those side lanes as well. Someone who's very familiar with how to play this mid Muerta, apparently, Winter.
I mean, it's definitely new tech for me. I've never seen it, but I could understand why it's really good right now with the Helm of Dom, and it kind of also punishes a lot of the melee heroes where you just lose the lane really, really hard against the Muerta, and she becomes this monster where the hero generally before wins the lane, but he doesn't take your tower, but now he wins the lane and he kills your tower with the Helm. So it's extremely difficult to play into it. And right now we see here the first rotation. He wins his lane, he kills his tower, and then he moves to the side lanes to start being useful and ganking the enemy carry.
It's kind of like a Lycan mid in that way, I guess, or like a Beastmaster mid that you can move to lanes and pressure, and you can pressure your lane as well, or like a Broodmother mid. It's some really weird mix of play styles where I agree, like maybe this is something that will turn out to after TI ends, like people consider overpowered because you have this lane dominator that, hey, also can apply pressure to them.
Omar cooked pretty hard in this fight. I think he's slightly underrated member of the team. We're not mentioning him enough, but his Clockwork performance in game number 1 was top tier. In the second game, he even did it better, like keeping them inside of the cogs, making sure that they're not dying, and also Sumail really pushing the limits of the hero. GH behind him, making sure that he doesn't die.
And the spear as well.
The spears as well. It was just a beautiful execution.
Full team play execution. S tier.
Yeah, we're saying sometimes the drafts, even if it's just a slight out draft, that's not enough. You really got to get in there. You got to make sure the execution is there. For Enigma Galaxy, having those strong lanes, yesterday it wasn't converting into wins for them. This time around, it felt very flawless. I got to give it to the off lane, just in general, not specifically Noob, but the combo of Noob and Amar, because Amar on his Clockwork was really something to be reckoned with here.
He definitely was. But Noob, I think this is also a player that is powering up with each game that they're playing, especially on the main stage. Like yesterday, he had some really good performances as well. But this performance on Mars specifically, they picked it on 23, and understanding that this is going to be a really good game for it. And look at how much he's going to be able to tank. They're pretty much using every single ulti on top of him except for the grip and initiation on the GH. He gets the egg off in the last millisecond, and he's going to be protecting them with the arena so they don't see inside it, also making sure that he's using that Yule Scepter, making sure that GH Nova is going to explode, and he's playing a bit of a, like, look at his understanding of the game, knows exactly when tanking is going to go in, so he goes back and he's going to be ready to round up another round of spells, making sure that they could get another kill.
This fight is a perfect example of why you should play as a unit in Dota and how strong it is, because first GH saves Noob with the Solar Crest when he's getting gone on with the Chronosphere, and then because Noob is alive, he can use the Yules at the last possible
return that
second.
favor.
He returns the favor immediately. Like, this is why you play together in team fights.
It's a big one there. It's something that I also think is being leaning favorite to other teams as well.
Yeah.
It's something that's really hard to break apart when a team gets ahead in these lanes, when they start working together as a 5, even as a trio that we talked about was important. How do you break that apart? Was there really a fighting chance against something like this?
I think it comes down to the team fight, right? And I already mentioned that one thing I got really worried about Team Taiwan is they have 3 melee cores into a Phoenix Egg, right? And it's going to be difficult no matter what when you have that type of setup against the Phoenix Egg. So in that regard, I think maybe some of the fights they could have dealt with it much better, but it was always going to be difficult from the get-go unless they somehow manage to snowball and get a lead from the laning phase and then play from there.
How do we deal with this Muerta going forward? Because now it's a big target on his back. Sumail potentially bringing that out at any point. Maybe even other mid laners trying to tempt their fate with it too.
They might. We're seeing the others copying the strategies, trying to improve them. This Monkey King position 4, suddenly 9 class is bringing it to another level with the skeletons blocking the camps as well. Now Sumail brings this Helm of the Dominator Muerta mid, and we might be seeing it just banned against him because the hero is doing way too much. So it's not just the hero, but it's the combination between the two and the way he's playing it, how confident he's playing the hero, so you just might need to remove it.
I mean, it's also the style, right? I think it seems like you want to pick a hero in mid that can win the lane and then buy Helm, kill the tower, and you want the supports to follow you all the way so you take control of the map from the start, you know. I think that seems like it's really, really strong right now, and it punishes teams that pick greedy mid heroes.
This is my question, is not about Muerta, but it's about what other mids can do that playstyle, because that playstyle seems like the counter to the current set of heroes that are being played in mid.
This is basically what we had a couple of years ago when people were buying Necro 1 on every single hero, pretty much. Arc Warden with Necro 1, but you don't want to upgrade it. Same goes with the Helm of the Dominator. You do not want to upgrade it unless you're playing Lycan, unless maybe you're playing Beastmaster. And people are trying to figure out like which is the best hero, really pushing the limits of the strategies and which heroes can use it the best.
Everyone's adapting, everyone's pushing things to the limit, whether it's item builds, hero picks, exactly what is going on. Eliminations are done for today. We're only halfway through. We still have 2 more series to happen here at Barclays Arena. Before we jump on into them, though, we're going to check in with Konami and Flax down on the stage.
Absolutely, my friends. How are we doing, Hamburg? All right. Now, you guys have been watching a lot of Dota games here, obviously, and you might have seen many interesting items, the worst of which, of course, is Helm of the Dominator. We're all sick of this item.
10 seconds to go. You're up. Ten seconds to go. 5 seconds. Your pick. Ten seconds to go. 5 seconds.
There is purity in silence. Silently.
Everybody get set.
Yes. Not a whisper. With quickness. I cut a path.
30 seconds to go.
Silently. A hush falls on the battlefield. Silent running. Yes. Yes. Onward. A step ahead. I go. I go. I make my move. Small. Silent. I'm under attack. I cut a path. I go.
The Radiant's courier's a goner.
Silent running. Hear no more from me.
First blood. Let our great combat begin. I live, you die.
Look who's back. Yes. With quickness. I make my move. Yes. Yes. Onward. I go. Not a whisper. Catch this. A step ahead.
Looks like we lost one.
Yes. I go. Yes. I'm back. this.
This fight is over for you. The grave was too quiet.
Yes.
I cut a path.
With quickness.
Silently. I'm paid for your silence.
A step ahead.
Onward.
Not a whip.
All that is cooking.
Not.
Dawn from Rome.
Your reign of terror is over.
I hear the call once more. Go get him.
Why am I surrounded by such peons?
I go.
Silent running.
Silently. I go.
Silent running.
Oh! Yes.
Yes.
Let no sound escape. As the blade I make my move. That's 4 in a row.
With quickness.
Absolute.
A step ahead.
I cut a path.
Onward.
Not no. Your bottom tower's in a tight spot.
Was unnecessary.
The other fella's aiming to wreck your bottom tower.
My blade will run red.
You ain't done.
I go. Yes. I go. Yes. Not a whisper. Call to me. I go. Silent. I'm under attack. The terror at my edge now goes.
check your bottom tower.
Yes. With quickness. I cut a path. Silently. I make my move. Yes. Yes. I go.
Your top tower's getting all banged up. The Dyer's courier took a trip to the old family farm. Someone took out the Radiant's courier.
Yes. Advancement. I go. Your mind flows to me. Not a whisper. It's not time yet. Silent running. With quickness up. With quickness I got my ear to the ground. Almighty money.
Your mid tower needs a little help.
Silent running. I go. Yes. I go. Spinning blades. Shut your mouth. I'm under attack. I can't hear myself
They're meaning to smash that bottom tower. Hate to be your mid tower right about now. well to your bottom tower. Your mid tower's in a bit of a bind.
A step ahead.
Your mid tower ain't doing too well. Ain't this a treat?
Shut it. Attack!
Your mid tower needs a little help.
Yes.
Your mid tower's gone.
Silently.
Don't let it get to you.
Yes. I cut a path. Yes. I go. Yes. I make my move.
Your mid tower's coming apart. Your top tower's hurting.
Shut up. Go for all in. Silent.
Your top tower's getting all banged up. There goes your top tower. Just a little setback. Your top tower's in trouble.
Here I am. Over here now.
7 in a row.
Yes. I cut a path. Silent running. Silently. Shut your mouth. I'm under attack. Bury me with my glaives. Now the demons have you.
Your bottom tower ain't long for this world. Good luck getting out of here.
Go back to your hell.
My glaives will answer this disrespect.
Hate to be your mid tower right about now. Your mid tower needs a little help. check your bottom tower. They're meaning to smash that bottom tower of yours. The other fella's aiming to wreck your bottom tower. Hope you were partial to your bottom tower. Your mid tower's in a bit of a bind. Eight in a row. Your mid tower's coming apart. Ah, well. Your mid tower ain't doing too well.
Not a whisper. Almighty money. I go. Silently before I let you have them. Silent running. Broken.
Three down. 9 in a row. Your mid tower ain't doing too well. Think the gods are gonna help? Hate to be your mid tower right about now. Your mid tower's done for. Your mid tower's in a bit of a bind. Your mid tower's coming apart. Bad news about your mid tower. Your mid racks is getting smashed to splinters. Sorry about your mid racks. That's 4 in a row. That does it for your mid-rags. 2 down.
You have tangled with an Eldward.
Look who's back. I've cut a path. With quickness. Not a whisper. Any last words?
How many was that?
My heart beats no more. Don't look at me. It's your own damn fault. My rage will run red.
Almost feel bad for your top tower. That top tower of yours ain't doing so good. Too bad about your top tower.
I make my move. Yes. I go. You almost. I die with my slaves. Mars the Impaler!
Your bottom tower's
I hear the call once more.
The other fella's aiming to wreck your bottom tower. Who knows how many that was? Your mid tower needs a little help. Bad news about your mid tower. Might want to check your bottom tower.
Silently. I go. I'm under attack. Not a whisper.
That's 4 in a row. Is that like 15 in a row?
From me.
5 in a row. 2 down. The other fella's top tower won't be making trouble no more. Your mid tower ain't doing too well.
The grave is too quiet. Silent running. Onward.
Your mid tower's coming apart.
I make my move. Yes.
Your mid tower's in a bit of a bind.
Yes.
That's 4 in a row.
Yes. Silence. I'll cut you down. Yes. I go. Yes.
The other fella's bottom tower's gone for good.
I wouldn't hear of it.
In a row, 2 down. Your top tower's hurting. A moment of silence for the Dyer's courier. Seven in a row. Look, I said I lost count. Wait, how many is that now? 2 down.
I make my move. Onward. Silently.
Your bottom tower ain't long for this world. Your bottom tower. Get that 10 in a row, 2 down.
Do not stand against us.
Your mid tower's gone. Ah, well. Better mind your engine. Your bottom rack is in bad shape. Ain't a good time for your bottom racks. Your bottom racks is gone.
Silent running. I'm under attack.
Your bottom
Not
rack
a whisper.
didn't make it.
Silence is golden. Don't even want to hear it. Yes. Silent running.
Your age has seen better days.
Oi, oi, oi. Calepa.
They're taking it out on your ancient.
into Bash, tries to back out, and he's able to play himself out of it. XM, what a player, and X-Nova is going to be the one that draws first blood.
Woohoo! That was nice. Very quick rotation. Disruptor, not always the best hero to come in and save you in the mid lane. Not always something you can count on, but X-Nova makes it work there thanks to some fancy footwork despite having no feet on XM.
Very solid move, and Dream Coil down too, so that kind of opens up some rotations here too if they want to try and pressure Satanic, particularly pre-6. We'll see if there's any movements that come in. These twin gates have been a classic, but when you get your courier sniped, starts to feel a little bit rough.
Gloves and boots? That's really annoying, especially the gloves, obviously. It's an interesting way to try and deal with Ame. I mean, every game that we've had the pleasure of casting of Ame, his heat map is just the bottom lane.
True.
And he stays down here forever, and then his teammates pull the enemy everywhere else on the map. Anywhere else but bottom lane. And Ame just chills down here until he gets his item. And P-Vision have decided to just like kind of let that happen again here, but they're getting the trade of their Lycan also getting very farmed.
Right, he's almost going to have a helm completed, which could turn very quickly into that tower being taken down. So that's something to watch for here, as we are going to see 9 class. Still just level 2, by the way. He's able to do a good amount with that. Finally getting the Wisdom Shrine. Xingqiu taking the other one on the other side of the map. But this is going to be the thing to watch for, is how do they change up their gameplay for Ame? Are they going to still try and keep that pressure on, or are we going to see something where...
Let me tell you, you remind me of someone. A good person? No, hero. A real piece of shit. Someone impetuous. Someone with no sense of... I take that back, Feastball.
Game goes on. I feel like between a Lycan, Terrorblade Illusions, and now a Slark support, how are you meant to sort of keep vision out on this map for XG?
Yeah, that's a very interesting part heading to the late game too, right? That's you're trying to just deal with wave push and also trying to find these ganks. Your smokes are at a complete premium on XG. You cannot waste a single smoke or it's going to feel awful.
Ducalis hitting that level 6 is now going to come back over this direction, and Ame is a potential target if they can find the right control.
It's a juicy level 6.
Look at this.
I mean, what's the duration? 6.5? Kisses go for what? You got 8 globs? I don't know. It's not bad.
There's a chance.
It's over 5.5 seconds. You get that ulti pop to the right time, he's going to be in trouble even if he has it.
Well, they're going to realize the danger and actually leaving that little illusion there of the Slardar scouts out the gank coming their way. They will lose the tower on the side of XG as Ame tries to build into his Battle Fury. And you know, I'm reminded a little bit of that game that we saw yesterday of XG versus Tundra. Tundra started off, got this good beginning lead, and if not for maybe some weird Roche fights, XG could have been in a lot of trouble. And I'm seeing a similar story here. You've got some pretty heavy push potential from P-Vision.
Yes, 100%. I think that would be the conversation I could imagine Assini having before leaving the booth, right? It's like, you got to make sure those first objectives are going to be so important because they can take it very quickly on XG, but you can as well on P-Vision.
Moves. The Hex is there, already hit. XM backing out though, and the Kisses not doing quite enough damage. They will be able to bring down Xingqiu here. But and finding any more than that, well, they'll pop the glyph. Is there going to be any defense here?
Look at this army.
I mean, it's really hard to fight against this. They have the creep there too. XM already taking a boatload of damage from the creep, from the summoned wolves, and they're trying desperately to keep the tower alive. Will manage to. X-Nova has a glimpse,
It was on CD, yeah, for quite a while, so he couldn't manage to pull back DM there when he was looking a little vulnerable.
But they do protect their tower.
And the carries just off doing their thing. Satanic's been hitting a lot of jungle creeps. He's back on the lane now with the attention put towards mid. Ame's been farming to the Ancients of the bottom lane like he does every game. Tower or not, he's still confident enough to stand up here.
Well on his way. And then on the other side, it's really XM. The fact that he didn't die there, I think, is really important. Working towards that Blink Dagger, almost has it completed. But do they need to do something to deal with Satanic here? I mean, he is just free farming.
Yeah, I think chasing him just sounds like a bit of a problem, right? It would be nice, obviously, but when the Blink Dagger's up, you could try one smoke at him and try and go for it. It would be nice to have 6 on X-Nova at that point, which is probably why he's here camping mid, trying to catch as much XP as he can here on the tower. So you could go for it once, at least drop some good vision as well. But I imagine that attacking the structures could also be a solid play to go for it too, right? If you get 6 on your Shaman.
The call is there to get back underway. P-Vision versus Extreme, in both teams at this point not putting high priority on trying to find a ton of kills, just 1-1, 11 minutes in.
Oh!
But a nice little move in. X-Nova able to get the deny there on the tower.
Take those little victories when you can as a support gamer, you know?
Oh,
yeah. TP up top here. No one's looking for his first rotation.
Oh, finds it there. Dream Coil down. Satanic in the way as well. They have Tombstone, they have everything, but this is a hard survive. And Exodus actually almost able to sneak his way through the trees, but a kill is a kill.
Yeah, knows he doesn't have a chance there, even if he pops the ulti, so he'll just take the Ceaseless Surge and immediately go to his Ancients, which are well stacked up here, of course. This was something that we saw from XG where there was not a big priority on stacks really at all. And there was the danger that the enemy could have came and stolen them away. They're going to scout them out here right now.
Looking, hunting. DM about to lose a creep, goes down to X-Nova. Does have glimpse, doesn't have vision.
You think you're going to snake these, or we're just leaving these all for Ame, no? All right, this is Ame's piggy bank. They're going to smoke it up here. So what do we have? We got the snake.
Right under a wolf, though.
That's not good. We got the Stack Storm. I think you pinged it. So this is your Satanic hunt that you're hoping for as an XG fan right now.
It didn't turn green, though. They just barely walked past it. Is there any way that they actually managed to find Satanic up to the east side? Doesn't look like it.
Nah, he's out. So they can use this with the Helm of the Undying to just push the tower, so it's not too bad. They'll even drop the big bad snake there, too.
I was wondering if maybe they thought he ran to the gate, but instead ran out to the other side, and they are going to cut through the twin gate.
Instantly scanned by 9 class, who still walks over here, by the way. Puts a ward on
Okay.
Whoa, what?
Oh, he planted the tree!
The tree
oh, 9 class!
It's so insulting.
You sneaky, sneaky fish.
You scan that they're there. You ward and walk in anyway, and then you do the tree plant escape. He's done this already, too, while we've been casting him as well.
Dude, he was so ready for that.
Unbelievably ready. And his ward's going to live.
That's crazy.
I feel sickly watching that.
So we take a quick little replay.
Let's sum this up for people. So you see how there's this thing called the kinetic field, all right? He's going to plant a tree. It creates a collision box with his own hero. One can stay, one has to go. Hero goes outside the kinetic field. Amazing.
Breaks the game.
Blows your brain just like that. It's like, whoa, I can't see a thing.
Now, 3K gold lead now, and Helm Slark is done.
Then you watch Slark pick up the creep.
All right, I'm not sure if I'm prepared for what's going to happen in this game, Trent. I don't know. I don't know if anybody is. We've still got a Battle Fury Troll, which has been an indomitable force in this tournament. But I got to say, the Terrorblade is pretty spooky in this one.
You're not wrong. I mean, it's a classic for a reason, right? It gives you many, many choices.
Ducalis nearby with 9 class DM. They know that this Ancient stack is being taken. Do they want to come and contest it? They're moving into position. Vision down. XXS, what do you have in the tank? XM is there too. It looks like they're going to back out, seeing that everybody's there.
Guys. That was just one Helm creep.
I see another one now. DM takes away the big old
He's getting so
Ancient
many.
Black Dragon.
All the bounties. Like, his fire pool just destroyed so many Ancients.
Now they move in, want to take that down, but Ame is a little bit too far forward, forced to pop the ultimate, in a ton of trouble. They do have control over Puck, though. Do they have enough damage to kill him? Yes, they do. The snake is doing work. but it's not doing enough to save Ame.
And the dragon lives.
Dragon's still alive. They will take out one more creep with the big snake, but this is the power of P-Vision right now.
I mean, how much effort did they put into the first neutral there, and then the second one? Right? Like, they're fighting this just massive army being provided here by DM, and then at least they're able to get the catch there onto no one, thankfully for them, but then immediately losing Ame is really going to hurt their scaling.
Man. Very difficult moment here to try and figure out how you deal with this, because it's really, they need Ame to kill the creeps, and even for him, it's not quick.
No, it's certainly not yet. And he's going to need that defensive item to try and deal with the silence there from the puck to ensure that he can actually play his game. I mean, usually 9 class has been going for these like early orchids, but because of the existence of Helm, we're getting that instead. So at least that gives him a little bit more breathing room, perhaps, for Ame.
2-3 and a 4K gold lead as Undyne working towards the Shivas.
That's obviously it's very nice versus Lycan and all the units. You're going to get a lot of benefits from that, and the various healing that you're going to have going on there too. But it's not really like a game changer item.
No.
It doesn't really change the flow of things too much. You're going to have to look for that from XM, and he's hoping to just get to his BKB after the Blink and Shard.
And on the other side, with just this swarm of creeps, P-Vision start to do some pretty massive amounts. I was wondering if we were going to maybe see something like a Crimson Guard out of XG for XXS.
Yeah.
Still could go back for it later on. Obviously, tremendous value when you've got all these summons you're dealing with and the Terrorblade illusions.
Yeah, it's a bit of a hard choice for his itemization, I'd say. Getting them all eventually would be great.
Yeah.
As we do, Spider, at least he's really good at this, right?
Yeah.
Like, if there's an isolated Helm creep, he can deal with it very quickly, which is something that we have seen a lot of heroes struggle with, particularly any support heroes. But being able to grab those is a nice gold boost for you, if you can guarantee they're actually going to die.
Absolutely. And, I mean, you can see, though, that when you have all these summons, the answer for you is just start taking objectives.
And they're going to scout this out here with 9 classes creep as well. This is something that the Radiant can do very quickly as well. They have a Slardar, they have a Troll Warlord, they have Snake. Dire are not even choosing to bring Tank. He's coming now, but they started this without him.
A little bit late. XM could go for a big jump if they want, but they drop the coil to start. Backs out, kisses out. How much do they have left in the tank? XXS, there's the Tombstone down. Kinetic Field and a Static Storm to back away.
I mean, there's no Ceaseless Surge here. If he dies, he's going down.
And the Dragon is chasing and not quite going to fully commit for that one. So Roche still up. It's not even below halfway HP. Can they come back in here and contest? I mean, Ame is not even in the fight.
You got Blink Slardar, you got Blink Zinq. Is he feeling a little crazy perhaps? But I don't think so.
I mean, they smoke back up again, maybe trying to take a fight once this is all over. A big get, though, for P-Vision.
This might be one of those hope they split up immediately after taking Roche, right? Yeah, exactly, like this. No one comes down to push the wave, and they try and catch him here because they have the Blink on the Shadow Shaman. This is going to be your answer. So Ame's going to drive him back. They're going to catch no one under the tower.
Looking. Thank you. They need to get vision first.
Oh, he knows.
Does he? No, jump in. Hex is out, and they got him. The TP, that one probably needs to be canceled, although he did have the Aegis. Are they going to try and do something? They jump on through, 9 class, trying to keep his buddy alive, and they're able to back away on that puck. Ame caught, Cookie connects. Is there any follow-up, though? It doesn't look like it.
Beautiful. Very well played here from XG. You take away all the advantages of that Aegis.
In the mid lane, they're hunting a little bit onto the Undying now. They jump Dream Coil in the mid lane, finds him for a moment. He does not look like he needs to actually worry that much. Instead, Think You! He jumps and finds the puck. Static Storm down, also connects on a 9 class. They might try and pull him back in here, but they do manage to get that kill. Back and forth we go.
That's a nice swing for XG, though, right? Like, you lose the Roche like that, but then you quickly dismantle the Aegis, get rid of that as an issue, take a little free pick there onto the Slayer, because he kind of has to play a bit of interference to ensure that no one escapes. Very good for them, as they're going to have to try and start pumping more gold into Ame. He is now third on the board here and working his way through the jungle. Just trying to get a Manta into a BKB. Not necessarily the biggest, like, feel-good items, but it's Troll Warlord, right? As long as he gets his ulti off, he's going to have the damage.
Just saw in the mid lane while this is Ame's farm, it's also XM killing another one.
para llevarse las estructuras, y ahorita Ame está que con la revolución al máximo porque tiene que farmear más, tiene que ir por esa BKB, tiene que estar tranquilo en las peleas, y ahorita simplemente tiene que dividirse el farm con el Slardan. Esperaba mucho más del Slardan, honestamente, en la partida, pero vamos a ver si es que puede hacer lo suyo, porque dependen bastante de su reducción de armadura gracias al Corrosive Case, las limitaciones que pueda tener. Ame ya terminó el ítem y ahora sí su BKB tiene que llegar. Le falta todavía 4000 de oro, acaba de completar una manta, creo, troll. Sí, Manta Style y Battle Fury. Así que ahorita el farmeo va a seguir mínimo minuto 25 por ahí para que pueda terminar esta BKB, incluso antes, si es que por ahí saca un kill extra. Pero vamos a estar así con una constante en la partida de cuidarse bastante ahora y pelear cuando realmente sientas que puedas llevarte un objetivo, ¿no? Porque ahorita simplemente Satan, igual que trabaja en su mariposa, tiene también ahí Falcon Blade, tiene Manta Style, pero es así, o sea, van a darse tiempo ambos para seguir farmeando, y yo sé, a la gente le gusta el Dota constantemente con acción, pero entiendan, chicos, están en una situación ambos equipos donde si ganas estás top 4, si pierdes te vas a lower, quieres ir top 4, creo yo, ¿no? Entonces quieres hacer las cosas bien.
Problemas para Extreme Gaming, es cierto, Choquito, no es una partida con muchas grandes jugadas, ¿no? Como, gankeos, smokes.
Very fast. Butterfly plus AC. You have this Death Shroud. XXS is trying to counteract it by getting the Shard finished up on the Undying. So maybe if someone is, in trouble, he can try and get a big save onto that during the kisses, during the coil or something.
And for both of these teams, a win here would just be so huge for them. And guaranteed moving on, and obviously a ton of love within the crowd for both of these orgs, as we've heard multiple times throughout this event. But very much one of those windows right now where P-Vision, if they can find the right fight, feel like they can really put the screws.
Call put a crazy ward down here. This big aggressive smoke. Trying to catch up to X-Nova.
X-Nova underneath a ward, TPing out, and does manage to escape. Out they go. So 3-3.
XXS. He's going to walk away from the team as they're going to smoke up here. Kind of shadowing Ame a little bit. Maybe hoping that P-Vision are going to think about Cassium. Crowd is generating power here with the wave.
Oh, we do have a little wave going through the crowd a little bit as well. Oh, wait.
A little bit of hydro power here, trying to help out. I like this. This is good. And they will take down that tier 1 tower mid. So, it's kind of painful. I'm not going to lie to you, to smoke for that, unless they get to kill a 9 class. Not quite. Because so they basically smoked to kill a tier 1 mid.
Yes.
Which doesn't feel great versus Slark, Lycan, Wolves, couple Helm of the Dominators. You really need these smokes to make your way across the map, but it does open things up a little bit more and just create a little bit more mystery for P-Vision, so they don't have this giant beacon of knowledge in the center of the map.
Yeah, you got to take that one out as quickly as you can. A tough situation now, again, for XG. If they want to try and make another move, it feels like every time they're just completely scouted out immediately.
And that's the
full butterfly
and the finished BKB. That's what I was trying to figure out if that was done too for no one. That's a powerful timing. So if they want to kill this puck, it's going to come down to XM, right? That's pretty much it.
Oh, a 9 class hunting around, spots X-Nova. Can he push him to the low ground with the effect? No, not going to happen. So X-Nova in some trouble, going to fall here. And the area in which XG is allowed to play grows smaller and smaller.
Yeah, still just holding meta right now in Satanic, but I mean, he's got the Demon Zeal. That's what's so nice about the Shard, right?
Structures now.
Use that for your smaller pushes, but when like the big fight comes, you can fully commit with meta.
The butterfly pushes. We saw 2 games in a row of it with that Medusa in the last series from Ghost. Is Satanic going to be able to replicate a similar type of strategy? Get butterfly, walk down lanes before there's an answer.
Jeez, they just really ignored XXS, huh? They just had no cares for that guy. He's walking up, throwing Yeshiva's guard out. They're just like, you are so not worth it, man.
I mean, they see Ame there underneath some wolves. So understanding that he's in the area, are they going to try and mount any type of a defense here? XXS steps forward, throws out some decays, a quick little jump through, a stun onto Satanic, maybe a chance here for a fight.
Okay.
Do they want to jump onto Satanic though, really? Slowly, steadily, Static Storm down, now a hit, a few more, but they don't have any vision, they can't find him! Just walks away!
Little Depth Shroud save there.
Oh no! Can't get on top of him, and now, with kisses raining down, they're not doing a ton, only Disruptor has gone down so far.
That was not looking good for P-Vision either, right? You see that ulti coming, you're like, oh, they've done it, right? They jump in, Satan's getting low, but then just
9 class.
Able to back it away with 9 class. There's a reason this is his signature support hero.
We did see that Leshrac ban that the panel was talking about that could have been a solid fit for this, taken away in that final stage. And you think about how different this game could have looked if they were able to get a hold of it.
It feels like there's no winning, though, because it also just feels awful to commit so much in your draft to this thing.
Yes.
Like roaming 4, you know? You have to think about all these other matchups that are happening in the game.
There's a reason that he excels on his heroes. So, another couple of towers taken. There's still one more tier 2 tower on the bottom lane that XG are trying to hold on for, and well, XM actually going to get jumped on again. Xingqiu is nearby, able to find a Hex onto the puck, but the Eul Scepter lift up. There's not an easy way out of this one. The crush, but the damage, it keeps on coming. Satanic with the amplified damage destroys XM.
Yeah, and with that meta pop right now, he is going to annihilate this tower. They're thinking about marching on here.
I mean, what's the answer? You don't have much on XG.
I mean, with an amplified damage, who could resist this?
I mean, this is an easy step up. And, you know, you think about other games. Where's the Magnus? Where's the tiny tossback? There's nothing here to defend this high ground right now without fully committing. The Tombstone is down. That's gone in an instant. XXS, no answers, and Satanic is too damn big. A full set of racks done. P-Vision. They are not playing for the late game.
No, and there's no chance of a chase down here either from the side of XG. They're going to be able to back away with P-Vision, reset, and 9 class, he's going to know there's a ward here as well as he steps up there. But it just means that they can back away, reset, go to Roche, set up there. And the side of XG, they're just waiting, right? They're waiting for Amin to get these items to feel like he can maybe do something. And he's going to need the most perfect fight as Troll Warlord here, set up by his supports.
Can they do it? I mean, you're still looking for another couple items on Ame before he finishes off that MKB. He's going to have to go with just the Demon Edge now. And they are heading into an area that could potentially turn into a full fight.
All right, we'll see. How does the Depth Shroud play out in this one? Maybe they can get 9 class first. Maybe they get a Blink Hex onto this puck. Maybe that's how they start this fight.
I mean, they walk up there and they take the Watcher, and that immediately alerts P-Vision to the fact that they're in the area. Roche, 28 seconds until it's going to be back up again. And it looks like they're going to have to back away again on XG. Has a single smoke of theirs worked? Like, they haven't been able to get anything.
Lyrical, they only have 3 kills, so... Hey, you know what? They got that tier 1 tower mid.
That's true.
Skelly Bros doing work.
It can't run away from you. Hit the towers.
That's right. As we have some Warpine Raiders here scouting out the pit. Friends, even on opposite sides of the battlefield. Truly a beautiful sight to see.
Well, Roche is up. And now the question, as XG, are you going to come and contest this? The Warpine Raider scouts them out, sees that they're in there, can start doing it. We're also only a minute away from Roche switching sides.
Lycan Wolf is running through them, though, right?
I mean, oh, it's so hard to make this happen. There's a disarm. Ame is on the other side of the freaking world right now. He's not getting involved in any of this. He will TP now.
And they're smoking.
Okay.
All right, what's the start? Who are we going on?
An opportunity here. Shiva's guard to show what's going on. Roast below, half HP. XM jumps in, gank the creeps. Charlie, he'll take you to victory.
It is the least maneuverable unit.
It is so hard to get anything done.
All right, hold on.
Wait, he got it.
He's got the MKB in time.
Oh, they bought enough time, and Ame starts hitting, but no, the wolf is in there. They know about this, and now they start throwing the kisses. Ame, are you big enough? Are you bad enough? Can you take it down now? Oh. You disgusting fish! He got it, steals it away, and only they can look on in shame.
Oh, he's still alive.
He's not even dying. Ban this hero. I don't want to see it anymore. Unbelievable!
Oh my! It's a wise man once said, "That's a hard fish to find." Lyrical.
Oh, he's so good.
Even
so
teammates know how good. Just tip.
And of course, the damage coming in from the whole rest of the squad. 3 to 8, 16,000 gold lead.
I can't carry on after this.
Oh no!
After seeing that snatch, like if I'm X, that's me. I'm just XXS. Just take it.
Dead on the screen, and P-Vision ready to not just end this game, but break their spirits. P-Vision come in, completely destroy XG.
You know, there were some questions. Like, who's going to have the edge here in this early game? You know, which team could run this game down a little faster than the other? Well, we got our answer.
Oh, yeah.
It was, in fact, P-Vision who very quickly, you know, there were still some chances there. You're like, okay, you know, they're looking for this randomization. Get the MKB. Maybe Ame can get that perfect fight. Control Warlord. If you're
how much to a degree this is very impressive for P-Vision, which it was, and I do not want to take anything away from that. But at the same time, I can just imagine myself being the meme and poking Extreme with the pick, do something. Is that unfair to say?
I mean, maybe a little bit, because I think like something happened in the lanes. I didn't quite get to see what happened, but their safe lane with Troll Disruptor not going this well, not being able to play through there, and also the Slark 4 making the first move to help no one mid to like pressure XM. I feel like there's a lot of things that didn't go how they had planned that then made it harder to then do what they wanted to do.
It's not like they lost lanes, they just needed them to go better because the lanes were even and then higher after they went to the jungle. Like suddenly Lycan was left to his own devices. He got that bot tower early. That whole part of the map becomes open. Like maybe they should have focused more on just playing bot and shutting down that Lycan, because when you look at that draft, that's probably what needed to happen. That's what created the issues with the map and the lane shove and not being able to take fights clearly. If your two supports are Disruptor plus Shaman, how do you make a move? How do you clearly take a fight when enemy Lycan is just going to eat you?
I mean, you could also do something if you got the Aegis, right? 9 class stealing it. Sorry, but there goes tempo as well, right? Like you take that gives you so much more.
Like this just going here. If you go to the draft, you wanted to shut down this Lycan. That's what you picked for. But look at the GPM. Look at the net worth at minute 7. Lycan is about to have his helm completed. He's 600 gold ahead of the Troll. Like this is what Troll and Disruptor. They want to win their lane. They want to play forward. You want to go through the gate to your offlaner. We didn't see any of that. So P-Vision did some really cool stuff in the early game. They must have, because otherwise you don't have this net worth in this matchup. It is impossible.
I mean, we heard how confident
Just better.
How confident Estini was in his Lycan players. Like, you'll see why we have the superior Lycan player. And I think XG are going to think to themselves, let's not give this hero away. It's creating too many problems. Shutting down lane is not enough. We might not even do that, if anything.
Yeah, and then Kessler, there was one moment where we already thought it was going to be over before that last Roshan fight, when we did see P-Vision pushing high ground for the first time on that bot lane.
Yeah, I just do want to show like how nicely they do it. Of course, they are up 10k gold, but so the thing is, it's just such a low kill game. Like it's 3 versus 6, but you have the amplified. Like look at all the buffs. You have a Solar Crest, you have an AC, you have the Thunderhide hiding below, and everyone else they're just making sure. Titanic, he just pushes on his own. He even puts an illusion. Give yourself the vision. So if you're Extreme Gaming and you find yourself in this position, like what do you like? Look at his tombstone. You can just feel the frustration. You just pop it in front. I mean, Titanic, he's just gonna snag it up. They take the free racks and they chill and go back. So if you're Extreme Gaming, this is the type of moment that you cannot let have happen like this easily. You need to do better early on in the game.
Yeah, that was some free real estate coming out for P-Vision. And it does make me wonder that if a game happens like this, and it's, in terms of kills anyway, a stalemate, what do you do? Because someone is going to get ahead from farming, and do we feel like already Extreme knew that they were getting out-farmed T-Gov? Was it the nature of their draft, potentially?
Yeah, I mean, I've already mentioned the Undying, but if you want to have a stalemate game, you need to make sure that at the point in which the stalemate breaks, the fight is easy to follow through, right? With a Lycan, you have a backline, the Puck, you have a jump. Undying, it's like you need kills to feel good. So, again, I want to repeat it. Extreme, coming into this next game, I don't want to see them first pick an Undying. I don't want to put themselves in this position where P-Vision can identify that a Slark and map play means you will overcome the aggression. Like, Undying's very predictable, very strong, but predictable. You cannot be this predictable. It felt kind of easy mode for P-Vision in the draft.
Maybe a big part of that also is just having XM on Slardar mid. He is one of the best Slardar mid players. We've seen him play it a lot over the years. But when you think about the heroes he's typically played, that he's shown on this tournament, it's like the Queen of Pains and the Leshrac. He has carry ability, he has pop-off ability. He's not just there to enable his troll or set up kills. He's something that can get a rune, rotate to XXS's lane, make pressure on that enemy safe lane, open the tower. His hero just did not allow him to do that in this game.
Yeah, and we must remember that for this first game we had, it was Extreme that had first pick. They went for the Undying. The answer coming out from P-Vision was the Slark. And we thought maybe Extreme's got good plans to deal with this hero, but it seems like 9 Class had quite the field day. Isn't that right, Purge?
That's right, Shira. Yeah, he had a really good game for sure. Fantastic game for Slark. This was a hero that was very popular with him 3 or 4 months ago. It actually got the hero nerfed, but what the main little refresher for what it does, you get vision. Now you know when people can see you, basically using a buff on your little bar, so it's very easy to kill observers. And what this basically does is it makes it very hard for high-level players to predict where their opponents are going to be, because normally they have a little bit of ward vision at least, and that ward vision is going to make sure that they can protect their heroes, they can have efficient farming patterns, that they die less, that they get more kills. All those things really combine to big advantage. And 9 Class can basically play really aggressive for most of this game because of Dark Pact. Here's that really cool Static Storm kill that they had against him. This should be a 100% surefire kill, but what he does is he puts himself at the edge of the kinetic field, and then he puts a tree basically right here, and because he was on this spot, it forces him out. It's one of the only ways to get out of this ability, so very difficult to do, but the fact that he got out of this and stayed alive means he's still on the map, getting farm, getting gold, creating Helm the Dominator creeps. I don't even focus on his Helm the Dominator in these creeps and in these clips, because this whole time he's using it to doubly scout. He can go spot for heroes. He's going to use the nice puck orb with some vision to get an observer orb here. This means that now Extreme Gaming have to make more risky initiations to go into the Roche pit, because they don't necessarily have vision of how close it is to dying. That Centaur dies before it gets close. So ultimately, P-Vision just gets advantage after advantage, knowing that they're going to be able to start the fight on their terms. In this case, Slark escapes once again. Just a cascade of things that are really, really effective for P-Vision. They even get the shard, luckily, which worked out extremely good as the game continued. But before that, take a look at this map right here. Look at the vision that they're forced to play with. Extreme Gaming basically planting these wards. These are the ones that all these 2K MMR players plant when they're losing the game. Not high-level players, but they felt they had to do it this game because there's a Slark. He's going to be able to find those wards if they're somewhere else on the map. They're not going to be able to protect them, and then they don't even get ward vision anyways. So very, very difficult for them to play, but definitely the most crucial fight, I think, was this one here, where they got the BKB finished on Troll. They jump on Satanic on the Terrible, and take a look at the vision from Extreme Gaming side. There's the Hex. They're going to do his full Static Storm and a Kinetic Field, and they go on him with BKB Troll. But that shard from the Slark just makes him completely invulnerable during this time period. So they get a full disengage. The full BKB is wasted on 2 of their cores and all of their ultis. Just a really catastrophic team fight, all because P-Vision Slark did such a good job this game.
Thank you very much, Purge. That seems like I have a very easy solution, Kazoo, for the upcoming ban Slark.
I mean, it is a problem,
Surely.
right? Because you have to ban so many other heroes too. But I love the clips because it just shows you that there's so many things that it's hard to spot as a spectator. But you can feel it in the game. You know your wards are dying. They have TV illusions pushing. There's a Dominator here. There's a Slark taking out all your other wards. So for the next game, I think for XG, they need to find an answer for this Ghost push. Maybe you take it yourself or combo it with having a Playmaker on XXS in the offlane, because something needs to change.
XG are a structured team, right? Slark is the best hero to break a structured team. Just ban it. Easy.
Yeah. Then we're going to find out what they're going to ban, of course, in the game that is upcoming. But before we are going to watch game number 2, we are going to watch another short film contest. Contestants, it is time for Dream Team. Thank you very much for that one. Another contender, of course, will be keeping them coming the whole weekend. And in the end, we will be having a champion, the best one. I hope you you have your favorite one in mind already. In terms of this series, we had our favorite in mind. And I think it was a little bit split in the panel, which normally insinuates, okay, the series might be fairly even, Tiga. But that was a grim look for game 1.
Yeah, pacing is just critical. And I think P-Vision, they were a little bit, it felt slower maybe in the road. And at least in this first game, it has shown that they've changed that a lot. Maybe Extreme weren't expecting that. They weren't expecting P-Vision to be as fast-paced on every hero. And when I say fast-paced, I don't mean kill, just to be clear. I mean the speed in which they scale to which you don't really want to fight them. Right? Because again, you might think, oh, it's only a 6 kills in 20 minutes, but the way that P-Vision just choked the game out with, Purge highlighting the Slark, the way that they didn't overplay their hand, these are the things that stop Extreme ever feeling comfortable. And we've identified multiple things, right? It's the mid Slardar, it's the offlane Undying. There's very clear things to improve on for Extreme.
I mean, I underestimated, because I favored actually going into the game. I think I heavily underestimated the ghost push and what is going to happen if you don't do well early on in the game. So that's what I feel like. I don't know, Effie, do you feel like there's something else that we missed that they should change for this upcoming game?
I mean, for XG, I think they just need to draft teamfight as well. There's no way. It was a very one-dimensional draft, which works if your dimension happened, which was you stomp the lanes, you shut down the Lycan. If that doesn't happen, what's your re-entry into the game? They didn't have that plan B. And I think making a plan B is quite simple because they have really wide hero pools on their players. It's not like they're one-tricks on XG. Like, instead of having a Slardar mid, all of a sudden you can have an incredible damage dealer in Leshrac, for example. Instead of having an Undying, what if you have a Centaur who can set up kills for you earlier on? What if you have a Mars who can play with the Leshrac?
Yeah,
just go down that path.
And even with developing that, when you think about the bans, we spoke about, Slark ban, Monkey ban. Imagine in a lot of those clips that we saw, or if there's a Monkey support there, without the Depth Shroud saving the Terrorblade. Like, the game's so different, because as much as we hype Slark up for the Vision game, the save is insane.
Yeah.
Like, unless you have AoE damage and a way to burst, again, like a Leshrac or something, that has to be respected.
I also think the Lycan is a big problem. Like, this hero, to me, was the really big problem here because it stopped so much of their potential playmaking. Like, I mentioned it a few times already, so I feel like I'm really being annoying about this point, but when your supports can't comfortably enter a fight and disable heroes for you, unless you have disable coming from anyone else on the team, you can't make plays.
Yeah, it also hurts you twice as much when you actually pick to shut him down, but then in the game he's like, no you, he's like top net worth, you lose the lane even though you're supposed to win it. Because this is not the type of game we usually see from XG, but at the same time, I have to praise P-Vision, like also for their bans. I believe Mars was taken out early on, like maybe also forcing like something else happening, and I believe the Leshrac was also last phase banned. That is a hero we did want to see. So if you're XG, maybe you need to up your priorities on a couple of these heroes. Maybe you 18 pick those, try to get it early in the draft before it can get banned out. Because I'm just looking for a new game to also make sure that they should feel still very great, like the way they got here. They're an incredible team, so show it to us in the next game.
But they have been in this position before, right? Against Spirit, they had the same style of game where it was kind of low kills, Spirit kind of hit that stride, shut them out, and then they adapted, and they won the game free to win the 2-1 in the series, right? So it's not as if this is the first time a dominant team has been winning every game, and then, wow, a slap in the face, wake up, right? Like, they've been here before during the tournament, so I am expecting them to have the correct adaptations, and of course we'll have to see it in the draft.
But what adaptations are you creating? Because one of the points that we were making was that P-Vision, they have a lot of different styles. If you're adapting to their Ghost Push style, their Vision style that they played last game, they can bust out easily one of their cheese drops.
I mean, in the time they have, minus Slark, everything's been playable. That's how I see it, because again, you don't have time to adapt to everything, but with how much you've done, like how regimented they are as a team, if you have Slark on the enemy team, you're asking to lose. Like, XG will never beat this hero. The way that I see them playing and the map state, if XG play into Slark, I just don't see them beating it.
Well, this is where experience might come into play for Extreme. I'm sure there's been plenty of talks on how to adapt in game number 2. Of course, P-Vision only one win away from being top 3 here at the International. Let's see if they can do it, or let's see if Extreme has been able to figure out what to do next.
Extreme Gaming versus P-Vision. Game 2.
This time around, we did change it up a little bit. We got Extreme still on the Radiant side, P-Vision on Dire, but first pick going the way of P-Vision, and that means Extreme Gaming gets over last pick, and we do have some adaptations. Slark left in the pool, by the way, but we do have a change up with the Monkey King making it through. This is one of the bans that Extreme went for in the previous game. They get their hands on it now, and an answer coming with the Disruptor from Extreme.
They looked so good on their Monkey King yesterday. They played it 4, and it's very similar to Slark in that it will provide vision. It's going to buy that helm, give you that ability to push lanes, and also just roam the map early on. And if I was going to pick a hero that's more problematic between the two, right now I would say it is Monkey King, because the flex to core that exists on Monkey King is much stronger than the flex to core that exists on Slark.
Based on the draft position as well, opening with Monkey King is stronger in position. Like, you want to react with a Slark, so I can see why, because Extreme is second pick, they didn't ban out the Slark. I fully respect that. They might, again, down the line, but based on this, it makes full sense that Monkey's available.
I would also say that both teams should be happy because, like you're saying, Monkey King is the same archetype, and I agree with the Flex, especially against XM. Sure, he has a couple heroes that would be good against the Monkey King mid later, but you can also band us out with the Lashrak again. We touch on it. This hero is very strong. Would like to see that on him, but I still like that they do go back for the Disruptor. Like, it is still the idea of what you want to do against P-Vision, it's still there. I feel like there was something in the lane and some of the execution where P-Vision just really had their numbers, so the fact that they run it back, I'm happy with it.
Will XG respect Lycan with the single ban they have available?
Yes.
I hope so. I mean, they could have this idea to run maybe Disruptor plus Ursa instead of Troll, because Ursa will play on an earlier timing on that Troll, and they won't be locked into farming for 20 minutes of the game.
Yeah. No, I like the point of banning it. I believe it's also somewhat set up. You did take out the Beast and the Enigma in the first phase. From their side, they do only have one ban that they're able to throw in on this stage, so you kind of set it up to be able to only put it on the Lycan to secure your lane.
They also pick out a phase.
Just kidding.
So potentially they want to get their hands up. No, and they don't. They want to get the Storm Spirit. Potentially that can be an answer to a dog that's running wild.
Catch and lockdown is always nice in a draft, and we've seen how a lot of the Spirit heroes, if you have the player that wants to play them, they don't care about picking it blind, right? And here it is. You have the catch to pick off the team fight. Sure, pacing, P-Vision can still run at you whilst your Storm's coming in line, but they have the team fight that we want to see from XG.
So just want to quickly point out the heads-up ban of the Meepo by XG, because there is an ET ban on the side of PV in that first phase. And ET, when you ban it, you're typically saying that, oh, I might consider picking Meepo, or I might be considering picking Chen, because those are the heroes that he typically counters. So instead of banning Lycan, they're just like, you know what, we're not getting choose here. We're taking Meepo out completely.
No, I like it a lot. And this hero has looked very scary in the right hands, right, of specific carry players. You have Satanic, obviously he plays it very well. I like the Pugna pick quite a lot here. Like when people get glimpsed in, you want to save them. Also, Net Award super good against these two heroes, so you keep yourself topped off. So for P-Vision here, you kind of want to decide. I would assume you just kind of jam your mid hero here. You see the Storm matchup, I would say you know what's coming. Make it easy and simple.
Let's say this is your 4 and 5, right? The Monkey being 4, the Pugna being 5. You've got Pugna with Decrep and Life Drain. You've got the Monkey with the Boundless Strike Shard to be able to jump out. If Storm gets onto support, if you don't kill the Monkey, he's jumping out. If you don't get the Pugna, he's going to Life Drain something or Decrep himself like this. These two supports aren't instant food for the Storm Spirit. Like, they're making the game somewhat complicated.
Secondary jump with the Storm would be nice, or just some kind of follow-up range damage to make sure that they're not in that situation where they can re-engage.
Yeah, and we've seen how they played both Invoker and Monkey King with first item Dominator. So we are now already expecting 2 Helmet Dominators in this game for P-Vision. That will be lanes getting pushed out, and XG, they need to find ways to shove waves cleanly. Disruptor doesn't do it, Storm does, but you need at least, I think, 2 more heroes so that you're not forcing the obvious that one guy has to go and do it. Like, it needs to be your entire team naturally doing it.
I would say what we're looking for XG with what we've been saying too, in my mind, you want follow-up damage into your Storm jump, like maybe with the 4 Jinky's hero could be what the Snapfire himself, or maybe a Hoodwink. I think there's something else you could look for, which is maybe SE, but I think your support duo isn't the greatest. I like Lycan a lot here. It's good against all these heroes. You rush Nullifier against the Pugna, good answer. You have the Global Howl in the nighttime also to make it easy for your Storm. I like what's happening here.
And then you get the follow-up damage from Hoodwink that just came out for that Storm Spirit. So when he is jumping this backline, they make sure they can kill the targets they go on.
I have seen this before. If you're able to shutting down Lycan in the early game, it matters so much. Like, sure, you have 2 Wolves and a Dominator. Do you think Brood is going to care about this? You're all single targets. So yeah, this pick is very nasty.
And normally when you have Broodmother, you kind of want to play away from her web unless you're really strong. But now when you're playing away from her web, you're going to be running into 2 lanes that are shoved into you. You then eventually push them out, and all that time, Brood will have that additional item, that additional kind of resource. So it is a really toxic lineup from P-Vision where the map play is just exceptional. It's what they're doing so well to make sure that they are, close to being top 3.
Maybe it's a little bit weird, but what would you guys think about actually putting Ame on the Lycan and you pick a new offlaner, like Magnus?
That can deal with the spiders a little better?
Or do you just put the Lycan in the lane, it's like, okay, bro, you do your stuff, you buy your helm, farm your jungle, and you give Ame, like, the absolute win condition?
I wouldn't mind a carry that could also just twin gate. So when Storm gets 6-minute room with a carry twin gating, you just collapse on the tower, take the tower with the Lycan, and then you can play more traditional game, but that is an option for sure.
I would personally prefer Ame just on a
you give him
standard
the 24?
Ame hero. Yeah. Because a game comes to mind from recent times but I believe it was EWC and it was a Tundra game, and they were playing offlane Lycan versus a carry Brood, and we were worried about the Brood outpacing the Lycan, but the way that Lycan was able to play the map, it made it so that they were just trading map play, and eventually Tundra did get the win. So it's not like this Brood Mother will completely catch the Lycan off guard. Like, both teams do have map play.
But if there ever was a time for it to happen, I think the Lycan flex to carry, Army taking it, like, this could be the game. In all the other games, probably not, but they need a Brood answer. A simple one, not one where it's like you need level 12 and 3 items. It needs to be a early game answer to Brood that can then just follow them around the map.
What is an answer to Brood? Is it like, oh, I need cleave in a sense of like a Sven type? Or what kind of answers to Brood?
I would say you want like someone that can lock down the area of where the Brood is in, and killing spiders is kind of what you're looking for. It could be your Magnus. It could be an Alchemist with Acid Spray, Rushing Radiance. You play fast with your other heroes. It could be an offlane Tidehunter for all I care. Like just team fight building block.
It can also just be as simple as a strong laner that isn't dependent on high cooldowns, because Carry Brood takes advantage of high cooldown enemy lineups, because every time they're using these big spells, she's taking the entire map afterwards. She's just running at their team.
So what is the DM hero here? What do we feel like he wants to have? And I would say maybe someone that goes in. Sure, you have like your Brood. Satanic is going to be incredibly big. He has Alacrity. You have the map play. Maybe they could look for like a Centaur or a Tide themselves. What do we feel like he's looking for? I was kind of eyeing Phoenix, but it's banned.
Yeah, it's banned, yeah.
They need more reliable lockdown, I believe, for the Storm Spirit, because we're talking about the Brood and everything, but there is the issue of the Storm Spirit on the enemy team. If the game does go too late, your lockdown isn't there outside of the Boundless. They just go for the Centaur, gives you an early stun, gives you save as well.
They're going to be tanky so quickly. Like, the first two items that every hero buys on Pvs is we are harder to kill in the fight, and we want to fight. There's no hero that is, I need to scale, there's no battle furies, nothing like that. It's just all skirmish in these heroes.
I mean, what I see is you have the Lycan into safe, and if you want, maybe with a Magnus, you could go for the Arme Sven. You want the Brood answer. I don't really care specifically what exact hero is going to come out, but have high damage, maybe be a nice combo for the Wolf fight, no matter what role the Lycan is in, and be able to also jump. Because right now it is all on your Storm, so Arme, I'm sure he's going to find the one.
Do you guys hate Lifestealer here? I feel like they can map play with Lifestealer in Best Bombs. It's a good lane versus Centaur. The Rage is going to be very useful against the mischance from Brood, also a free BKB versus Invoker.
Then there's no hero to stand in front of the tower when Brood comes online. When like two Dominators come down the lane plus Brood, Lycan has to kill the hero, he doesn't stand in front of the tower. Storm, Hoodwink, Disruptor, like there's no one right now going, don't worry guys, the aggression's coming, I will weather the storm, and then you follow up after.
Yeah,
be it from an offlane or a carry pick, but that hero has to be able to take the fight to PV at the towers.
Yeah, I would like someone who can just like eventually take over the area. Like when Lycan says, okay, I'm not touching this offlane, I'm gonna jungle. Someone's like, okay, when there's a lot of spiders, like I can take it over. Radiant Spire, whether it be your Sven, Alchemist, like whatever. Because for now already, I feel like XG are set up nicely to give themselves like more kills on the map. You have more playthrough with your two supports. Because last game, I think Jinkyu, he ended the game with like 1-1-1. This is not a stat you want to walk out of with on the stage.
You could reference any XG player in this stat. So
yeah, it's not pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a rough one. We'll see if they have a better shot this game around with the last pick, Bristleback. Now, this is fitting into the category of you want someone to go in and stand there and take everything. Kind of does that job. How are we feeling? I know you're looking a little thoughtful there, Effie.
I think it's good. It's a good pick here. It's something that can play into whatever lane Brood is on. It's a low cooldown hero, which I was mentioning is very important. You can't really be cooldown dependent versus a Brood Mother lineup. And with that BKB, it's going to be quite strong. So it definitely fits the bill for XG.
Okay, no, he's just going for the Feeding Frenzy facet. Because against big heroes that have regen, like Alchemist and Bristleback, you sometimes go for Necrotic to go for the minus HP regen. But I do think that Broodmother is just going to go for Feeding Frenzy and play normal. But that could have been an option.
Ame took Snot Rocket.
He might stick with it just because like maybe they're looking to play like minus armor is quite good against Centaur, and you have it from the Lycan too. Maybe he wants to play for more minus armor to then get more damage instead of having Seeing Red, which is what we traditionally see from the carry Bristol.
Oh, he switched, thank God.
He did, yeah.
I was going to say, if he stayed on Snot Rocket, I was going to bet against him.
He would have been the first one playing
carry,
Snot Rocket this entire event, but so far Seeing Red is selected. And the main question I have, we talked a lot about how P-Vision, they look like they have got good tempo setting heroes. Can Extreme answer this tempo? Do they have what it takes? Is it going to be similar to game number one, or do we have an entirely different paced game on our hands, Tigo?
couple mistakes, and P Vision just fully run over the map. But at least they have an answer to Brood. Is Bristleback strong enough to be an Invoker as well, plus the monk, like all the other layers? Like Bristle is good to be Brood, but everything else, it's scary. This is still very scary for Extreme.
I like their Game 2 draft here.
Yep,
I think they have good map play. I think they have strong timing. They also have a really great pick for XM, very different than last game. He can scale, he can do a lot in that early game. And they're going to have that nullifier on Lycan, which will go a long way this game.
I'm very happy that they just have more tempo that they can play through. Like you said, with the nullifier, with the other stuff, you have the Bristleback. I like what I actually have.
All right, let's see if we can make that game number 3 happen. It's all in the hands of Extreme, or potentially P-Vision will be your first top 3 team. Before we head into the game, we're heading to the stage where Slacks is standing by with Zaway.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Shiver. Mr. Director, Badal, don't laugh, all right? I did it right. Okay. During the international, the road to it, we had very long games. It was kind of a drawn-out meta, and you guys excelled extremely well at that. That was a pun. But now, things have kind of changed. Faster games, different kind of heroes. How do you think the meta's changed, and are you guys going to be able to adapt to it for this game?
报道就是想问你，因为感觉在国际邀请赛之路上呢，当时很多场比赛时长都非常长，节奏也相对来说慢一点。现在到了这个正赛舞台上呢，就感觉快了很多，英雄池也有点改变。想问你，你个人感觉是为什么，以及你们战队是否有做出适当的调整呢？
因为打了淘汰赛以后，队伍的实力就越来越强，然后大家的侵略性都越来越强，然后我们需要慢慢的去适应。然后这一场，所以我们选择了一个 M1平时玩的不多的英雄来试一下。
Well, as we progress into the international, the teams are stronger and stronger, and every single team has a strength, have their secret weapons, have their heroes that they specialize in, and it is something that we absolutely have to adapt to. I mean, this game right here, Bristleback, it's not a hero that Alme has been playing a lot recently, but we have to pick it just to react, to respond to what the opponents have.
Thank you. What thing did by the way? As I was watching your draft there, I did see that you let them get their classic support Monkey King, and they had a Brood. You had a lot of issues to solve. Do you feel like you solved both of those issues with this draft?
那目前就是 PV 战队呢，他们也选出他们的玉母蜘蛛以及9 class 的这个大圣。那相对于就在他们的比比当中，给你们出了这2个难题，你觉得你们的阵容是否就是能够应付这些问题呢？
这些我们之前赛前模拟 BB 都讨论过，然后不管是蜘蛛还是米波这些英雄，包括他玩的听歌，都是我们都有聊过的，所以也在做针对。
Definitely, I mean, we are very prepared for some of Satanic's unique heroes. His Broodmother, Meepo or Thinker, we've all prepared for it. We've considered the possibility, so I think that we're pretty ready for this.
All right, thank you so much, Jit. Thank you so much, Mr. Director. It is an honor as always, and we'll get right into that game.
Thank you so much, Slacks. Indeed, a lot of questions coming out right there as we get into this game number 2, Trent, and it is an unlikely pick that they run at the end, that they had to do at the end, an Ame Bristleback.
Yeah, as you just heard said in the interview there, he's only played it 16 times in his career, which, I mean, for Ame is not a whole lot. The guy's played a lot of games of pro Dota. And last played it 4 months ago, but yeah, it's a response, right? It's what you have to do. You have to find some sort of an answer to this Broodmother, or you're going to have yourself a very bad game. Back in the day, you used to have to run them in the same lane, was the idea, because the spiders used to come out so much earlier, but these days the spiders don't come out until level 6, so we might see this rotation where XXS starts farming elsewhere, and that's where you'll see the matchup where they'll start just like forcing Ame into the direction of Satanic. But, there's other concerns throughout this game, right? We've seen the Broodmother already. We've seen how it's very effective at shutting down this Helm push. So when you go for this early Lycan, this has been a very solid answer that P-Vision have already used before.
Well, and furthermore, there's this other problem, and we saw this during that road to the international playoffs where P-Vision were kind of backed up against the wall, were trying to find a big win, and they ran this Invoker with the Broodmother in response to the Lycan and just completely ran over the game. It's sort of insane how quickly this zoo formation starts building up and taking down your towers, especially because they even have the Monkey King building a helm in these games.
Yeah, and then they just went on a tear, right? They played I don't even know, I think it was 5 out of 6 games were just now no one Invoker. He just started playing Invoker every single game after that, win or lose. So he's definitely gotten his practice in so far this event on the hero.
I will say that it is going to be a little bit of a different look this time, as it's XG with the Lycan scouting out everything and making it harder to find an initiation or an opening, as XM also on a hero that he is very comfortable with, the Storm Spirit, playing out of the mid lane going up against no one.
He's also shifted, at least from some of the games that we're watching, in terms of the facet as well. He's gone for the Galaron using the Exord rather than the Quas build that we had him doing some of the games previously with the Ice Wall build up eventually.
Early TP. Oh, 9 class trying to make something happen maybe up top here. Is it?
That tree's looking a little suspicious over there, I gotta say.
Yeah, they see him. So that is not going to turn into anything, I don't think.
This is the life of DM, you know? You just, your monkey, he just leaves, but you're a Centaur Warrunner, right? There's a reason they picked this hero. I think it was a great pick for the game. Don't die immediately as I'm saying that, but it just gives them a little bit more control. It gives DM someone who is sustainable, survivable. You can at least get something out of this laning stage, and you're going to open up a lot of opportunities for 9 class to do 9 class things. And in this case, he's going to give a little back to DM. You know, sure, I left for a little bit, but I'm going to make a nice little double wave for you. It's going to come to that tower. I got you covered, big buddy.
Yeah, that actually is pretty nice now. So this at least ensures that the waves are shoved out a little bit more than they would be otherwise. Now, Xnova does have some ways to play against this. With the Glimpse already online, will force back the tree, dodges the damage at the point it landed at. And even if he dies right here, which I don't think 9 class is going to, it still is going to be fine, because it will be a double-up wave that shoves to the tower.
Yeah, so I thought he was going to go for the shove. He just draws the line, says, I'm coming.
But the hits, they're there. And it's enough to bring down the Pugna. Support for support.
Okay, just a fair trade there in the mid lane. They did indeed finish that tower afterwards as Ame backs away with his Battle Fury towards the Ancients.
He just looks like he's playing Troll. Fought for the first time on this Hero. For this tournament. Shocking.
It's I want to see what he gets next. I have no idea what's going to happen, but he is the most net worth in the game right now, despite that earlier death.
I want to see a big Ancient stack with just the Seeing Red. Like, I want to see what it looks like when he just goes at it with his Battle Fury.
I mean, he's going to hit hard. It's a pretty cool hero for him, I feel like, in a way. So, still farming quite well. They are losing a little bit of the pressure that they had earlier on the top side of the map. And now 9 Class coming in to pick up some Lotuses for himself. It is going to be a Sanjin Yasha, indeed.
Yeah, he's going to go for Sanjin Yasha. And the Howling Wolf, I imagine it's probably his responsibility on XXS to get the Nullifier this game, right? It feels like you're going to need one, right? Otherwise, you're going to be dealing with Decreps, and I'm sure there'll be some additional Ghost Scepters picked up after as well. Unless you're really confident in your ability to just purge people with a creep.
But a smoke up, and there is a creep here scouting for them while Brood tries to back away.
I mean, if XM jumps in here to an Orchid, this could be a disaster.
Thinking about it, goes Satanic, pulls him back in. No, that's the Orchid, but they get the glimpse. They got what they needed. Find the Brood with the Sunstrike, and then they stampede away. That is not the way that was supposed to.
I didn't think he would. So I wonder just how much value you're going to get out of this Decrep this game when you've got Ame, who's now moving in towards a BKB next after this Battle Fury. He's actually abandoned the SNY, at least for now.
A lot of strange itemization that makes sense when you think about it a little bit. Storm Spirit now, after getting the Kaya, is trying to build into a Manta to help deal with the Orchid. That might be another first of the tournament for us, depending upon.
I think I did see someone else do it.
Oh, really? Okay.
We've had at least one.
All right, another Manta.
I want to say it was BZM, but I'm not sure.
That would make sense. 4-4, 15 minutes in. And a lot of questions about the direction of this game. I have no idea how these heroes are going to scale against each other as we get to the later stages. Everything is all funky now in Dota.
Yeah, still pretty
close
here.
Thank you, crowd. I appreciate that.
It is nice. I really like it. Yeah, thank you.
I think they get louder when it's nighttime. That's what it seems like.
And the more levels. Like, right now it's only 1 level at Howl. Just wait till it's 4. Like, it's going to get so loud in here. It's going to be crazy.
Werewolves of London. That's a great song.
Wrong
Glyph
city.
Back.
Maybe next year.
Chance. And a Boundless drop down with the creeps. Is it enough to find a kill onto Ducalis? It will be. But they also bring down X Nova. Now Ame running in at 9 Class. The Wukong's command ineffectual and sad as Ame gets the double kill.
Yeah, not exactly the forte of the early game Monkey King support, is it? Not a very terrifying Wukong to have to deal with there, but geez, no one, he cannot miss right now. 5-0-0.
He's killing it, man.
Nailing these Sunstrikes, and now 1,000 gold away from the Aghanims, which, well, that makes more Sunstrikes, Lyrical.
Oh, that's true. That's a lot of them.
That's a lot. It's a lot of damage, and he's got a little bit of help to set them up, too, with the Centaur.
Is going to depend upon that Centaur to find some good hoof stomps to really make it all work in concert, and I'm not sure if that's going to happen too quickly, because Centaur is going for a Crimson Guard. Finish the pipe first, has the Crimson queued up next. DM just wanting to be a big body.
This is why you have 9 Class, right? He's going to be giving vision.
Oh, hello?
Yep.
Goodbye? No problem.
Yeah, he'll be the one just, like, giving some vision, letting them know what's going on, and they're just going to rely on Stampede and Separate Initiation as XM jumps out of that one.
Good decision. And Ami standing right and running right into them is going to have to deal with an issue there, which is the Quas Invoker
A lot of team fight out of him, and Ame pops the BKB, but he's already so low. Ame in trouble, tries to get away. Do they have enough to slow this down and keep Ame alive? Sing Q throws it out, needs a bushwhack to stop, but the hits, they keep on coming. Satanic can't chase anymore, and Ame knows the limits of his hero, apparently, able to get away from this one. They decide to go back in, X-Nova off the side, Static Storm down. It only really catches onto one, and as the chase continues, trying to find this finish, the Sunstrike hits! Ame in trouble! Ame low! Ame, get out of there! Save Private Ame! He's got to run, but there's nowhere left to run! They get the finish off the back of another beautiful Sunstrike from no one.
It's just the confidence there from P-Vision. They just know they don't have anything to stop us. We can just keep on chasing. So many times that's the moment where it gets turned around on you. Like, they're going upstairs into a Bristleback who's already survived so much, and they just don't care. They recognize there's not enough damage here. They don't have an answer for us. We can just run them over.
Very strong performance. And again, it's still only 1,000 gold separating these two teams, but look at all these summons they have to deal with.
Because XM's getting like 400 gold right now as he kills summons in the mid lane. That's why it's so close.
That was 243 gold for killing 3 of those, so it is a bit of an issue for P-Vision. Keeping it close by virtue of feeding away gold. And the other thing was, to me at least, Ame getting a bit too big for his britches there on the Bristleback.
Well,
he plays against it all the time, and he's like, every time they do this to me, I'm fine. They're fine.
Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, now you see he's the one who has to go for the nullifier now.
Oh, yeah.
Which, I don't know, it doesn't feel that great to me, I'm not going to lie. But someone has to do it, so he's going to be getting it. The problem is that you get bonus damage and movement speed per stack, you don't get attack speed. So, like, he's adding all this flat damage, but it's not that threatening,
Right.
Just as a count on what he's getting with the combination of Warpath.
Eventually, if we end up seeing XXS go towards an Aghanim Scepter, maybe that's something that can help with it. Already has the AC done on the Lycan, so...
I like this idea. If he's forced to go Nullifier, I think that's only fair that XXS buys the eggs.
Yeah.
I agree.
Oh.
See, that's level 2. It's louder.
Oh, that's good. Very nice. No one getting in on the action, too. Smoke up. Many heroes heading up to the north side of the map.
XM's showing mid as well, right? He's trying to sell that they are not coming to contest this.
Tormentor over to the side. They see the creep.
But he's waiting for the rune. All right, can XM get something to give them a good fight here? It's an illusion. That's not it.
A good thing to save the silence. The howl.
Ten seconds to go. Your pick. Ten seconds to go. 5 seconds. You're up. Ten seconds to go. 5 seconds. better get ready. Seconds to go.
Quiet as cats.
And they're off.
Oh, yes. Quietly now. Yes. Since you put it like that. Quickly. Whom shall I kill? Oh, look, it's me. For services rendered. Dispatched. I sprint. At your service. Or as you bid. Silent smoke. I'm under attack. Yes.
He was crying over spilled blood.
Like a see no evil. I go in silence. Here I am. Quickly, quickly. Whom shall
Someone's
I
dropped
kill?
out like a kid in school.
Post haste. Quickly, quickly. See no evil. Here I am. Quick hit. Quietly now.
mid-tower right about now.
Spectacle.
Your mid-tower needs a little help.
As you bid. Dispatched. Since you put it like that. I sprint. Faster and stronger. Stealth makes at your I'm under attack. Oh, as you bid. Like a whisper. Here I am. Yes. Who shall I? Like a dispatched. I go in silence. Quiet as cat's feet. Steeled and tempered. Oh, yes. Oh, look, it's me. Silent as smoke. You're mine. You see, the veil is drawn. At your service. Whom shall I kill? As you bid.
Them dire buildings are tough as nails for now.
Quietly now. Quickly, quickly. Quickly. Oh, as you bid. Silent. I'm under attack. Post haste.
Regeneration.
Yes. See no evil. Yes. Oh, as you did. Dead on the dotted line. I strike.
Your mid-tower's in a bit of a bind.
I grow stronger. Liquidated assets. Yes. Quickly. Dispatched. Post haste. Oh, look, it's me.
Somebody's on a roll.
Whom shall I kill? Oh, yes. As you bid. I'm under attack. Like a whisper. Made a killing. missing. Silent as smoke.
That top tower of yours ain't doing so
Here
good.
I am. Illusion! My cunning grows. I sprint. Ah. No. Ah. Quickly. At your service.
Your mid tower needs a little help. The other fella's top tower had a little accident.
Like a whisper. Quiet as cat's feet. I go in silence. Paid in full. Yes. Post haste.
Double damage.
Quickly.
That's 4 in a row. Radiant's gone and fortified their structures.
Oh, as you bid. Silent as smoke. At your service.
Marvel
Quietly
at
now.
the spectacle!
As you bid.
Somebody iced the Dyer's courier.
Feel I'm under attack. Out of mana. Whom shall I kill?
Your bottom tower's in a tight spot.
Quickly.
You were unworthy.
Since you put it like that.
Marvel at the spectacle!
For the effort.
I sprint. Death's bounty. See no evil.
Almost feel bad for your top tower.
Oh, look, it's me.
Dire structures looking fortified.
Dispatched. Quiet as cat's feet. Oh, look, it's me. Since you put it like that. Post haste. See no evil.
At last.
Quickly.
They're meaning to smash that bottom tower of yours.
Silent as smoke. Whom shall I kill? Oh, as you bid.
They're meaning to smash that bottom tower of yours.
Expect to see less of me. I go in silence. I sprint. Here I am. As you bid. Quickly. Quietly now. Death's bounty. Like a whisper. Dispatched. Oh, yes.
other fellas lost a mid-tower.
Post haste.
Invisibility.
Like a whisper. I see you. Oh, look, it's me.
Someone's having technical difficulties.
Yes. Since you put it like that. At your service. Dispatched. Oh, as you bid. As you bid. Silent as smoke. See no evil. I'm under attack.
Somebody's on a roll.
What you see is what gets you.
The other fellas couldn't save that top tower. Think they get the picture?
I sprint. Shall I kill? Here I am. I go in silence.
They don't know what hit them.
Yeah, the fight ends just the way it started. Just a little sight there from no one, and kind of turning this idea of XG, thinking they can force something into
Quietly now. Quickly, quickly. Haste! Post haste. Quickly, quickly. Quietly now. Quick hit. As you bid. Oh, look, it's me. Like a whisper. I sprint.
The Dire went and fortified their structures.
My cunning grows. Peekaboo. At your service. See no evil. Yes. Whom shall I kill?
Nothing left of the other fella's mid-tower.
Here I am. Silent as smoke. For services rendered, I go in silence. Oh, yes. Dispatched. Yes. Since you put it like that.
The other fellas lost a mid-tower.
Quiet as cat's feet. Oh, as you bid. Quietly now.
No breaking down the radiant structures like this. Your top tower's in trouble.
Dispatched. Quickly.
Your top tower's getting all banged up.
See here. I'm under attack.
There goes the other fella's mid-rags.
Go in silence.
Your bottom tower's in a tight spot. Somebody's cooking.
As you bid. Quickly, quickly.
The other fella's aiming to wreck your bottom tower.
I sprint.
Might want to check your bottom tower.
Yes. Silent as smoke. The veil is drawn. Oh, look, it's me. At your service. Whom shall I kill? Quiet as cat's feet. Coin for me.
2 down.
You're mine now. Since you put it like that.
The other fella's bottom tower.
Haste.
Nothing but fragments now. Somebody's on a roll. 3 down.
Like a whisper. See no evil. Yes.
That's 4 in a row. How about that?
Here I am. Quickly.
Invisibility.
I go in silence. I sprint.
5 in a row. How about that?
Killing. Feel my steel. I grow stronger. As you bid. I'm under attack. Quietly now.
6 in a row. How about that?
Yes.
There goes one of the other fellas' mid-towers. 5 in a row. How about
You're
that?
dead. What a surprise. Oh, as you bid. I'm not ready. Yes. Defend yourself. Oh, look, it's off. Like a
Them dire buildings are tough as nails for now. 7 in a row. Eight in a row. 2 down.
Tornado out. Meanwhile, they're dealing with creeps in their base.
Go on, kid. The other fella's top tower won't be making trouble no more.
Double time.
Post haste.
The other fella's top rags is done for.
See no evil. Whom Whom shall I kill?
The other fellas lost in mid-tower.
Here I am.
That did it for the other fellas' top ranks. No punches pulled. Something bad happened to the Radiant's courier. They got all the industry down.
Marvel at the spectacle!
Ame has sold the treads and has got a blink.
Looking. We already have a jump, and he breaks down the tree. Ame right on top of Invoker with a static storm down, but he gets pulled in.
Defending this lead that they have.
Yeah.
That eventually, are they going to become? I mean, this is 25 Monkey King now.
Right. Ame has sold the treads and has got a blink.
Looking. We already have a jump,
and he breaks down the tree. Ame right on top of Invoker with a static storm down, but he gets pulled in the cart. DM saving his buddy's life, but they do have enough to find that Monkey King kill.
They got 9 class.
Can they get any more? Ame hides away for a moment, disarmed. He's still in the Wolfblack Sword. Look at the damage out from Satanic. The Sunstrike connection down low, but one hit from that Satanic, a little bit bigger. 9 class now hits. That is a buyback from him. And as they get back into the fray, XXS running away, trying to escape. There's the hoof stomp, finds him from DM, and long range jumps. They get that wolf dead.
Oh, they got a few things in that fight, but it's just not enough. No one tipping over to Ame. Buyback needed here on XM. He's going to have to retreat back to the base, and that's going to be the prize of Roshan here. Refresher and Cheese going to P-Vision.
Oh, the real curse, though, at the end is that Lycan went for the extra wolf summon. It's so sad. But take a look at this again. It could have been so great, but DM, look at this.
Yeah, I mean, the eggs, that was one thing I really liked about the Centaur pick, is I was thinking, this game goes late. They don't have that same save, right? They're missing it from 9 class this game, so they get it out of the Centaur Warbringer this time, and it absolutely came in the clutch in that one. 9 class, maybe very nicely played there from XM to chop his tree down, takes him. That was a ridiculous kill from that Satanic.
Oh, yeah.
But just whacked there on the XM, no chance to escape. And now, perhaps the final push beginning to get sorted out here in the top lane.
We'll see at least if they can do it. The Refresher BKB ready to go. And at 51 minutes in, XG going to need to really figure out some sick plays now to deal with the fact that they have the cart. 9 class drops down the big Wukongs. XM backs away. There's the break onto the Spider. Glyph already used with no more Wolf for 10 seconds. It's a hard fight to make happen. BKB is out. Ame starts to hit on the Satanic, backs away. XM pulls in, but the cart is there. The save is there. Backing away, there's a Spider in a cart, but still a lot of damage done out there. Static Storm is down, but he got eviscerated. Ame no longer alive, and you do not have the damage that you need on XXS. XM backs out of there too, still 1,000 gold away from buyback. P-Vision, they have done everything in this series. They're going to take another lane of racks. This is going to be megas. Too much to handle as they run through XG. Eyes on the throne. A few more hits is all they need. G is called.
As this game went later and later.
Oh, look at Ducalin.
Stone cold there. Actually struggling to find their way into these fights. You know, it felt like whenever they needed this fight,
clips and also he cheating us. So yeah. By the way, I seen his first time. He said me, "Oh, maybe you try Slark," and I can try. Like the first time.
Long ago, and look at you now. You've made top 3, but 9 class. Can P-Vision take it all the way? Do you think you can win this thing?
Yeah, I think, yeah, we are ready.
Awesome stuff. Hamburg, make some noise for one of the best position 4 players in the world, 9 class and P-Vision.
Congratulations on top 3 secured for P-Vision. We mentioned it earlier, this team, it does level up in front of a crowd. It's the team with the most LAN wins this season, and they do not show any signs of stopping here because even though, Effie, it was a more even game compared to that first one, it was still very dominant for P-Vision.
Especially after that 30-plus minutes, that's where their lineup or the way that they played kind of adapted inside of the game, and they just played to scale, like we just heard 9 Class say. But they just made excellent decisions this game. Their macro was on point, like where they were playing, when they decided to stop team fighting, when they decided to just push, when they decided to trade the bottom racks for that Roche. It was all beautiful.
Yeah, and this clip we're starting with, it's such a critical time, right? Because P-Vision, they're doing a great time, doing all this delaying, but when Extreme finally can get a creep wave to the point of the high ground, then they don't execute in the moment, right? Army's hitting the tier 3, you got XM jumping in with a Storm Spray, getting hit by a Hex and dying. As soon as he dies, the fight construct collapses and they have to run away. So you have to deal with two things for P-Vision. Can you deal with the waves? And then can you execute in the fight, be it at a high ground or a Roshan or a Tormentor, anywhere. And XG, they just weren't able to deal with both major problems that P-Vision was presenting.
I'm really impressed with P-Vision. Like, their players, the fact that they can perform like this with such little experience, with like how young they are on their players in a game where you're pressured, they're down, but they know what to do, they know what they're waiting for, and even here, sure, you're top network on this Bristleback, but P-Vision, they got to delay it so long, they have all the items. Satanic, he is literally just 1v3ing them, running in with his Q later on talent. So overall, I think XG, they look so good in this early and mid game, but eventually they had so much trouble, and I really feel like that P-Vision, they're like the masters of map pressure and making you feel like incredibly bad during the game.
I think XG really concocted up a beautiful draft here for themselves, and they played that early game quite well. But some of their decision making was a little bit off, I thought. They could have put more emphasis on wave shots by the way that they itemized, and it seems like they itemized for an early 5-man into wanting to force a lot of fights, and P-Vision just did not give them that.
Yeah, P-Vision, they're just so calm, right? I feel like you watch other teams in this situation, having the Storm jumping you, the Lycan, everything in the early game, like the way that they did play out the early game from XG, other teams would crumble. But P-Vision...
Calm, by the way.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is
Whoa,
what
they
they
won the
already
game!
won.
Oh, I thought it was just after like a team fight or
No,
something.
that's winning the game.
All
You
right,
don't
they're
take your
chilling.
headsets off before the
People
game
have
is
done
over.
that before, Chief, and it didn't turn out very well.
No, it did not. It did not. It is a very strong performance, and I think especially for the team that will be going up against P-Vision in that upper bracket finals, one mistake, that was all it took for Extreme to have their entire momentum crumbling before them, and P-Vision, it felt like they always knew that mistake was going to happen at some point. They just need to be ready for it, and ready they were.
And no one on that Invoker, he played incredibly well. We talk about the difficult early game, but he was the hero doing well in the early game. He was hitting beautiful Sunstrikes. His supports were playing around mid. They were getting kills for as long as they could. And when the game started to get really tough, that Hex pickup clutched that high ground defense. When XM zipped in, he got hexed by the Invoker, and it was all downhill from there.
I mean, there was a lot on him to do in this game. You need to protect your supports with the Tornado, with the Deafening Blast, keep your Pugna alive. Like you said, the Hex later on to crush it back in, to keep the map in shape as well with your Monkey King and everything, to delay the game for Satanic to come online and carry. Just S-tier gameplay.
Yeah, and I believe, Keza, you also want to highlight how exactly the wheels were turning for P-Vision in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Effie, you already mentioned it's around like how they traded the map, like the Roche for other stuff. Because here, this is first point of the game, 33-20. The game is incredibly even. P-Vision, they need more time. They don't want to fight. Look at the vision that Extreme have. They want to force Roche, but it's really hard because P-Vision have the heroes here. Look at the map. Top lane, you have no one with his Dominator, with his Forges already pushing. We fast forward a bit. Mid lane is pushed in by DM's Dominator. At the same time, still a stalemate around the Roche. This is 40 seconds in between this. In the meantime, Satanic just really farming, so XG, they get forced back. Here, Roshan was still on the bottom side. Now, the game prolonged so long, Roshan actually walked all the way to the top river. XG, crucial mistake, they tunnel vision this Roshan so hard, because trading Aegis for Arax in this game, it's not good for you, because you already have a wave problem. Now you're going to be down Arax with this Aegis. P-Vision aren't giving you this fight, so these trades, these macro movements, ultimately this is what makes the difference of you winning or losing this game. So P-Vision, honestly, hats off to whoever made the shot call.
Yeah, and then right after that, Roshan was taken for Extreme, and their bottom racks, unfortunately, for them, was also taken. We're going to take a look at the Lycan at that point, Effie, because you have something to say about that.
Yes, like Kazu mentioned, there was a wave problem, and around minute 36 is when they got that Aegis that they traded Arax for. But what I really wanted to look at was Lycan's items. He skipped Shard. He got his Shard like 40 minutes plus. But if you are playing at this state of the game and you have a wave problem, why don't you create that wave problem for the enemy team with your Shard? It was such an odd decision to me. What it seemed like was after he built that, nullifier, he just thought that he could keep going. He'd just eventually be a carry himself. They could force the 5-man fights. I really think that you could have wedged this Aghanim Shard into the like item builds,
Yeah.
even before the AC. It could have come out a lot earlier, and it could have made it so that P-Vision couldn't play the map as well as they did. But if you're talking about map play and your Lycan is getting shard at 40 plus minutes, you're losing a lot of that early game advantage that you can get from this hero.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a cheap item for a core. He probably just tunnel visioned under the pressure of answering so many different problems, and mistakes happen, and clearly, I think he might have made a mistake there.
Yeah, there's quite a few things we still need to touch upon for this game, though, because I want to give credit where credit is due. That was a fantastic Broodmother coming out for Satanic. I know we gave MVP to no one, but I think you can make a good case for almost any player on the side of P-Vision to be nominated for that one, and I think that Broodmother Kezu is definitely going to be one to watch.
He absolutely clutch, and he has so many specific heroes, which is also crazy to think about with how young he is. Like, this is not some 30-year-old guy who's played 10 years of experience. Like, he's new to the scene. He has perfect itemization, the Nullifier, the Silver Edge, the Blastthorn. You buy the shard for the 25 talent. I mean, this kid's crazy.
I mean, with the Broodmother as well, you create new problems. And clearly, we heard in the interview with Zhao 8, they had to find a solution, right, to the Broodmother. They went for the Bristleback, and clearly Arme was also trying to invent in the game, right? He goes to the Battle Fury. How many times has that happened in the history of Dota?
Well, I know the answer to this, Tigo, but we do also have the answer to show.
There we go. It's only 4 times now with Arme buying Battle Fury. In 2014, Universal Battle Fury around the 60-odd minute mark, he lost the game. In 2019, Gabby also bought a Battle Fury around the 60-minute mark. He also lost the game. Ace, in 2025, he bought a Battle Fury under the pressure of Team Spirit. He lost the game. Arme, under the pressure of Broodmother conceptually, bought it very early in the game and also lost the game. Therefore, historically, Battle Fury on Bristleback is a 0% win rate in all of the history of Dota 2.
It was an intriguing item because he was like topping the net worth and it was looking good for a while, but there was this one chase that happened early on where they chased Bristleback on P-Vision for almost a minute, and it felt like if he had a Lotus Orb and like an SNY, he would have killed everybody, but he's just running away with a Battle Fury. You could see the trade-offs that were happening because of that item.
I like this stat a lot because I think it's very funny that it hasn't won yet, and I think in the other games maybe it's against Mega Creeps.
Exactly,
But even here, like buying it this early, it put them in a cool position. I think this is why Dota is like so amazing. You can buy so many different things. Depending what your enemy does, you have to react differently, and then this happens and this happens. So yeah, I love to see it.
Yeah, it was very clearly part of Extreme Gaming's plan. We did see this Bristleback queuing up that Battle Fury very early on, so we knew from the laning stage already what was going to happen. And speaking of that laning stage for the Bristleback, it's Purge that's going to break it down.
Thank you, Shiver. Yeah, I wanted to talk about the Bristleback because I thought it was such a good pick. It really solved a lot of the problems that they were encountering in this game. And one of the big ones is 9 classes Monkey King. Most of the support heroes that he's playing are very annoying and they're hard to deal with. But look at this early ward that was placed that spotted 9 class over here. And normally the way that you escape on this hero is you use this skill here to jump to a tree. But if you take any damage, it gets interrupted. And then you have to rely on your very low movement speed because you don't buy boots here. So with Quill Spray in the vision, he actually interrupts 9 classes jump. And with the power of the Nasal Goo, that basically allows you scaling damage and permanent slow against an opponent. So 9 class actually had to play this lane completely scared because of this Bristleback pick that was also good against the Centaur, which is really cool. So now, because they got that first blood, Ame basically gets to do whatever the heck he wants in this lane. Look at him. He's 1v2 right now. We've got the Disruptor going through the Twin Gate. He's 1v2ing this lane because this last pick made so much sense. And look at this. Even walking to the Secret Shop to maybe scare 9 class again, he jumps on a tree. That just shows you how much kill threat that there is. So with this early advantage that he had, he rotates through the Twin Gate. A lot of people have been doing this with the Helm, the Dominator. He doesn't need that. He's doing it with his regular hero, and he's going to put some pressure on this tower. And he's doing this in conjunction with some other heroes. Once XXS shows up with his Helm, the Dominator, Ami's out of there early because he's like, okay, back to farming. I did my job now, and I can go back to getting what I want, which is ultimately going to be the Battle Fury, which, as we talked about, extremely rare, but it does have a lot of good synergies. You're doing cleaved physical damage. Obviously, it's better to... It doesn't like leverage your abilities other than your ulti and your first skill very well, but the increased net worth that you're gaining and the AoE cleave damage paired with the Lycan... do you guys remember how a Lycan lowers armor? Can you make that sound for me, please? Anyone? Thank you. the Howl, it lowers armor by 10 in an AoE, basically global at night, but in an AoE, and that minus 10 armor paired with Bristleback's minus armor is super synergistic, and frankly, it gives them really good chances to get kills on the hero like the Centaur, but unfortunately, this decrep from the Pugna was extremely crucial in protecting him. It basically gives him a window to buy time. If that Pugna decrep isn't on there, they can just blast through this front wave of DM in the front, and so between decrep and later on the Ags of Centaur, it really undercut the synergy that they were going for with the heavy physical damage and the minus armor. It was hard for them to kill the P-Vision heroes, and that's what was ultimately their undoing, despite this really cool draft.
Thank you very much, Purge. The undoing of extreme gaming. Undoing. Don't worry. There's a lower bracket. This was the upper bracket semifinals. Nobody's getting eliminated anymore for the remainder of today. So Extreme is also not eliminated, just down to that lower bracket, which is starting to look scarier and scarier. But we do have, of course, a couple more names to pen in on our bracket, Kazu.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I hope that we have maybe something that we had yesterday. You know, we had 3 2-0s into a 2-1. I expected all of these games also to go the distance. Well, they didn't. I'm hoping that this next series of Falcons versus, BBT, maybe they can show us a little bit more. Because right now, I'm seeing a lot of one-sided affairs. And this is really not what I'm expecting.
No, me neither, especially not after that road to TI. You're absolutely right. And if we want those games to be drawn out and be back and forth, a lot is going to rely on the carries having a good game and being able to go toe-to-toe with each other. But who is the best carry? That is a great question. And, of course, we would ask the pros that very question as well.
Hello and welcome to the International Hall of Fame. This year we asked every single one of the 80 players competing at our event to rate the very best TI winners in history by position. So we've got your carry, got your mid, got your offlaner, we've got the hard support, and we've got the support. And here to look over the results with me are 2 Dota experts, esteemed Dota experts, and see if they agree with the pros' choices or whether you have your own choices. Which carry would you choose as the best TI winning carry in Dota history?
Okay, let's think here.
I think you can discuss them.
I think this is Ana, right? How?
Choose.
Hey, how?
TI winning carry. You're saying how? Okay.
Who's on first?
Who are you going for?
They're thinking Yadro. It's actually Yadro. Yeah, I think it might be. How do I choose?
You just select the name and use your brain to speak it.
Yeah, how? I select how.
Okay, good. Who are you going for?
He chooses newbies how.
How?
Yeah.
To be clear to anyone who was missing the joke.
Probably for some of the younger players, they watched Ana win, and now they're getting beat by Yadro, right? Yeah. So it's like the legend that's gone versus the bully that's here.
Yatoro and Ana. For me, I feel like the carry debate is between those two.
So you think they're going to vote Ana because that's ancient history? They don't have to play against him.
Exactly.
So they're more likely to vote.
They don't want to inflate his ego anymore.
I think they're going to pick Yadro. I think I would probably pick Yadro.
I mean, Yatoro's the GOAT, so easy. Yatoro.
You're saying Yatoro?
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, it was Yatoro the one. Yatoro overwhelmingly, by the way. Overwhelmingly.
Ana second.
Ana is not second.
Okay, well, probably it's not Ana then.
Yeah.
Is Ana third?
Ana is not third.
Wow.
People hate Ana.
This was chosen by the players themselves. Ana is not second or third.
How? How did you...
We've covered that. He's not on the list, right? Who are you putting in on 2 and 3? It was Matu. Matumba Matu.
Really?
Yeah,
that makes
second
sense.
Place.
Matu?
Yeah, he's number 2.
No way.
Yes. I think it was kind of an unusual choice.
Yeah,
I might have put Ana in there, but I think Matu, such a legendary player. Everybody loves Matu, right?
Sure.
What players did you ask?
Every single player at the event.
You asked one player.
Was us. Most of the votes went to
the oldest player here? Who's the oldest player?
Over half
the votes. Art style.
He got 7 votes.
He put himself third, so it wasn't so obvious.
So give me a sort of personal anecdote about something that Yatro did that you were like, holy crap, that was amazing.
There were so many moments where it was just over and over again, that team coming back from a victory and just putting everything on the back of Yadro and being able to take the win. That guy, he played out of his mind at TI-10, and he hasn't really stopped.
Over the water, they go. JT drops the Echo Slam, but they're all falling on IG into the ultra kill. For Yatoro, it's down to get a rampage for the Drow Ranger.
I felt like TI-12, there was a moment when he walked into the arena before the final, and his aura was, like, as the kids say, max aura on this guy. Like, I mean, everyone was just like, oh my god, he's here to win the international. Like, he just walked in, bald boy buff, and just, it was incredible. You could feel the enemy team just shrinking and shriveling.
Not just play in the game, but outside of the game, commanding that respect.
Aura, just pure aura. Yeah, a worthy winner, I'd say.
Yatoro might be a worthy winner of the best carry. It's not going to be a worthy winner of the best TI 3-time champion carry right here because he's no longer, unfortunately, in the tournament. We're going to find out which one will be the worthy winner of our upcoming series. It is time to start talking about that because it's going to be quite the blockbuster we got going here. Team Falcons versus BB Team. One of these two teams will be facing P-Vision in that upper bracket finals and secure top 3 with this upcoming best of 3. And I think this might just be the one that is very close, Ego.
I hope so.
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
Oh.
I feel like Falcons are the favorites. I think BB are going to be the underdogs, and it entirely depends on how Pure is able to navigate the emotions of yesterday through to today. Because when we finished the series yesterday, I'm in the lift, I'm going back to my room, I see Pure also in the lift, and even though he'd won the series, he'd looked like he'd just been eliminated. Of his career he's had, the tier 1 land wins he's got, plus that awkward NA stint, feels like it's inevitable he's meant to win one.
I mean, he's definitely one of the players where you have a lot of people who want him to lift the Aegis, right? Like we just saw, he has so many appearances. He's an incredible player. He's a great person. He's really nice to be around. Like, even if you beat him in pops, like, the guy is nice. He always plays for his course. He can play anything. He's very adaptable. So yeah, I think this guy, he's definitely got what it takes.
Yeah, it's just odd to think about because in that 2015-2016 era where it felt like OG were winning every major, it feels like that's where he should have had his Aegis. He's one of those players that you look at and you expect to just have an Aegis. So this must mean so much to him because last year, like T mentioned, that was their year where they were the favorites.
Yeah.
This time around, they aren't the favorites, and they've peaked. Like, they're playing so well. Maybe that's what they needed, the surprise factor.
Maybe it is what they needed. They also do have a lot of TI experience under their belt in regards to championships because there are TI winners on the side of Falcons, one of which is the carry, of course. It's also the support. It's Snaking and Skeeter. But in this case, I want to talk about Skeeter and potentially talk about him in relation to his counterpart in Pure Effie because that is a pretty stark difference, especially if you take into consideration yesterday's results.
Yeah, we wanted to just put emphasis on the carry-to-carry matchup in the series because these two players have inherently different styles, but if you look at their their average numbers, they're way too close to each other for having separate styles. When you think about Skeeter, he's always been not necessarily sacrificial, but not the real carry of the team. He's not expected to deal damage. He's just there to like be the stunner, win his lane, play utility, do whatever he needs for his team. He'll even give up farm for his other two cores sometimes. Whereas Pure, he is the greedy player. He is your carry that you take into the late game and puts you on his back. But his averages are not what you would expect out of a playstyle like that. And if you look at the hero pool comparison, there are a lot of common heroes, but both of these players have different styles. As I mentioned, you look at Pure, he's got that Void, that LD, that Ursa, that TA. He's playing for the late game. He wants to be the one dishing out all the damage. Whereas Skeeter, he picks what you need for the lane. You need an Abaddon? I got you. We need a Weaver because I gotta dodge some flows? I got you.
I feel like you have the miracle type of archetype carry player on your left with the hard carry traditional stuff. You have your Matumba man on the right, so with like more the I play for my team, I make stuff happen. I would say that these players generally get overlooked and overshadowed quite a lot. I think that Skeeter is very crucial to Falcons, both with his pick, the way he plays. He enables Marine, he enables Omar, so I'm like really happy to see this because I think this guy, he deserves a lot more, in my opinion, than what people give him credit for.
Well, we're going to give him some credit right now because we have to, of course, start this matchup very soon. And for that, it is time to get the players on stage.
And we're back.
Team Falcons.
Semifinals, they played the longest games. They had the most clutch comebacks, and they have made it here. They started learning from that and adapting from that. Then yesterday, when we saw them in action, it was a whole fresh team with tempo behind them, and I'm sure they want to prove that they still got that tempo against their opponent's BB team.
Choose wisely and crush those responsible. BB Team. Choose wisely.
They have shown that they have what it takes to make the tough decisions and come back after being down yesterday. They were the only team to push a series the distance and take that victory after the fact. It was rocky, but it happened. And the tenacity that they showed yesterday against Sigma Galaxy, they will prove to show again against their opponents in Falcons. There is one big question mark that I'm going to pose towards my panel here regarding these two teams, because one thing that stood out yesterday, Kendu, was that for BB Team, their rocky situation was always those first 15 minutes.
No, for sure, and I hope that today we can see something, well, a little more stable, because what we saw from them, it's not normal. It's not what you expect, especially not from a Tier 1 player, because, yeah, we have to go back to it. It had a lot to do with Pure. I want to see, the prime Pure of, like, last year, because in the last month, he has struggled, but I have also seen very good performances. It's just that he is a little more inconsistent. So sometimes you just have to hope that, today is the day. Sometimes that's what TI is about.
GPK just dominating, going 8-4-23, 5-1-18. Like, Nigma didn't really change up the draft to show us new styles of BB having to react. It was just, oh, thanks, we're going to do that strategy again. So, yeah, I think for BB at least, we are going to see something new. Are they going to get pucked against Falcons? I think that's a really hotly contested hero at least.
It doesn't necessarily have to be new, so long as they're doing it better than yesterday, because they can definitely improve upon it. But we did mention Pure had a rough series yesterday. I want to talk about the other four players. They've